creature design in this game, especially a lot of the sort of like the stuff that's happening around the environment here. The light, like the way it all kind of looks smoky and foggy and mysterious, is super super cool.
Yeah, and I know it's very difficult to capture cosmic horror in video games or movies, but it seems that Canarium has done a pretty good job because it's super well regarded on Steam, and now we get to play it on Nintendo Switch and get some cosmic horror, besides like Bird Box and Annihilation, kind of along those lines. But we also just got to see Nazir, Son of Man, which looks pretty interesting. Brian, what did you think about this one?
Yeah, so this is a cover-based 2D shooter. Happens in an alternate history of 1875 when Queen Elizabeth II is the Queen of England. Obviously, a little bizarre, super steampunky as you can see here, which is kind of a hit or miss aesthetic for me generally. But something like SteamWorld Dig like really grabbed me, sort of the sequel, and this sort of feels a little bit in line with that. I really like how polished this game looks, and once the action starts getting moving, like it's got really cool animation. Look at like the sort of the scope and the scale on the environments here. Is just fantastic. Like I really like how they managed to build this like fully almost lived-in city for a 2D action cover-based platforming game, which is like really awesome.
This looks like BioShock Infinite running on the Metal Slug engine. I'm super into it.
Yes.
It's also I feel like we basically never see 2D cover-based shooting. Mm-hmm. And that's an interesting thing to approach. Usually that's always kind of third-person somersaulting games, but this has got a lot going on. You've also got what appears to be the hand of God coming out of the sky and slapping people and punching stuff, which is interesting.
Yeah. It looks like the Master Hand from Smash Brothers, or like the thing that grabs you in the end of the dungeons in Zelda.
Yeah, now, there is a lot going on with this game. And lastly, we got to see Lonely Mountains Downhill DLC, and I think it's specifically called Eldfall Island DLC. And this is the first time we're hearing about the DLC for this game. Brian, I know you got to check out the base game a little bit. What do you think?
Yeah, so there's been this like sort of bizarre resurgence of like dangerous stunt-based downhill bicycle games over the last few years, and I'm super into them. I played a ton of this game on Switch. This looks like you're now playing on what is a giant active volcano. This is honestly one of the funniest games ever made. It is absolutely hilarious watching your little character flip over and smash and practically explode. But yeah, as you can see, you raft with your bike to a volcano and then try to do treacherous stunts and loops and tricks. The cool thing about this game is that it's not open worldish, but it does give you a lot of opportunity in terms of wiggle room of the paths you want to take. It's not just directly, a two-dimensional plane. So you have a lot of opportunities to try out different paths and do different stuff and hurt your bicycle rider in various ways, which is fun.
Thanks for that sum up. And we have more trailers coming up for you next, including Humankind, which is an upcoming strategy game that takes place over the entire history of human civilization. I'm not quite sure how much of it can be covered in 10 minutes, but it's worth a shot. Here's Humankind.
Peggy 12.
For Humankind, we looked at how religion shaped history, sometimes in amazing ways, sometimes in darker ways. We wanted religion to reflect this, to reinforce the immersion, enabling you to craft a deeper identity for your civilization, but also providing a way for you to influence your people in the neighboring cultures. Now, religion evolves over the course of the game. It's volatile at first, with one religion for every civilization. Religions slowly consolidate into a few large blocks. Civics also allow you to decide how religion is handled in your civilization.
So once your population has grown enough, you're able to found your first religion. And then as the number of followers of that religion grows, you can add new tenets to the religion which add bonuses. You can also adopt historical religions in order to gain access to additional holy sites. Territories generate faith based on civics, holy sites, religious districts, and so on. This faith is then used to spread your religion across the map. So if a territory is producing more faith than its neighbors, then after a few turns, those territories, those neighboring territories will convert to your religion. You should note though that this can cause grievances, so be a cause for war down the road. Each civilization has a state religion. If enough followers of a different religion, though, are present within your borders, you can choose to adopt that religion as your state religion. There'll be impacts on stability, so either bonuses or penalties based on what proportion of your population follows your state religion. So you'll want to go along with what your population wants. And there are various other reasons why you might want to change. For instance, empires might be able to justify wars against you if you're of a different religion. Or you might want to adopt a neighbor's religion because it's quite strong, because it has a lot of tenets and bonuses. Bear in mind that only the religious leader, so that is the civilization which controls the most holy sites, is able to pick the next tenets that will be added to the religion. Players will use civics to define their civilization's posture towards religion. So this will allow players to choose how they treat religious minorities, or whether they go to war for religion. So you can pursue your religion very aggressively, expanding its borders, going to war, persecuting or banishing minorities, or you can go for something much more open. So accepting minorities, separating church and state. Or alternatively, you can leave this entirely up to your population. So you can accept the religion that they choose, maybe a neighbor's religion that's stronger than yours.
Various cultures in the game use religion in a number of different ways. For instance, in the early game, the Olmecs, with their emblematic district, the Colossal Head, are particularly good at spreading their religion because it produces a lot of faith. Other cultures have synergy bonuses, so gain economic benefits when they're building next to religious districts. And others as well might have military bonuses, so for instance, the Teuton culture, their Teuton knights, gain combat strength bonuses against units belonging to religions other than theirs.
So, religion is one additional way for you to shape your own civilization and leave your mark on humankind.
That was Humankind right here on Gamescom Studio, and there's still more to come. We're minutes away from a look at the fully remastered Age of Empires 3, and later on, we've got Little Nightmares 2 and lots more trailers. But right now, it's time for a quick break. Gamescom Studio will continue after this.
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest, because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here. And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Plex, and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers
Weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Welcome back. Gamescom Studio is flying by at a steady clip, but don't worry because there are 2 more full days of it, and if you're having trouble keeping track of all that, head to www.gamescom.global to see all the latest games content and get the full schedule so you don't miss anything, and you can even personalize your entire Gamescom experience by signing up for an account. Tune in tomorrow for the awesome indie show. That starts at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, or 6 p.m. Central European Time. It's going to be a really fun variety showcase of indie game premieres, announcements, gameplay demos, and some great special guests, including Robot Tom. That's going to be weird.
That's right. And after that, you won't want to miss 3 solid hours of Earth's most deadly animals competing tooth and nail with your favorite influencers to escape from a burning submarine before it sinks and explodes at the same time.
Oh, no. They canceled that one because it's illegal on literally every level. But the awesome indie show should be fun anyway. Anyway, Brian, what's coming up next?
It's not animals fighting, but either way, 15 years ago, Age of Empires 3 took the real-time strategy gaming world by storm. Fast forward to today, and it's finally getting a remaster, and fans couldn't possibly be more excited. Let's take a look.
I'm Ryan McCaffrey. Today we're talking Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition. It is out October 15th on Steam, Windows 10, and Game Pass PC. I'm joined by Adam Eisgreen, Joss Ellis, and Bert Beekman from the various development teams that are working together on this. Guys, thanks so much for joining me. I want to start with Adam. Adam, for the new, maybe a newer generation of PC gamer who likes strategy games, but maybe they just, for whatever reason, they haven't found Age yet, but you've got this Age 3 definitive out very soon, and they want to just dive in. What's sort of the top level elevator pitch version of the franchise and of Age 3 specifically?
Well, Age is a series that's always concerned itself with history. We're a series of real-time strategy games that has always been about embracing what is amazing about humans and how we've come so far and how we've moved through history as different civilizations and which ones have kind of grown up and which ones have fallen under the weight of time. Age 3 is a great example of a very unique game that's set in kind of the colonial period of history, where the Americas were being discovered and great civilizations were expanding control. Age 3 is a unique beast within real-time strategy games because not only is it a strategy game that featured a tremendous amount of physics for the time, but also has a ton of unique mechanics you don't see in other real-time strategy games, such as a home city that almost acts like a deck-building game that's a meta behind the actual real-time strategy game play. And beyond that, it's just a really great game with a ton of different units and 16 different civilizations that we've got that you can play as that center on the Americas, South America, Europe, and Asia, that you can all kind of bring into conquest and just have a great time, not only playing a wonderful real-time strategy game, but learning a lot about history along the way.
Joss, on the tech side, just bringing an older game forward, making it relevant and modern from a technical perspective, what have you guys been able to achieve with Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition?
Well, we did a complete grassroots kind of rebuild of it. So, I mean, the art looked good for the time, but we've rebuilt every single model, every single texture. We've moved it from DX9 to DX11 with a PBR lighting model. There's kind of no area that we haven't not touched. We've got whole new particle systems in there. We've got a complete refresh of Havoc, who've obviously moved their system on a lot in the intervening years. So Destruction has got a lot more fidelity to it. And in fact, when you will see some of the before and after pictures of some of the units that seem to be pretty good in the old game, when you actually look at them, they're just kind of like hacked. They kind of look like they're made of chopped wood kind of thing compared with the new one. I think it just brings the whole thing a richness and a vitality to being able to put a lot of this stuff into it.
Bert, on the gameplay side, you guys have added a couple new game modes here, right?
Yes, indeed. When we worked on Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition, we added this thing called Art of War. And Art of War is really a way to help people learn the game the way it's played today. Because a lot of people like to play against AI and then play a multiplayer game, and they see like, oh, there's a massive gap to bridge. Especially because everybody who has been playing this game has been playing it competitively for like almost 10, 15 years.
Right.
And that's an enormous knowledge gap that we wanted to bridge. And that's why we added the Art of War missions to kind of help explain those more advanced pieces of RTS knowledge and try to share that with Age of Empires 3 players as well. So we noticed that was super successful in Age of Empires 2DE, so that's why we absolutely want to add it to Age of Empires 3D as well.
Can you speak a little bit to the thing I was going to bring up is the tweaks to the Native American culture in the game? I know that's been addressed as well.
Yes, indeed. So just talking about the design of those American civilizations, there were a few things that were always a bit odd, and actually that surprised us as well when we looked into it. We worked together with Native American counselors, and they basically told us, one of the things that they told us was like, hey, these guys never actually mined gold. And we were like, oh, okay, that's such a core mechanic of the game. How can we work around that? And so we made basically a replacement to the whole gold mine mechanic with some sort of trading, fur trading mechanic that they now have. And that's something that works out pretty well and is more culturally appropriate. And was quite a challenge to get those things right.
Adam, what have you and your team learned from doing the previous two definitive editions for Age that you've been able to apply to make the Age 3 definitive edition even better?
I think the most important thing that we've learned and grown along the way as a studio is in listening to our fans and working with them on these definitive editions. Every single one that we've done, it's become more and more imperative and obvious to us as we engage more with everyone that loves these games that they have a strong voice in what needs to be in the games, and we wanted to make sure we could deliver on that. Our goal with all these definitive editions within Age of Empires, actually Age of Empires all up even, is just to make sure that we're making wonderful games that can stand the test of time. And one of the reasons this franchise has been going so long is because of such wonderful fans that love the games and they love history. And so, all of our learnings have been everything that's kind of been brought to us by fans. And what we've been trying to do is every single definitive edition that we've done, we're kind of leapfrogging each one. So we'll find something that works really well in one, and we'll continue it to the next one and the next one. And even sometimes retroactively, we'll go back and put into features or look at putting in features that have resonated so well in the others. And I fully expect that to continue into Age 4 as well. So something like Art of War, which has gone over really well because we wanted to teach players the fun of real-time strategy games and why they're great. And because we've been doing these kind of unique versions of each one, Art of War is not the same, by the way, across the games. They dive in and teach you nuances of the actual games themselves and why they're different as well. That we're going to continue doing that. And we're going to continue to listen to the fans about game modes and methods of play, interface. There's all kinds of things that we've learned along the way. And it's been a great experience, like really opening up to the fans and letting them be part of the conversation and how we develop these games.
Bert, we've talked about the couple new game modes. There are 2 new civilizations in this as well, yes?
Yes, indeed. We noticed that when we worked on H2 as well, we added a few new civilizations to the definitive edition, and people just love that. People love to explore more content, to explore more cultures. And with Age of Empires 3, we had an excellent opportunity to add some new civilizations to the games as well. So we've added Sweden and the Inca. Especially the Inca were very interesting because they're such a massive culture. They were the largest empire in South America, fitted perfectly in this whole Age of Empires 3 time frame and game flow. And then on the other hand, we have Sweden. And this one is very interesting because it's the first time Sweden is ever in like any Age of Empires games. And that's because they're such a small country, really, that's really punched above their weight during the 17th and 18th century, which is kind of the era of Age of Empires 3. And that makes them super interesting, like such a tiny nation that had such a profound impact on history at the time, to be able to put that in Age of Empires as well.
Joss, before we start to wrap up here, I just built a new gaming PC. I'm looking right at it behind the camera here, and so I've got the whole thing like just decked out. How can I fully take advantage? Like, what is the what is the max amount of like frame rate and resolution? Like how can I take full advantage of my new PC with Age 3 Definitive?
Okay, I'll quickly add, we've gone to huge pains to make this game work on pretty low-end systems, so you're going to get a good experience across the board. If you want to crank it to the max, its fast CPU is one of the big things. And the more gigahertz, you don't necessarily need a ton of cores, but a fast CPU and a decent GPU. 4K is fully supported, obviously. We can actually span any number of monitors. You could have 5 of them, and you could drag the window across the lot if you want to try.
I want to see someone do that.
So yeah, we've really gone to pains to try and support everything from a very bottom end, kind of like literally a Surface Pro 3, right the way out to an epic gaming rig. With NVMe drives will help a ton, tons of RAM. You don't need an RX 3000 series though. I personally have got a 1080 Ti, and that runs it awesomely right the way to the top at 60 frames the whole way. So.
Fantastic. Well, guys, thank you so much, Adam, Joss, and Bert. Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition. Again, pick it up October 15th on Steam, Windows 10 PC, or if you're an Xbox Game Pass for PC subscriber, you can snag it from there as well. Gentlemen, thank you so much.
That was Age of Empires 3 Remastered. In just a moment, we're taking a look at Little Nightmares 2, but first, let's take a quick stick around for more Gamescom because it's going to be bananas.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here.
And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Flex and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Casey, do you know Ryan Scott? He does comment.
Welcome back. In 2017, Little Nightmares struck an unlikely balance between a charming puzzle platformer where you played as a little kid and a terrifying horror game in which all sorts of unthinkable monstrosities came scuttling out of the shadows to try to eat the aforementioned little kid. And later this year, it's getting a sequel where whole new monsters are going to try to eat a whole new little kid. Let's check it out. It's spooky.
Little Nightmares introduced us to a disturbing world inhabited by monstrous enemies, like the misshapen janitor with his elongated hands, or the corpulent twin chefs preparing a grotesque feast for their disgusting guests. Following a hands-on encounter with the first adversary in Little Nightmares 2, I'm happy to say the sequel is proving to be just as unnerving. This particular tale puts you in control of Mono, a diminutive figure who adorns his head with a paper bag and an oddly cute fashion statement. Where the first installment had you navigating the tight confines of a ship, this sequel introduced me to a foreboding yet equally oppressive woods. It wasn't long before I hesitantly explored the basement of an old shack to find an imprisoned child who turned out to be Six, the protagonist from the first story, minus her signature yellow raincoat. True to its predecessor, Little Nightmares 2 will have you navigating the side-scrolling world and interacting with often oversized environments to overcome obstacles, uncover paths, and dodge traps. Or worse. The locations are suitably haunting as they are engrossing, with every discarded item and object telling a story you aren't quite sure you want to hear the ending to. The true danger in my hour-long demo took the distorted form of the Hunter, a truly disturbing bag-headed foe armed with a trusty hunting shotgun. The Hunter's appearance is marked by some excellent use of ominous lighting and skin-crawling sounds that made quite the first impression. Unlike some of the enemies in the first Little Nightmares, surviving this encounter wasn't about staying out of reach, it was about avoiding detection and scrambling for cover when the former failed. Escaping the demented Elmer Fudd may not have been overly difficult, but it did provide several tense moments of cat and mouse. Having an AI companion in 6 proved to be an interesting change, even if it didn't alter the flow of the game that much. I was able to beckon her over to assist in certain puzzles, but most of the time felt like she already knew what to do next. I also noticed that by following my lead, she never really presented herself as a target to the Hunter, and honestly, I'm glad for that. Nothing turns horror into frustration like an AI partner that's more trouble than they're worth, but I do hope that 6 gets more chances to prove herself. My time in the forest of Little Nightmares 2 felt well paced with the right amount of tension that never dragged on for too long. The demo reached its end just outside the towering structures of a city that looked as though it had sprung out of a deranged children's book. I can only excitedly guess what fresh horrors I'll find waiting within when Little Nightmares 2 releases on PC and consoles later this year.
That was Little Nightmares 2 here on Gamescom Studio, and that little boy really did jump in that hole. Up next, for almost 2 decades, the Stronghold series has been all about strategically waging war and dominating the battlefield, but now it's also about friendship. Well, friendship with other warlords so you can strategically gang up on your enemies together. Here's Stronghold Warriors.
The next chapter in Firefly's classic real-time strategy series, Stronghold Warlords is the latest in a line of unique castle sim games. Developed by Firefly Studios, creators of the original Stronghold and Stronghold Crusader, Stronghold Warlords introduces new RTS mechanics, classic Stronghold units, and 4 unique regions. In Stronghold Warlords, players must first design, build, and manage a fully realised castle economy, before taking the fight to rival opponents lifted from the pages of history. But you won't be alone in the fights, with the addition of a completely new way to play Stronghold in the Warlord system. Players will besiege Great Khans, Imperial leaders, Shogun commanders and more as they grow their castle economy and construct new gunpowder-fueled siege weapons. Taking players from the jungles of Vietnam and the Mongolian steppe to the warring states of China and finally feudal Japan, this new setting is built into each aspect of our castle sim gameplay. Popularity with your subjects is influenced by a wider variety of factors than ever before. A granary full of rice, meat and vegetables might keep your peasants from revolting, but in order to raise taxes, an army, and get the most from your workers, they'll need more than just full bellies. Quality clothing and housing, temples, tea houses, medieval entertainment, and even torture devices all have a role to play in the continued happiness and obedience of your peasant population. Fail to stay on their good side and peasants will abandon the player, leaving you without farmers, blacksmiths, diplomats, and indeed soldiers with which to defend your keep. Introducing new cultures, mechanics, and historical detail to the series for the first time, Warlords is built around the central Warlord system, a grand strategy mechanic that allows players to recruit, upgrade, and command 8 unique warlords across the battlefield. Once under your command, either through force or diplomacy,
I serve a new master. My army is ready.
Each warlord boosts your strategic prowess with unique perks, characteristics, and upgradable abilities. Early on, players can boost their diplomacy and gold reserves with the help of the Crane Warlord, who also has a unique perk that boosts popularity within the castle. Later in the game, we might turn to more military-focused warlords, like the Tiger and Dragon. These more aggressive warlords can do everything from increasing melee damage and offering spiritual guidance, to growing your army with special units and even launching a full siege attack on the enemy. Utilise each warlord to boost your industry, fortify borders, forge weapons or launch a pincer attack, and you'll dominate the battlefield in no time. Each mission and multiplayer battle means a fresh set of warlords to command and new dynamics for every castle built.
With all the warlords in this region, we have the numbers to launch a single great assault on the castle.
To defend their castles, players will take command of Mongol hordes, Imperial warriors and samurai clansmen, as they prepare to besiege everything from Japanese castles to fortified Chinese cities. In addition to classic weapons like the trebuchet and mighty siege tower, Warlords also introduces gunpowder to the series for the first time. The Korean hwacha, rocket launchers, and fire oxen, inspired by Chinese siege warfare, are all options for players hoping to breach enemy walls and thin out an attacking siege force. When it comes to infantry, players will be able to recruit all new units including fire lancers, disciplined samurai, Mongolian bowmen and heavily armoured imperial troops. Combine these with your siege weapons of choice and players will have all the tools they need to break enemy lines and defeat the enemy warlord. Whether you become the greatest lord through fear or admiration, military might or careful diplomacy, players will journey from 3rd century BC China and Vietnam all the way through to the rise of the Tokugawa shogunate and the coming of the Mongol Empire.
You just gotta look at Stronghold Warlords, not Warriors, Brian, right here on Gamescom Studio. And if that wasn't enough of a chilling journey into the macabre, brace yourselves. Here is an isometric Soulsborne that blends Lovecraftian influences with Cronenbergian gore. Cast your gaze upon Morbid, the Seven Acolytes, if you dare. We definitely didn't If You Dare already. Are we doing another one of those? Here it is, If You Dare. Check it out.
Greetings, my name is Simo Talasranta. I'm the composer, sound designer and writer at Still Running. I'm very excited to talk to you today about our upcoming horror punk action RPG, Morbid the Seven Acolytes. Morbid the Seven Acolytes is the most gruesome take on the isometric Souls-like genre yet. The game is all about Lovecraftian horrors, Cronenbergian gore, and exploring an immersive fantasy world of gothic steampunk aesthetics, abundant with deep and tragic lore. In Morbid, you get to play as the last surviving Striver of Dibrum, a young but fierce underdog trained in both melee and ranged combat. Your duty is to defeat the Seven Acolytes, accursed and powerful beings possessed by the malevolent deities called Gahars, who've taken over the kingdom. Here we see one of the Acolytes, Lorn the Blind. Once a great leader of the proud sailors of Solia, Lorn fell for the Gahars, who removed his eyes and imprisoned him in the caverns of solitude. Bitter and angry, Lorn vowed to take the eyes of any traveler who by chance or purpose would ever cross his domain. One of the most impactful features of the game are the blessings of Magratheus, which allow the player to level up and customize the skill set of their character in countless different ways. As the amount of available blessings, slots, and skill points increase over the game, your options to develop your character branch out exponentially. You could become an expert in ranged combat, specialize in certain melee weapon groups, build a tanky bruiser, a sneaky assassin, an agile acrobat, or go absolutely nuts with your build and try something completely different. all in accordance to your preferred playstyle, of course. The land of Mornia is both vast and diverse. Rummaging through every nook and cranny of the world might take time, but rest assured you will be rewarded. Some of the best loot in the game lies off-road or can only be earned through beating the many optional bosses and side quests of the game. Early on in development, we knew that the boss fights will be a central feature in Morbid. Therefore, a lot of blood, sweat and tears, and hair, I might add, have been shed to make awesome as possible. Here we see Lady Tristana, Mother Grief, a controversial character who uses her own placenta as a weapon. We really wanted to do something unforgettable with the Acolytes, and thus each new boss fight aims to bring something fresh and exciting to the table, upping the ante both conceptually and gameplay-wise till the very end of the game. It's also worth mentioning that all the Acolytes have their own epic tracks on the fully orchestrated soundtrack of Morbid, so be sure to keep an ear out for them. We will also have a dialogue system in the game, which further enables us to bring Mornia alive, as the player can interact with the many interesting characters of the world. But more on that on a later date. Because another important feature we'd like to present to you today is the sanity meter, the blue bar on the left side of the screen there. Sanity has both thematically and mechanically a large role in the game, as the player has to manage her mental health whilst facing the abysmal horrors of the accursed kingdom of Mornia. Losing your sanity to the many mind-draining monsters of the world naturally has some pretty nasty side effects. However, you can work the deranged state of your character to your advantage, if you're skilled enough. Morbid the Seven Acolytes is no walk in the park. Challenging foes, mini-bosses and large-scale boss fights are central features of the game. To overcome these obstacles, you must master the combat and the mechanics of the game, as well as improve your character and gear through various RPG elements, such as quests, perks, runes, upgrades, and of course, looting. We are very excited to be bringing Morbid the Seven Acolytes to Nintendo Switch, PC, PlayStation 4 and Xbox One later this year. So stay tuned and follow us on social media to join us in taking the final steps of the development and to be among the first to know the official release date of Morbid the Seven Acolytes. That's all for now. Thank you so much for your time. Magratheus bless you.
Well, that was morbid. No, I mean, the game is literally called Morbid the Seven Acolytes, but anyway, we have a lot more coming up here on Gamescom Studio, but first, a quick break. Stick around.
We've turned the single biggest show in gaming into 5. Gamescom Now is your virtual show floor with up to the second live coverage. Gamescom Daily Show, Gamescom's first ever late night talk show. Our Gamescom Awesome Indies Show, the freshest deep cuts in indie gaming. And finally, the Gamescom Best of Show, including the Gamescom Award. Gamescom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream Gamescom Now. Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide. The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode. This year, Gamescom is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok. World premieres, exclusive gameplay, cosplay, interviews, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in gaming can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN and Gamescom's TikTok accounts and use the hashtags Heart of Gaming and Gamescom 2020 to get in on the action.
And welcome back once again to Gamescom Studio. We're still going strong, but be sure to stick around afterwards for the Gamescom Daily Show hosted by Michael Swaim. Depending where you live, it might be a late night daily show or possibly an early afternoon daily show, but either way, it will have brand new indie games, guests, some goofing around, and other miscellaneous fun. That's at 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern, or 11 p.m. Central European Time, right here, where you're watching me say this into the camera right now.
And remember, you can check out all the streams and videos and other people talking into cameras on Gamescom's official Twitch at twitch.tv/Gamescom or on YouTube at MyGamesCom. And you can stay in touch via Twitter and Instagram at Gamescom or by using the hashtag Gamescom2020. And finally, on TikTok, be sure to follow at Gamescom.global and use the hashtag Heart of Gaming to join the conversation. And finally, if you write the word Gamescom on a piece of paper and put it in a bottle and throw it into the sea, that is technically littering, so please don't do that.
I prefer carrier pigeons. Coming up in just a bit, we're chatting with Troy Baker about his terrifying new role in The Medium, and we're also going to challenge him to apply his iconic award-winning voice to a bunch of video game characters who have never had voices before. So that should go well.
But right now, it's time for Captain Tsubasa, Rise of New Champions. Take a look.
Hello, I'm Simon, and I'm joined by Joe.
Hello.
We're going to play some Captain Tsubasa for you. I'm going in this quite blind, Joe, but I've done a little bit of research. I didn't realise quite how storied the history of Captain Tsubasa was.
Yeah, I think it's worth pointing out up top, the reason we are doing this is because we are both fans of the game of football/soccer.
Yes.
Not because we understand Captain Tsubasa, we are neophytes for Tsubasa.
No, but you are playing as Captain Tsubasa's team.
Yeah, Nankatsu.
And I am Toho Academy, who I believe, from my research, are rivals.
So I think, are we saying I'm the good guy and you're the bad guy? I think so.
I think in the lore that may be correct.
Good. I think that's true of real life as well.
Yes, we actually hate each other.
Yeah.
But here we are at Saitama World Stadium, and I can confirm it's going wild.
That's my boy Tsubasa on the front in the white, and you've got Hyuga, who in our brief practices with this game has been dynamite. I'm quite worried about him.
He's got a foot-like traction engine.
He does.
Unbelievable. He's got this tiger shot, which this isn't. Got to preface this. If you're expecting some like PES, some Pro Evo, some FIFA gameplay, this is not what this is. This is more like, in the crudest of terms, your kind of Dragon Ball of football.
Yeah, I think you can compare how it works with. It's a football game in appearance and in setup, but in gameplay, you're looking at something closer to almost a fighting game. There are gauges to charge, combos of characters to use, special moves that only work in certain areas. So I think, there's a lot to dig into under the surface, and it's sort of unexpected how much of that seems to draw from other types of games.
Who are you looking forward to seeing play today?
Well, honest, I'm not looking forward to seeing him play, but I know you've got Wakushimazu in goal, who is a beast in appearance and ability. So I'm quite worried about that.
Yeah. We'll see him later, but he would not look out of place in Motley Crue.
I like to think we'll see him very soon, to be honest.
Yeah.
No.
There also seems, from our short time in the game, no fouls, which you may have just realised from that challenge.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Why would you want fouls? Here we go. Tsubasa himself. Come on. And then you get these beautiful things. Oh yeah, there he is.
There he is, Mr. Motley.
But you do get some very tasteful animations when people are...
The animations
saving.
On the saves and the shots are great.
Yeah.
Like, this has actually made me want to check out the anime. I know it started as a manga. Do you know what year Captain Tsubasa was created, Joe?
No, I don't.
Take a guess. Take a guess.
I'm going to say...
wild punt.
1994.
1981.
What? Captain Tsubasa's so much older than me.
The creator Takahashi was inspired by the 1978 World Cup in Argentina.
Oh, that's really nice. Isn't he only 11 in the lore of the game?
He started out at 11.
I've
was
never
a school
done
student dreaming of winning the World Cup.
I just want to point out I've never done a corner kick in this game before, so I'm just going to work out how this works. Oh, that's not bad.
Oh, you've hit that hard. Oh my lord, what's happening?
I don't know. Oh! A battle! Oh, I lost the battle.
Oh, I think I won it.
You did.
It hasn't gone in the goal, so I think I won it.
So to explain, when you get those dead ball moments where it's sort of dropped up into the air, you have a button bashing moment, which you will absolutely have been able to hear through our mics. My basic game plan here is to just stop it from ever going to Hugo, because he scares me. Oh no!
Same
what terrible
with
pass.
Tsubasa. Keep it away. I just want to kind of get the ball in your half at the moment. That's kind of what I'm hoping for, and I've done it.
Oh, that's the end. See you later, Hugo. Absolutely
ran
battered
out
him.
of. So your yellow bars is like it's called is it your spirit gauge?
It is your spirit bar.
Yes. So you can do special moves once that's full, but sprinting seems to drain it quite quickly.
Yeah, you don't want to
so
be
you can't
sprinting
just-
too much. You want to be taking this more
No.
leisurely aspect. Although
Yeah.
this is
It's a game for your Pirlos, not your Sterling.
Absolutely. Oh, Takasugi, I love
He's
watching
so
him.
Big. He's huge.
He's meant to be an 11-year-old boy.
I think because they've aged with time over the series. I think at this point they may be in their teens or 20s.
Okay.
Because I don't know about Captain Tsubasa.
Banana
It's
shot!
Quite the career, Joe.
I've just done a banana shot.
It's green. It's going in.
Oh,
it's not. What a keeper.
He's very good.
Did you know, Joe, that
Is this your fact sheet?
yeah, this is my fact sheet, which is very hard to read whilst you're playing. But he started in Japan, but then I think at the age of 17, he moved to Sao Paulo to play in
Home of
Brazil.
football. Or the home of good
And-
football.
Yes. And there he met, and I thought this may be of interest to you, he met Flamengo star striker Carlos Santana.
Yes! That's brilliant. I thought you were going to... Oh! He's just done... That's an incredible...
What a block.
How did
That
you
would
do
break
that?
his ankle.
I suppose.
That's an ankle breaker.
Yeah, but that's the guts that leads to the glory, my friend.
Carlos Santana was described as a prodigious yet emotionless talent.
Would you call him Smooth by Rob Thomas?
You very much could. You are all over me here, but I'm kind of playing for the... Oh my lord.
What was that? What are you playing for?
Just lulling you in. I think my problem is here, I'm trying to play football. And I should be trying to play Tsubasa.
You should be trying to play anime.
Yeah.
You want all the big jumps. You want the things where they make you shout beforehand. You know, don't do a big one. No.
When Tsubasa gets the ball, there, a little red thing above his head. The ball is my friend.
Bearer of victory
Which,
on mine.
I put my keeper out.
I think he'll still get it.
No, he didn't. That's a foolish mistake.
Dumbfounded the goalie.
Oh.
That's what you want to see. You want to see the hero scoring a big goal.
You do. The ball is, my friend, is his motto.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Did you say that there are real football teams that have appeared in the anime?
It's very true. There is. I don't know if they've, and a lot that they've kind of they've rebadged it.
Oh, okay, right. So it's not an official.
So I don't know
licensed
how many
appearance.
of them are actually official, but like after Sao Paulo, he did move to Barcelona, but they are called FC Catalunya.
Yeah, but
in
they'd quite. I imagine they'd
Yeah.
quite like to be called that anyway.
Yeah, very true.
Taki Kitsugi. Bullet shot.
Oh no, I'm getting absolutely done.
Oh, he's
it's gonna
so
be two.
good.
But do you know what? Who he was managed by at Barcelona?
Please tell me it was like Ruud Gullit.
You're not far off. It was someone called Van Saal who was modelled on Louis Van Gaal.
Oh, that's brilliant.
I really want to watch this show now. What is this? What?
That was incredible.
Do you know what? I'm going to stop with the facts briefly and try and score a goal.
You're not.
Oh
mate.
no. I'm going back to the facts.
The ball is my friend. Goal
Oh
getter.
no, slid in there.
Shibutsu trio. Here we go. Oh no,
No.
I didn't charge long enough. So you'll see when you go for a shot, you've got to charge for as long as possible. Which again, very Dragon Ball. Love it. Oh, he's on his way. Oh, I'm stopping. Oh, he's got
No,
yes!
it took so long to get the shot away.
But you need to get to the very top of your bar and then an extra little bar to get the full shot power ability, which is great.
It's been utter domination so far.
This
12 shots to none.
So
do you want to
sorry.
know? Here is, according to the Captain Tsubasa Wikipedia, the following footballers have been inspired by Captain Tsubasa and indeed chosen it as a career because of Captain Tsubasa.
Real players.
Yeah, here we go.
Okay.
We've got Hidetoshi Nakata.
Yes!
Alessandro Del Piero.
Of course.
Fernando Torres, Zinedine Zidane, Lionel Messi, Alexis Sanchez, and Andres Iniesta apparently would not be playing football if it was not for Captain Tsubasa.
I get that vibe from Zinedine Zidane. Although, to be fair, anime is very big in France, so there's every chance.
Are you telling me the world would not have had Messi if it wasn't for Captain Tsubasa?
I think that's a given. I think that's... And speaking of, Shay Given also inspired by Captain Tsubasa. Takasugi.
No,
I love him.
He's so big.
He's an actual iron giant.
Unless he is the size of a person and everyone else is indeed a child.
There is that.
Pass the ball. Oh my.
That's the
Can't
thing.
get past him.
We're probably just not paying attention to the lore at all. No!
I've had a shot at least. Oh. Do you know in the 2018 World Cup that Japanese fans held up a massive tifo of Captain Tsubasa?
Did they?
I must have missed that because that must look incredible.
That would sound great.
With like mottos from the series as well. Like,
that's really cool.
Such as the ball is my friend.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Drive shot.
Catch it, please. It's only 1-0 despite the dominance by Nenkatsu.
It's because you've got OP keeper
Toho
boy.
is still in it.
Here we go.
I've got spirit.
Cross. I want a big one. Oh man, he's missed it. I thought I was going for a bicycle kick and he just didn't do anything. He's got a fierce tiger's soul. That's what I've heard. How?
Oh,
he's turned me like on my head like a top.
Just have it. Big tiger time.
This is going in.
Oh!
He's unbelievable.
Look at him.
He's the greatest player of our times. So he makes Tsubasa look like a mug. This is astonishing. What's that? 40 yards?
At least.
Absolutely
Keeper
incredible.
should have had that
I do love that the big shots leave scorch marks on the pitch.
Yeah.
Which I think is a really
It's
nice
a lovely touch.
It reminds me of my first ever PS1 game, Actua Soccer 3.
Did they have scorch marks?
Well, every time you slid, it left behind a
yeah.
huge like mud patch, and you could draw with it. Me and my brother used to do drawings with slide tackles.
They were very savoury drawings.
Well, they were fine. It's because Actua Soccer was a very bad game, so it was more fun to draw.
About it.
Oh no, not this again. There we go. That's how you get rid of Hugo.
My R2 dribble move. I tried it. Oh no.
He's gone.
Oh no.
He's gone. The boy.
I mean, it's only right if Tsubasa
The
wins.
boy. He's going close. Oh no.
Pounce.
I didn't know if it would make any difference.
Oh no. I don't think there's a lob.
Bullet
so.
shot. Here we go. Go in.
Oh, he's too good.
He's so powerful. No, no. Wait, can I use the...
Doing it again.
Give me the
Unleash
V-power.
the tiger.
V-power!
Oh!
Yes.
What?
Yeah. That's a special
What's the physics
goalkeeper
on that?
super move. I have wasted my special power there. Uh-oh. Not straight back to Hugo. Oh, God.
Oh no. Absolutely demolished. Do you know that when Tsubasa went to Barcelona, though, Van Sar wasn't the biggest fan. Put him in the B team straight away.
He'll do that. You've got to keep
will
egos
do
in
that.
check on these young players.
And he was
Kasuga,
instead coached by the B team coach Rivaul, who was inspired by Rivaldo.
Was he a B team coach? He must have been actually playing at that time.
I don't know. Famously, on the IGN UK podcast, Rivaldo was my director of football at Rochdale.
Here we go. High
So
speed shot.
he's had a career. Oh no!
Oh, this boy
Oh,
again.
go for the block.
Kiwabe's an
Yeah.
absolute beat.
Oh, I didn't turn off my notifications, so there's a trophy for courageous performance. And I think we can all agree that was pure courage from that lad there.
Oh, I just need this. I need this win. I don't know if this is something we don't understand, but the matches are 30 minutes long, not 45. Drive shot.
I don't know if it's...
Please, this would be like a last-minute goal.
But it's a great save instead.
Again!
Yeah, I don't know. Is it youth football? Do they play 30-minute halves at youth football? That lad shouldn't be playing youth football. Look at the size of him. Insane.
Oh my god, why won't he shoot? It is nuts how often Yuka gets the ball. Final wall.
There's no limit to his range.
This is going in. Oh, it's unbelievable.
What a comeback. Oh,
I think that's it. I think that's the end of the game. That is...
Did you know that in the series, Hyuga actually played for Juventus?
Did he?
Yeah, but...
The old lady.
In his first game against Parma, he did not score because his physical imbalance is exposed by Parma defender Lilian Thuram.
Amazing. Oh my god, I've got to shoot now. I've got to shoot now.
Going defensive. Oh, yes! No! What a comeback. Hyuga. Ballon d'Or for him.
Nankatsu. How are they going to pick themselves up after this? I can't say I'm happy about it, but I have to respect the decision. We've got words to be had in the dressing room with the boys, and Tsubasa might be stripped of the captaincy, and I'll give it to that big lad.
You can't strip the captaincy from Captain Tsubasa. The game is Captain Tsubasa.
At the start it is. If it's my game, Captain Big Lad.
Captain Big Lad. He should be captain. It's a different take on football. I think we can agree on that.
Absolutely. Big, powerful, fiery one.
Dragon Football's Z.
Would have been better if you hadn't stumbled at the end, but yeah, call it there.
Yeah. Okay. See ya.
Bye.
That was Captain Tsubasa Rise of New Champions, which is available today. We need to take a short break, but stick around because Gamescom Studio continues after this.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode. Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide. Gamescom 2020 is the heart of gaming, and you can keep to the beat right here on IGN. We've turned the single biggest show in gaming into 5. Gamescom Now is your virtual show floor with up to the second live coverage. Gamescom Daily Show, Gamescom's first ever late night talk show. Our Gamescom Awesome Indies Show, the freshest deep cuts in indie gaming. And finally, the Gamescom Best of Show, including the Gamescom Award. Gamescom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream Gamescom Now.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
Welcome back to Gamescom Studio. In a little while, we'll be taking a look at Waylanders, some new updates that are coming to Sea of Thieves, and of course, Michael Swain will be taking over later with the Gamescom Daily Show to show off some fun indies, have a fun, silly time with some guests, generally get pretty weird. They've got some very strange stuff planned over there. I'm sorry if we keep popping in here to tell you what's happening next, but if you'd like to see a full schedule, you can head over to www.gamescom.global. You can find tons more gaming content over there.
Yeah. Hey, Max, I think these people came here to see trailers, not hear you ramble on about whatever you just said.
Well, I was just saying people can go to www.gamescom.global for a full.
I'm really sorry about him. Here are some trailers.
Create and live in your own dream worlds. Your cyber plays are safe.
Once more you enter this place of desolation and ruin. Long have I watched you, your every waking and every passing. Keep my words and return to your own waking reality, Wanderer. You cannot comprehend the implications this place has for your kind.
If you're reading this message, it means that I have failed you.
Only a handful of your kind could reach this point.
Who are you people?
Listen to me. All of us are in grave danger.
That is hearsay about someone called a Pidion.
You must focus. I know you.
They can even enter your mind and your dreams without a connection.
This all happened because of that rite of transmigration of yours.
I want to prevent you and the others from sharing our fate.
What did we do? Who is hunting us down?
We'll meet very soon.
Oh, God!
What would happen to the world in which appeared a device capable of cloning anything? Corporation Infinity invented QMRD, Quantum Matter Reproduction Device. The gun for cloning quickly spread around, and very soon, all came to an end. I have to create my own clones and sacrifice them in order to survive in this dangerous place. The place where everything is a copy, and I can't even be sure in my own authenticity. But I have a goal. It is in the lair of the corporation. I will get there, despite all obstacles, deadly traps, and puzzles. No matter how many clones of me it's worth. Do you think dystopia is fiction? No. This is my reality.
We just saw trailers for Transient, Hack, Zelter, and Overloop. So let's discuss with Transient. So this is another H.P. Lovecraftian game that was made by the same people who made the other H.P. Lovecraftian game we saw earlier today. Max, what do you think?
Yeah, it's the dev team behind Conarium, or Conarium. I don't know how to say it. Anyway, this one I think is immediately way more interesting to me. It is blending cyberpunk themes and Lovecraftian stuff. It's kind of cool that we're seeing between this and Observer, this blend of like cyberpunk and horror, because really vanilla cyberpunk is just sort of played out. Like get crazy with it. But yeah, this looks terrifying and also really cool and colorful, which is kind of an odd blend. But yeah, I'm into it. I don't know if I'll actually play it because I'm a huge scaredy cat, but I like the aesthetics we're seeing on display here.
You could always tiptoe, just walk very, very slowly through the game.
Sometimes I feel like it's even worse. Like when I'm playing PT, I just kind of run as fast as possible while screaming and hope nothing gets me. But yeah, that's Transient. It looks pretty cool. Made in the Unreal Engine 4. It looks neat. But yeah, too spooky for us. But we also got to see Hack, which is a Metroidvania-inspired action platformer where the main character has a cool cape. Brian, you like Metroidvanias. What do you think?
I love Metroidvanias. Casey, also, you and I host Nintendo Voice Chat together with some other wonderful people, and we luckily get to talk about Metroidvanias constantly. This one is on my radar because it looks a little sort of different than the usual Metroidvania. Like the art direction is a little darker. It's got, I guess you would say, like a slightly limbo aesthetic, but also like the movement's a lot quicker. You got this cool sort of grappling hook thing, as you can see how dynamic the character's whipping around. I'm really into like sort of action platforming combat stuff, and with a Metroidvania angle on there as well. It sounds like it's going to be like really fun to kind of whip around and explore. I finished playing Carrion a couple weeks ago, and like that same sort of deal, like the way you move around these games is really make it or break it for me. And this one looks like it's going to be super fun to explore.
I love Metroidvanias on an exploration level. It's the whether or not the platforming is super punishing. That's kind of where it loses me. But this one, I really love the aesthetic. And if you showed this game to me in like 1995, my brain would have exploded. It looks like such a wonderful kind of progression of 16-bit aesthetics, but throwing in some sort of anime influences there. Speaking of which, we also saw Zelter. We were talking about this before. We're trying to figure out why it's called Zelter. It's shelter with a Z for zombie. I think that's the joke. It's because
that sounds about right. I can't believe I didn't figure that out.
I mean, I don't know. It sounds vaguely German or something. But yeah, no, it looks like if Zombies Ate My Neighbors grew up a little bit, threw in a little bit of sort of Don't Starve survival elements and crafting. I like that they got kind of the Zombieland rules for survival in there. Yeah, and then doing some Animal Crossing tree whacking to get some apples and wood.
Yeah, it looks like it has like just enough Stardew Valley in it too, which I kind of dig. One thing that you'll probably see is the zombie movement in this game is awesome and scary. They are very, very quick, and it's very different. I think it's a little more 28 Days Later zombie rather than Night of the Living Dead zombie, which is really awesome. They're fast and terrifying, which is definitely going to add to the tension when you play this game.
No, Zelter does look really cool, and I think I might actually play this one. So we'll see when it comes out. But it's also coming out in October for everyone else who is also interested in Zelter. But we also got to see Overloop, where you make clones to solve platform puzzles, and looks kind of morbid. Not the game, but the adjective, and not super ethical. What do you think?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of like thrusting your personal clone selves to the death so you can keep going, which is kind of, not very ethical. But I really love the sort of chunky pixel art style here. The little tie he has on. Like, look at this. He just basically goes, yeah, you're dead. I'll keep going. Thanks.
I like the sort of the tone they struck with the VO in the trailer is very, I don't know. It's obviously got some sort of Portal influences here of being like, maybe these corporate scientists aren't up to any good, and let's use this weird futuristic gun to solve some puzzles on the way to deal with them.
The story definitely has me very interested, and I kind of want to know what the corporation is doing and what he's going to do when he gets there, because they didn't really tell us that in the VO. But now, before we move on, I would like to take a brief moment to talk to you about trees. The Gamescom Forest is this year's sustainability project. Gamescom has partnered with the reforestation experts at Tremer to rebuild a climate-resilient mixed forest of at least 10,000 square meters near the German town of Bayreuth. Gamers worldwide can donate to plant more trees at tremer.net/gamescom-forest.html. That is a URL. Let's plant a Gamescom Forest together. Gamescom Studio will be right back.
Gamescom 2020 is the heart of gaming, and you can keep to the beat right here on IGN. We've turned the single biggest show in gaming into 5. Gamescom Now is your virtual show floor with up-to-the-second live coverage. Gamescom Daily Show, Gamescom's first ever late-night talk show. Our Gamescom Awesome Indies Show, the freshest deep cuts in indie gaming. And finally, the Gamescom Best of Show, including the Gamescom Award. Gamescom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream Gamescom Now. Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
This year, Gamescom is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok. World premieres, exclusive gameplay, cosplay, interviews, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in gaming can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN and Gamescom's TikTok accounts and use the hashtags Heart of Gaming and Gamescom 2020 to get in on the action.
And we are back. If you're a fan of independent games, you won't want to miss our Awesome Indies show. Tune in tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, or 6 p.m. Central European Time for a really fun variety showcase of indie game premieres, announcements, gameplay demos, and some great special guests. Hosted by Michael Swaim and Tom Marks. Speaking of Tom Marks and indie games, here comes Tom Marks and another indie game right now. Screw that sentence up bad, but we're doing it, baby. Get there.
Check out This Game is Back, and this time we're bringing you a first look at the opening moments of Sakuna of Rice and Ruin, a side-scrolling platformer that's both a fast-paced action game and a relaxing farm builder. Take a look.
To run into me! Take that! Fly! Take that! Gotcha! earful.
Like what you see? You can watch the extended version of this gameplay at IGN.com or YouTube.com/IGN. And be sure to tune into Gamescom Awesome Indies Saturday, August 29th at 10 a.m. Pacific for more exclusive gameplay, trailers, and reveals of exciting upcoming indie games.
This is the Divine Garner! Do they mean to eat my offering of rice for Lady Kamahitsuki? You've done it now. I shall etch a painful reminder of your hubris upon your lowly human souls.
That was the wonderful Tom Marks checking out Sakuna. If you've been paying close attention, you probably noticed that Tom is wearing a different bow tie in every one of those segments, usually matching it to the theme or the look of each game. Can you guess which one's next? I bet you can't. Anyway, up next, here's the party-based RPG Waylanders right here on Gamescom Studio.
Hi everyone, and welcome to an exclusive first look at the medieval era in the Waylanders. My name is Fernando Prieto, and I am the executive producer of Estudio Gatos Salvajes RPG, The Waylanders. The Waylanders, currently in Steam Early Access, takes inspiration from the Celtic mythological cycle, a rich tapestry of history in the Celtic region of Brigantia. In modern day, this is Galicia, located on the north coast of Spain. Early on in the Waylanders, your character becomes detached from the cycle of life and death, meaning he or she will not be reborn after they die. But this means your character can break all the rules by stepping outside of the bounds of time with the aid of powerful magic. In the medieval era, the magic is gone, religion is everywhere, and much has changed. In addition to the Celtic tale set in Brigantia, which early access players are already exploring, the story also plays out in the medieval period when Christianity has supplanted much of the Celtic culture, and the nearby city of Compostela has become a hub of commerce and religion. Both eras are separated by more than 1,000 years. The enormous cultural difference between these ages is emphasized by using different color palettes in lighting, buildings, and equipment. With the new age comes new clothing, armor, and weapons. Tunics and heavy armor have supplanted the robes and wraps common in the Celtic period. Similarly, weapons have changed, incorporating finer detail and more metal. The vivid color-saturated locations visited in the Celtic period transform into desaturated landscapes where grey, brown, and cold blue are more relevant. Here, the once colorful village of the Trasnos, Ons, has become a drab human fishing village. Other locations, once set in the middle of nature, are now stone constructions surrounded by high walls. The Tower of Brigantia, once a magically significant monument, has been replaced by Roman construction. These and other changes has been devastating to creatures of magic, forcing them into hiding and worse. Jumping forward in time has had its effects on those you once know. Your long-dead mortal companions from the Celtic Age have been reborn and must be awoken to fight at your side again. But what of the immortals? More than 1,000 years have passed for Naseya, Barath, and others. Are they still the wealthy elementals you met before? Or has the passage of time been less than kind? Thanks for watching, everyone. We'll have more to share about the Waylanders in the coming months, and we look forward to opening up the medieval era to players when we launch in 2021.
That was the Waylanders, out early next year. If you hate the land with all of its mud and sticks and rocks and dirts and stuff, and you'd rather play a game about the big ol' ocean, well, stick around because we've got Sea of Thieves coming up right after a short break. Gamescom Studio will be right back.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide. Gamescom 2020 is the heart of gaming, and you can keep to the beat right here on IGN. We've turned the single biggest show in gaming into 5. Gamescom Now is your virtual show floor with up-to-the-second live coverage. Gamescom Daily Show, Gamescom's first ever late-night talk show. Our Gamescom Awesome Indies Show, the freshest deep cuts in indie gaming. And finally, the Gamescom Best of Show, including the Gamescom Award. Gamescom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream Gamescom Now.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
Ahoy there, and welcome back to Ye Old Gamescom Studio. Next up, we're checking out what's new in Sea of Thieves. Yar! Full sail ahead, Avast, Hades, pirate words. I was supposed to say that like a pirate.
Launching on Steam has been a great moment for Sea of Thieves, and we've seen a great reaction from players. Our Steam audience currently makes up between 20 to 30% of our monthly active users, and they're all playing via crossplay with everyone else, which is awesome. To be able to have everyone smoothly play together via crossplay keeps all of our community together, regardless of what platform they're on, and where they are in the world. We've seen a group of friends that haven't been able to play together before crew up and adventure together across multiple platforms and time zones. Like, it's genuinely magical. With this coming to Steam, we often get questions around other platforms, and for us the most important thing is that any new players can play via Xbox Live with the rest of our community. So that's always a consideration at the forefront of any decision making that we'll make in that regard. We continue to have huge plans for the future of Sea of Thieves, with a balance of regular releases and live events alongside those to keep our community engaged, but we've also got some big surprises up our sleeve as we look over the year ahead, and I genuinely believe the next year is going to be the biggest one yet for Sea of Thieves. With that in mind, our next update during September is where we finally bring dogs to the Pirate Emporium. We brought cats to the game earlier in the year, which went down incredibly well, and now we're finally answering the demand for dogs. The team have lavished their usual love and attention on our furry best friends, ensuring they bring charm and humour to the game in the usual Sea of Thieves style, but unfortunately they also bring other pretty familiar dog traits, so mind where you step when you're out on the boat. There's a bunch of other stuff coming in September, including an exciting new voyage type for the Gold Hoarders that will be a permanent addition to the voyage choices alongside X marks the spot and the riddle maps, but we'll be sharing more information on that as we get a little closer to the September release. We'll be continuing to update the game on a monthly basis with a combination of new features, quality of life improvement and bug fixes, whilst also growing our range and the visibility of the live events that we've been running the last few months. And our aim is to have something unique for players to do throughout the month, and not just looking towards the next monthly update. And we're really excited about the possibilities here, especially when we think about how we have this really rich sandbox to utilise that we've been adding to for 2.5 years. But then if you add in other players and the social dynamics that brings, we've just got some really interesting and exciting ideas for how to make the most of this with our live events. So I'm really interested to kind of see how that unfolds as we look forward. And if you're a new player or you're looking for a reason to come back to Sea of Thieves, there's always going to be something new to do. And with our horizontal progression system, there's nothing to stop you. We love seeing people join in after 2 years, 2.5 years, and realise that they can just go out on adventures with their friends who've been playing for ages, because there aren't any boundaries, there's nothing stopping them doing that. We are as excited today as we've ever been working on Sea of Thieves, and I can't wait for players to see what we have in store. It's never been a better time to jump in and adventure with your friends. Thanks for listening, and as always, we'll see you on the seas.
Up next, we are venturing forth into even more unfamiliar territory with Unexplored 2: The Wayfarer's Legacy right here at GamesCom Studio. Let's take a look.
Hi, I'm Joris, Game Director of Unexplored 2, and with me is...
Matthijs, I'm the composer and audio designer of Unexplored 2, and we are on a quest.
In this case, we're on a quest to wake the flow elemental.
What is a flow elemental?
It's a magic being that will allow us to restore a particular type of magic into the world. Here we're using a lot of wind magic to navigate this dangerous environment and actually try to locate a cave where we can find a sigil which will allow us to really wake that magical element of flow.
And these plants, they hurt you if you walk through them?
Yeah, they're dangerous, they're very stingy, so I use the wind to make sure that they hide.
Worms! I hate worms.
Yeah, I don't really like them too, and they're actually quite dangerous, so you can see me fighting them off. Actually using the wind magic as well to keep them at bay a little bit, to shock them into some distance. That will allow me to get a couple of swings in.
We're now in a spooky dark cave.
Yes, this is the Flow Rock Heaven where we actually can find the sigil. Flow Rock Heaven has this natural magical rock formations called Flow Rock, which we try to control using the staff. But you can see here some of them are actually too heavy to use. What we need to do now is actually locate a source of Flow Blessing, which will temporarily boost my Flow Magic. If you look around in this game, there's a lot of things you can find in the dark places.
Oh, I guess here it is.
Yes, this is it. And you can immediately see that the power I have now controlling the Flow Rock is grown immensely.
You will be able to lift the heavier stones.
Yes, which will be demonstrated right now. Now we can get past these heavier stones. And we'll get rewarded for that. Here we find a sigil.
Oh, the sigil that you were just talking about.
Yeah, we need the sigil to get water walking, and we'll see that later. It's a sort of natural magic source that we'll grab from this environment and take with us. But now we're in a different location. This is
more worms!
Oh yeah, I'm going to use magic to kill them.
Oh yeah, this I like.
But we're here in a bone temple because we're following up on a clue that to find...
Okay, don't talk over the fact that you just you're summoning meteors.
I'm summoning meteors, yeah, but we're here for information. It's not about the magic. Now we're here following up a clue where we can find the actual exact location of the flow elemental.
And now you're summoning something good? I get no, that's not good. That's
it opened the door, but it also summoned some screaming skulls.
Kill him.
Yeah, I will kill him eventually, but I'm also running away using a side door here.
So running away is always an option.
Yeah, but here we are actually at the location where we came to look for. This is a place where we can meditate, and this takes in the form of a fortune test.
What is a fortune test?
A fortune test is a system that we use where a traditional RPG would use a dice roll, a simulated dice roll, and it offers a little bit more options, a little bit more gameplay.
So we found the location and now we are at that location. We're approaching this huge plant.
Yes, because the flow elemental is to be found out on the lake, and to get there we need to be able to walk on water. And this water lily, by restoring it, by giving it the sigil, it will give us a blessing that will allow us to get there.
And now we're water walking and whoa, that's the elemental.
Yes, it is, but the elemental is not alone. It has a protector. This is Laylee, a character that you can find in different locations, but in this case she's actually going to test us before she is allowing us to wake up the elemental.
So why would you want to wake this elemental?
Well, waking the elemental brings about more powerful magic in the world. You can do this once per world and it will give you a permanent boon.
Why are these rewards important?
They will change the world forever, even beyond the run you're currently in. Should you die, you can always start again in the same world with a new character. In a sense, Unexplored 2 doesn't tell the story of a hero, it tells the story of an entire world.
Well, the three of us are just about done with Gamescom Studio for the day, or night, or morning, or evening, or whatever the hell time of day it is where you are or we are. But before we wrap up the show and hand it to three people who didn't have to wake up at the butt crack of dawn this morning, let's talk about some of our favorite games that we saw so far today. Max, let's kick it off with you and Little Nightmares.
Yeah, Little Nightmares 2. I'm really excited about this. I really enjoyed the first game. The best thing I can compare it to is playing it managed to make me scared in a way that I haven't felt since I was a little kid and still scared of picture books. Like, it's got this very kind of primal, kind of like fairy tale horror to it. And it's very much akin to sort of, Limbo or Inside. It's got that kind of like, just beautifully realized puzzle platformer kind of approach with a lot of, I don't even know if it counts as sort of cinematic, I would say like diorama-esque moments like this, but it looks really creepy, and I hope it's just kind of more of the same. The first game was good, pretty short. It got some DLC, but yeah, this has been in the works for quite some time now, and I'm happy it's coming along. On the note of sort of just horrifying things, there's also the Stone of Madness, which we got to look at for I think the first time today, which is that tactical game about a bunch of people trying to break out of a monastery. Which the more I think about it, the more interesting that sounds. I love like a good prison break story, and I feel like that's one of those things that isn't really tapped into that often in games. It's like, that's how a lot of Elder Scrolls games start, but it's sort of to make that the core concept of a bunch of people trying to get out of a monastery, and they're not not like ultimate badasses, they're just regular people.
We got that game a way back that you and I played the first bit of it together, but this looks, obviously way different, a lot more darker and a lot more insane. Casey, you were talking about how the Stone of Madness is basically a physical object that people believed could develop in your brain and make you go crazy.
Yeah,
so that's fun.
They would use, I can't remember what the tool is, trepidation, where they would drill into your head and remove a piece of your skull, and to try and get a stone that didn't exist out of your head. And though that procedure does have practical uses to relieve pressure if you get a concussion or something, it doesn't really do anything for any kind of psychological turmoil.
Illness is not caused by brain rocks. That's a whole different issue entirely.
Yeah, we're not sure, but we are sure that Casey's really into Scarlet Nexus, which looks awesome. Tell us all about it, Casey.
So I know we did get to see my video preview earlier today, but the written preview has a ton more information about the story and also about the genre of the game. So the creators and developers decided to dub Scarlet Nexus as brain punk. And that is because basically everything in this world is centered around the brain. So it looks very technologically advanced, and that's because people have these psionic hormones in their brain that let them control things in the world. So kind of like how we talk to, I don't know, Siri with our voices, they could just do it with their minds. And these people also have special extrasensory powers like psychokinesis and pyrokinesis, and they use those powers to fight these crazy monsters called the Others. How anime does all that sound? It's super anime. But I was I was really hoping I'd be able to show you more concept art of the enemies, because man, it is so cool. They are really interesting.
Is that some right now? It looks like a goat wearing high heels. I'm
Yeah.
into it.
I guess the idea was to take inorganic and organic and mash it together to create really disturbing things.
That rules.
You also liked Genshin Impact. We'll talk about that one very quickly. That's definitely a really cool looking game.
I really just wanted to mention this. We've been hearing about this a ton, but we finally know when it will come out to the PlayStation 4 from today's trailer, and that is September 28th.
Yeah, which people are calling Breath of the Waifu, which I dig. We need more Breath of the Wild style games. I really liked Morbid. This was a sort of top-down Lovecraftian, Cronenbergian, Soulsbornian game. That's a lot. But I was a big fan of Salt and Sanctuary. I'm obviously a huge Dark Souls, Bloodborne guy. Salt and Sanctuary came pretty close to hitting the mark for me, but I think the 2D methodology of that game didn't entirely click, but this sort of like 16-bit, sort of SNES JRPG approach to the Soulsborne genre is really cool. Very violent, lots of blood. You'll get to see some bosses in just a second too. This looks like it's going to be tough as nails and pretty unforgiving, but also like you get some big crazy weapons and those other really fun stuff. Lastly, I wanted to talk about Downhill. The Lonely Mountain Downhill DLC is coming very soon, and it lets you ride around a bicycle on an active volcano. Comedically violent downhill bicycle riding game where you bash your head open on rocks and play the levels over and over to get better. But this is just the beginning of Gamescom Studio. There is so much more, but from the three of us, not so much more, because we are going to stop talking now and hand the show to other people. Casey?
Can I go back to bed now?
Is it time for beer? Can we have beer? I don't know what time it is.
Both of you can have beer in bed all you want all day long because I'm not your mom and I don't care. Anyway, here's Akeem, Damon, and that other guy with tons more gaming coverage right here on Gamescom Studio. We will be back tomorrow, but stick around because there's more to come.
Nicht eine tolle Sache, schließlich sind es die Idole der Gamer da draußen zu weiten Teilen. Und dem Idol mal nahe zu kommen, ist nirgendwo einfacher als auf der Gamescom, wenn das Idol das denn zulässt. Deswegen lasst die Leute mal Leute sein. Wer Fan ist, soll das bleiben. Wer Influencer ist, wird das sicherlich gerne bleiben. Auf der Gamescom treffen sie sich und so sind doch beide glücklich.
Indie Booth. Klar kann man sich bei Blizzard, Sony und Co. stundenlang die Beine in den Bauch stehen, um für ein paar Minuten das neueste Game anzocken zu können, aber stattdessen kann man sich in der gleichen Zeit auch in die Indie Arena Booth setzen und dort gleich ein paar Dutzend geiler Spiele anzocken.
Oder Ivi, ist das nicht toll? Wir sind zurück. Sebastian ist auch wieder da, den haben wir wieder reingelassen. Ich weiß auch nicht warum.
Ich habe schön Abendbrot gemacht und jetzt bin ich wieder da.
Super, und wo ist meine Portion? Man weiß es nicht,
du bist ja hier Main-Host, du kriegst nichts zu essen.
So ist es, Freunde. Da haben wir wieder das ganze Problem aufgedröselt. Apropos Problem aufgedröselt, Flight Simulator. Haben wir gerade ein paar interessante Einblicke bekommen. Neuer Patch, Update und viele, viele Probleme wurden gelöst, nicht wahr?
Sehr schade.
Schade.
Ja, das ist sehr schade, weil das Spiel war sehr wertvoll, also ist natürlich immer noch sehr wertvoll, aber gerade so die Launch-Phase mit den kleinen Fehlerchen, die noch drin waren teilweise extremst amüsant. Also Twitter ist voll mit diesen kleinen Bugs. Du hast teilweise so ein Minority Report Problem. Und zwar, wer sich an Minority Report erinnert, da sind die Zukunftsautos teilweise an den Gebäuden hoch und runter gefahren, teilweise seitwärts, und die Straßen gingen um die Gebäude teilweise auch drumherum. Und dieses Phänomen gab es auch in dieser Realtime-Erzeugung der Städte, wenn du geflogen bist. Also es gab teilweise auch Wolkenkratzer, wo plötzlich die Autos nicht drumherum gefahren sind, sondern oben drüber. Und das war tatsächlich einfach mein Lieblingscontent. Genauso wie wenn, das war ich glaube in Australien gab es eine Location, wo der Tower in einer Stadt, also das war auch direkt ein Hochhaus, einfach falsch gerendert wurde und teilweise einfach wie eine spitze Nadel fast unendlich hoch in den Himmel ragte und das halt schon so ein Half-Life 2 Charakter hatte, wo ja in City 17 in der Mitte diese Zitadelle stand, und so sah das aus. Einfach so eine riesige Zitadelle mitten in der Stadt, und du konntest halt drum rumfliegen und hochfliegen und das Gebäude hörte halt nicht auf. Das ist der Content, den ich mir für Flight Simulator wünsche, aber
vermeiden wollten. Besonders, weil sie ja eben gerade so viel Wert drauf legen, dass es eben auch realistisch ist. Und ich finde es ehrlich gesagt, ich finde es cool. Also gerade weil einfach Fliegen ist irgendwie so eine Faszination für so viele Leute. Für mich nicht unbedingt. Ich habe große Höhenangst, aber ja, kann ich nicht, mag ich nicht so gerne. Aber an der Stelle einmal gibt es natürlich nicht so viele Möglichkeiten eigentlich auch einfach aus Spaß zu fliegen. Also klar, es gibt ganz viele kleine Fliegervereine in verschiedensten Städten über Deutschland verteilt hinweg und die brauchen auch ganz dringend Support an der Stelle mal, kann ich mal einmal erwähnen, weil das natürlich einfach für viele Leute, Fliegen ist halt ein teures Hobby und auch ein schwieriges Hobby. Deswegen finde ich es schön, dass man es einfach mal online auch hinkriegen kann.
Ja, vor allen Dingen ist dieser Flight Simulator in der Form und vor allen Dingen auch in diesem Detailgrad ja einmalig. Ne? Also das, was wir jetzt in dem Video gesehen haben, das ist ja eine neue Form des Eskapismus, wo du wirklich gerade auch jetzt in der heutigen Zeit, also ich sage jetzt in der heutigen Zeit, im Grunde genommen das gesamte 2020 schon über ja nicht weg kannst. Du kannst nicht raus, du kannst nicht irgendwo hin, du kannst nicht sagen, eigentlich hatte ich vor, im August nach Manhattan zu fliegen. Pustekuchen, das ist erstmal durch. Und bis wann das vorbei ist oder wann sich das alles wieder einpegelt, das steht ja auch noch in den Sternen. Ne? Also gerade so Flüge dann über den Atlantik oder in andere Richtungen, das wird lange nicht passieren. Und da ist der Flight Simulator, glaube ich, für sehr, sehr viele Leute, die das jetzt am PC erleben und auch teilweise auch Gebiete zum allerersten Mal in ihrem Leben überhaupt sehen, eine sehr gute Alternative oder überhaupt einfach ein Weg, diese Alltagsbeschränkung, in der wir uns ja auch irgendwo gerade befinden, deswegen sind wir ja nicht in Köln, auch irgendwo zu entkommen. Finde ich an sich ein fantastisches Konzept, kommt genau zur richtigen Zeit raus und funktioniert fantastisch. Also großes Lob für dieses Spiel.
Mhm. Und was vielleicht auch, wenn man vielleicht nicht die Faszination, sage ich mal, versteht oder wenn man selber jetzt nicht so ganz Simulator, whatever, was ja völlig in Ordnung ist, aber was da eben beeindruckend ist eben, wie viel Wert sie da auf die Physik legen und wie realistisch das denn wirklich ist. Was sie auch in vielen anderen Games auch tun, aber gerade bei eben Simulationsgames, wenn das nicht realistisch ist, was ist dann der Point von Simulation?
Zumal ja viele Simulationen gar nicht diesen Detailgrad bieten. Also ich meine, Flight Simulator kommt ja nicht ohne Grund auf 10 DVDs ausgeliefert zur Installation. Viele Leute schimpfen ja, das ist im Game Pass, aber ich kann es nicht auf der Konsole spielen. Das hat einen guten Grund. Ihr werdet das in der Form, so wie es aktuell auch aussieht, niemals auf der Konsole spielen können. Also die Ausmaße und einfach die Datenmengen, die da produziert werden, sind jenseits von allem. Also wenn ihr euch an die letzten Konsolengenerationen erinnert, also vor Xbox One, da haben wir am Ende des Konsolenzyklus teilweise so 2, 3 DVDs installieren müssen. Gerade so bei einem Mass Effect 2 war das, oder Mass Effect 3 auch, das war schon viel. Da haben die Leute schon geschimpft, gerade im Konsolenbereich. Bei 10 DVDs kann ich mich zumindest nicht daran erinnern, wären wir jemals gewesen. Also das weiß ich einfach nicht, glaube ich auch nicht, weil das sind halt Datenmengen, die so auch einfach nicht auf die Konsole rutschen und sagen, so, jetzt spielen wir einfach mal Flight Simulator auf einer Xbox One X oder vielleicht idealerweise auf der Next-Gen-Konsole, dann auf der Series X, wer weiß.
Wer weiß es? Ich weiß es leider noch nicht, aber was ich weiß, ist, was morgen ansteht an Highlights.
Oh, lass uns doch mal reingucken, was wir da so haben.
Wir schauen mal direkt rein. Borderlands 3 haben wir auf jeden Fall.
Ja.
Wie ist dein Verhältnis zu Borderlands?
Mein Verhältnis zu Borderlands ist ein sehr gutes. Ich spiele es im Grunde genommen seit Teil 1. Damals sogar noch ja nicht freigegeben. Das war ja so ein kleines zensiertes Spiel, was keiner wirklich ernst genommen hat. Das ging flog so ein bisschen unter dem Radar, weil einfach ja, in Deutschland gab es die geschnittene Version, dann gab es die ungeschnittene Version. Alle haben natürlich die ungeschnittene Version spielen wollen, konnte man aber nicht so leicht. Und mittlerweile sind wir bei der zweiten Fortsetzung, wo man gefühlt alles richtig macht. Also da hat wirklich, da hat man so tief in die Trickkiste gegriffen, das Storytelling ist jenseits von dem, was noch dieses Problem an Teil 1 war, wo einfach das Looten großartig war, die Mechanik waren toll, aber das Storytelling war schlimm, also beziehungsweise nur ist es besser geworden letztendlich durch die DLCs. Und hier haben wir jetzt in Borderlands 3, wir sprechen morgen über den 4. großen DLC. Und diese DLCs bei Borderlands 3 sind mittlerweile fast schon wirklich selbstständige, eigenständige Spiele, auch vom Umfang her. Und da ist so viel Liebe mit drin, weil man einfach bei einer zweiten Fortsetzung schon mit Charakteren spielen kann, die so lange etabliert sind. Habe ich riesen Bock drauf, freue ich mich sehr.
Super cool. Ein Highlight für mich, worauf ich mich sehr freue natürlich, ist auch unsere neue E-Sports-Debatte bzw. E-Sports-Talk. Ist ja zurzeit auch einfach ein Thema, wo es was große Vorteile hat, nämlich dass durch Pandemiezeiten ist das der einzige Sport, der halt weiterhin einfach gut funktioniert hat, weil du jetzt eben nicht unbedingt alles das brauchst. Die Leute müssen nicht körperlich, physisch anwesend sein, um den Sport zu machen. Trotzdem gab es natürlich auch Einschränkungen und Probleme und viele Sachen, die abgesagt wurden. Aber da legen wir nicht mal den größten Fokus drauf, sondern reden natürlich so ein bisschen, was könnten neue E-Sports-Hits sein? Gibt es eine E-Sports-Zukunft für Fall Guys?
Wer war dein Gast? Das war, glaube ich,
Florian Merz.
Florian Merz, von letzten Jahr. Hast du schon mal im Interview gehabt?
Hatte ich schon mal, haben wir wieder eine neue Runde gedreht.
Sehr gut, sehr gut. Dann haben wir als nächstes ein Talk Spielen in 5 Jahren. Das sind die Experten der GameStar mit im Boot. Und das natürlich, Spielen in 5 Jahren kann alles bedeuten. Also wir haben heute schon über Streaming, über Cloud-Streamings, Cloud-Angebote gesprochen, wie Spiele tatsächlich nicht mehr physisch greifbar sein müssen, sondern halt einfach über die Cloud auf das Gerät deiner Wahl gezogen werden und du dann dieses Spiel halt, wie du zum Beispiel auch Netflix-Filme und Netflix-Serien guckst, dann letztendlich über die Cloud streamst. Bin ich sehr gespannt, ob das die Zukunft ist oder ob wir in 5 Jahren immer noch sagen, klassischer Konsolenzyklus, alle 5 bis 7 Jahre eine neue Hardware ist dann immer noch der letztendliche Way to go. Wir werden sehen.
Stimmt. Vor allem ist es ja auch immer natürlich klar, wie bei Technik natürlich immer, es ist immer harder, better, faster, stronger. Ne? Es geht immer vorne voraus. Aber ich denke mir halt, okay, mit der Next-Gen-Sache, das ist schon, fand ich, mit dem ganzen Licht und den ganzen neuen Announcements, das ist eine Sache, auf die ich mich sehr freue. Und ich frage mich halt natürlich so, wie realistisch wird es halt noch? Also wirklich in 5 Jahren, was sich jetzt schon in den letzten 3 Jahren schon alles weiterentwickelt hat. Das wird wirklich alles immer schneller. Und,
es entwickelt sich halt nicht proportional, sondern exponentiell. Also ich habe gefühlt, die Kurve geht so steil nach oben, dass wir irgendwann automatisch beim Fotorealismus ankommen. Apropos Fotorealismus, wir haben natürlich auch noch Destiny 2, wir haben noch kommende Horror-Games, da ist auch Bandai Namco mit dabei, wir haben The Cycle und wir haben noch etwas ganz Spezielles, da hab ich Tränen gelacht. Wir haben ein Community-Match mit dem Wargaming-Boss Victor gespielt, aber das schauen wir uns alles morgen an und ich würde sagen, wir übergeben jetzt mal an Michi und Lara Loft in die Daily Show.
Ich freue mich auf jeden Fall. Daily Show gibt euch jetzt ein paar Highlights und wir verabschieden uns damit aus dem GamesCom Studio. Ich bin Leonie, das ist Sebastian. Danke, dass ihr zugeschaut habt und viel Spaß bei der Daily Show.
Ahoi!
Ladies and Gentlemen, take off your trousers and start up your browsers, denn für die Gamescom 2020 müsst ihr dieses Jahr nicht mal die Wohnung verlassen.
Hallo und herzlich willkommen zur Gamescom Daily Show. Wir haben heute für euch über eine ganze Stunde lang Highlights der virtuellen Gamescom 2020.
Highlights wie zum Beispiel Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. Außerdem haben wir ein Hands-on mit der Xbox Series X. Wir sprechen mit Dennis Bram von Pete's Meet über seine Gaming-Highlights und danach machen wir alle gemeinsam einen kleinen virtuellen Messebummel über die Indie Arena Booth.
Präsentiert wird die Show von Magenta Gaming, der neuen Cloud-Gaming-Plattform der Deutschen Telekom.
Da gibt es zum Start schon über 100 Spiele, die ihr direkt aus der Cloud zocken könnt. Das heißt, ihr müsst nichts runterladen, keine nervigen Updates oder Spiele-Downloads. Und wenn ihr das ausprobieren wollt und über 18 seid und uns gerade auf dem GameStar YouTube-Kanal oder auf Twitch bei Max zuschaut, dann schreibt doch jetzt mal #MagentaGaming in den Chat. Wir verlosen unter allen, die das tun, 15 Mal ein Jahr Magenta Gaming gratis.
Ja, jetzt kommen wir aber erstmal zu unserem allerersten Highlight, und zwar Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. Viel Spaß.
Dieser Krieg war eine Lüge. Jahre des Blutvergießens. Nur um die Lunte eines geheimen Krieges zu zünden, der seit Jahrzehnten gärt.
Genau wie auch dieser Trailer mit einer Täuschung beginnt, denn obwohl Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War die direkte Fortsetzung zu Black Ops 1 ist, spielt das eigentlich gar nicht im Vietnamkrieg. Tatsächlich bekommt der Spieler Vietnam nur in einer Rückblende zu sehen, denn die Kampagne spielt eigentlich im Jahr 1981. Dann taucht nämlich plötzlich der russische Spion mit dem Codenamen Perseus wieder auf, der den Amerikanern bereits 1943 geheime Dokumente vom Manhattan Project geklaut und später während des Vietnamkriegs 1968 einen Atomwaffendiebstahl durch die Vietcong von einer US-Basis angezettelt haben soll. Auf Befehl von US-Präsident Ronald Reagan soll jetzt der zwielichtige CIA-Agent Russell Adler eine neue Black Ops-Einheit anführen, um Perseus endgültig auszuschalten, und zwar um jeden Preis. Mit dabei sind außerdem die alten Black Ops-Haudegen Woods, Mason und Hudson. Mit denen verbindet den skrupellosen Adler ihre Militärvergangenheit, denn alle Veteranen haben gemeinsam in Vietnam gedient. Der Spieler übernimmt in Cold War aber nicht wieder die Rolle von Mason oder gar Woods, sondern darf sich einen eigenen Black Ops-Soldaten erstellen und dessen Geschlecht, Vorgeschichte und psychologisches Profil bestimmen, was im Spiel sogar kleine Perks bringt. Die Kampagne setzt diesmal nicht nur auf einen Mix aus knallharter Action und Spionage, sondern auch auf mehr spielerische Freiheit. So dürfen die Spieler an Schauplätzen wie Berlin, Moskau, Vietnam und der Ukraine nicht nur in Dialogen Antwortoptionen wählen und an bestimmten Momenten auch Entscheidungen treffen, sondern basierend darauf auch verschiedene Endsequenzen sehen. Aber auch innerhalb der Missionen gibt es mehr Freiheit. In Moskau schleust Adler den Spieler undercover ins KGB-Hauptquartier ein. Und hier darf man sich nicht nur frei im Gebäude bewegen, sondern auch entscheiden, ob man durch Diebstahl, Erpressung, Bestechung oder ein Giftattentat an sein Ziel kommt. Und weil es ja sonst irgendwie kein Call of Duty wäre, endet auch diese Mission mit einer spektakulären Actionsequenz inklusive halsbrecherischer Verfolgungsjagd. Die Kampagne entsteht diesmal hauptsächlich beim Entwickler Raven, der für die Story fiktive Verschwörungstheorien mit tatsächlichen Fakten aus erst in den letzten 5 Jahren veröffentlichten US-Geheimakten kombiniert. Wer in der Kampagne übrigens gut aufpasst, kann versteckte Dokumente finden, die optionale Nebenmissionen freischalten. Außerdem soll der Spieler in den Rückblenden auch die dubiose Vietnam-Vergangenheit seiner Kameraden nacherleben können. Dabei darf man auch die Rollen wechseln und erlebt den Einsatz in Laos aus gleich mehreren Perspektiven, die aber irgendwie nicht ganz zusammenpassen. Wer spielt hier also ein doppeltes Spiel und wie hängt das alles mit Perseus zusammen? Das dürft ihr schon bald selbst herausfinden, denn erscheinen soll Cold War für PC, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Xbox One und Series X am 13. November. Mehr Infos zum Multiplayer und Warzone wollen Treyarch und Raven übrigens schon bald veröffentlichen, nämlich am 9. Ja, besten Dank Call of Duty, den Ohrwurm von Blue Monday und natürlich auch von CCR, den werde ich jetzt die nächsten Tage erstmal nicht mehr los. Wir machen aber jetzt hier weiter mit den Quick News, also all den anderen Dingen, die noch auf der Gamescom passiert sind. Und los ging's mit einem der Highlights der Opening Night Live von gestern, nämlich endlich einem Lebenszeichen von Dragon Age 4. BioWare hat da neues Material gezeigt, leider kein Gameplay, aber dafür viel Behind-the-Scenes-Material. Das beweist natürlich, das Spiel ist in aktiver Entwicklung. Aber leider wird es noch sehr lange dauern, denn einen finalen Titel vom Spiel haben wir auch noch nicht gehört.
Außerdem gibt es News zu World of Warcraft Shadowlands. Da hat Blizzard endlich ein Release-Datum bekannt gegeben, und zwar den 27. Oktober noch diesen Jahres. Und außerdem wurden zur Opening Night Live noch ein animierter Kurzfilm gezeigt und es gab auch einen neuen Gameplay-Trailer.
Zur Gamescom gab es ein weiteres Revival, nämlich Pharao kommt zurück. Die beliebte Aufbauserie, die bekommt ein aufwendiges Remake unter dem Titel Pharaoh A New Era vom Entwickler .emu. Das Remake wird beim Gameplay sehr traditionell bleiben, das heißt, Puristen müssen sich da nicht fürchten. Die Grafik wird auch in 2D gehalten bleiben, aber eben komplett überarbeitet. Das Spiel erscheint 2021 auf Steam, inklusive dem ersten Add-on.
Außerdem gibt es noch News zu Fall Guys. Da wurden gestern zur Opening Night Live neue Inhalte angekündigt. Und zwar Fall Guys Season 2. Thema Mittelalter. Es gibt neue Spiele, neue Outfits und das Ganze erscheint auch dieses Jahr im Oktober. Kommen wir aber jetzt zu unserem Gamescom ABC. Da haben wir uns zu jedem Buchstaben verschiedene wichtige Gamescom-Begriffe ausgesucht und vorgetragen. Und wir machen weiter mit dem Buchstaben J.
Joysticks sind dieses Jahr wieder groß in Mode mit dem Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, denn da braucht man die wieder. Jetzt hat man sie jahrelang gar nicht gebraucht, deswegen war die Gamescom immer der Ort, wo viele jüngere Menschen zum allerersten Mal einen Joystick gesehen und sogar angefasst haben, nämlich in der Retro-Area. Da konnte man mit alten Videospielkonsolen oder alten Heimcomputern zocken und auch mit alten Joystick-Modellen. Der Joystick ist ja sehr aus der Mode gekommen, seit es das Gamepad gibt, aber einmal ein Competition Pro in der Hand gehabt haben, dann kann der Tag nur super werden.
Jetzt gleich dran zu sein, dieses Gefühl, das ist es, was einen durch die lange Anstehphase bringt. Und da haben wir letztes Jahr ein irres Experiment gemacht. Wir hatten nämlich den wahnsinnigen Plan, wir gehen zu Leuten, die ganz hinten in langen Schlangen stehen mit ihrer Gruppe und sagen denen, einer von euch darf jetzt mit dem Fastpass sofort spielen, aber nur, wenn er alle zurücklässt, die da noch mit dabei sind. Wir dachten, ja klar, da werden ganz viele Leute jetzt Freundschaften zerstören und Ehen werden zerbrechen oder so. Aber tatsächlich hat mein Glauben an die Menschheit wiederhergestellt. Kein einziger von denen hat gesagt, er lässt jetzt seine Gruppe zurück, um den Easy Way Out zu nehmen. Deswegen haben die alle von uns auch coole Preise bekommen und mein Glaube an die Menschheit wurde wiederhergestellt.
Jedes Jahr überraschend. Ja, das ist die Gamescom tatsächlich, zumindest aus meiner Sicht. Wir waren jetzt jedes Jahr mit Webedia bzw. der GameStar, GamePro und so weiter auf der Gamescom. Es war nie zweimal gleich. Wir hatten immer verschiedene Studios, wir hatten immer verschiedene Dinge, über die wir berichtet haben, auch verschiedene Rollen, als was wir über Dinge berichtet haben. Das heißt, es ist jedes Jahr eine bunte Wundertüte von Dingen, die uns auf der Gamescom erwarten. Dieses Jahr ist es die Gamescom daheim, wie wir in Bayern sagen. Auch das ist sehr, sehr neu. Nächstes Jahr wird es wieder anders sein. Aber es ist auch jedes Mal spannend und jedes Jahr freuen wir uns wieder ganz dicke da drauf.
So, jetzt wird es zum ersten Mal ein bisschen gemütlicher. Deswegen haben wir uns hier in unserem anderen Studio gemütlich auf die Couch gesetzt. Denn jetzt können wir ein bisschen quatschen mit lieben Menschen. Lara, wen haben wir denn hier?
Ja, wir haben nämlich unseren ersten Gast hier heute. Und zwar Dennis Brammen von Pizmeet. Hallo Dennis, wie geht es dir?
Hallo ihr beiden, schön, dass ich zugeschaltet bin.
Ja, schön, dass du da bist. Sag mal, du hast doch bestimmt gestern auch die Opening Night live angesehen. Was waren denn so deine Highlights? Was hat dich besonders geflasht?
Ja, also ich muss sagen, Ratchet Clank war natürlich der Shit, ne? Also, was sie da gezeigt haben, war einfach krass. Muss man einfach sagen, wenn das wirklich nachher so auf der PlayStation läuft, dann ist das für mich wirklich. Ich kann mir das immer noch nicht vorstellen. Ich halte es immer noch für eine PR-Lüge irgendwie, dass es so krass sein kann, dass das alles funktionieren soll ohne Ladezeiten, wie gut es aussah gleichzeitig, dann in 60 FPS. Das ist ein Versprechen. Wenn Sony das hält, haben die auf jeden Fall ein Brett, finde ich schon mal.
Ich fand auch, dass das erste Mal jetzt gezeigt hat, was die Konsole kann. So, wenn man das nur in einem Trailer sieht, der so schnell geschnitten ist, checkt man das gar nicht, wie das mit diesen Ladezeiten ist und auch, wie du schon sagst, wie gut das einfach aussieht. Ey, das ist, vor ein paar Jahren war das halt ein Pixar-Film, der halt ein halbes Jahr in der Renderfarm gerendert hat und jetzt ist das halt alles in Echtzeit möglich.
Vor allem wird es ja am Ende auch nochmal viel, viel, viel besser aussehen, weil wir haben das jetzt ja nur im Livestream gesehen. Und dann nochmal auf der PlayStation. Ich bin gespannt.
Das führt mich aber schon zur nächsten Frage. Wenn jetzt Ende des Jahres die beiden großen neuen Konsolen rauskommen, es brodelt ja schon so ein bisschen der Krieg der Fanlager. In welches reißt du dich denn da ein? Eher Xbox oder eher PlayStation?
Also ich bin ganz ehrlich, nach Ratchet Clank tendiere ich ein bisschen zur PlayStation, weil man da einfach durch die Technik-Demo quasi, die gebracht haben, sehen kann, was die PS leisten kann. Und bei Xbox fehlt mir das Ganze noch irgendwie so ein bisschen. Da hoffe ich, dass Microsoft nachziehen wird und uns mal zeigt, was denn so passieren wird und was alles möglich sein wird. Aber aktuell denke ich mir, Sony hat schon richtig, richtig gut vorgelegt.
Jetzt hat Lara eben schon angesprochen, wegen der Opening Night Live, dass sie die live geguckt hat. Ihr macht ja auch auf Pete's Meet ein großes Streaming-Programm jetzt rund um die Gamescom. Was gibt es denn da bei euch jetzt die nächste Zeit noch?
Ja, wir sind leider dieses Jahr nicht in Köln, das ist super schade, aber deswegen haben wir uns unter anderem wieder mit unseren Partnern von oben zusammengetan, haben Stream, sind heute Abend bei Rainbow Six live im Turnier, wir haben Hyperscape sind wir mit am Start, wir sind mit Lego zusammen. Also wir haben plenty of opportunities, uns zu zeigen und könnt ihr natürlich gerne einschalten.
Jetzt ist für dich die goldene Gelegenheit gekommen, weil wir sind die offizielle Gamescom Daily Show. Das heißt, wir wissen auch alles über die Gamescom. Also wir können dir wirklich jetzt über alle Geheimnisse was sagen. Also was hat dich denn schon immer mal gewundert, was du über die Gamescom schon immer wissen wolltest, dich aber nie getraut hast zu fragen?
Ich habe mich tatsächlich gefragt, wer die Opening Night Live letztes Jahr geguckt hat, weil die alle auf der Messe waren. Weil dieses Jahr waren es ja super viele Leute, die sich die gegeben haben.
Ja, das kann ich dir erklären. Das war letztes Jahr, wurden für ein Millionenbudget wurden quasi Schauspieler extra ins Publikum gesetzt, damit das so aussieht, als wären da ganz viele Leute. Ich glaube, das stimmt. Ich glaube, das ist wahr. Ich glaube, das ist genau so. Und hier habt ihr es zuerst gehört. Nein, das ist alles.
Dürfte das einfach so liegen? Finde ich ja krass, aber ihr seid halt investigativ.
Das ist ja nicht live, wer soll das sehen? Das schneiden wir hinterher. Ja, wie sind so deine Erwartungen jetzt noch für den Rest der Messe? Gibt es noch Highlights, die jetzt bei euch im Programm noch auf uns zukommen?
Das ist eine gute Frage. Ist natürlich schade, dass man nicht direkt auf der Messe selbst sein kann, deswegen ist es was ganz Neues. Ich werde mich auf jeden Fall auf dem Indie-Arena-Booth noch ein bisschen rumtreiben, den es ja digital dieses Jahr gibt.
Habt ihr da auch einen
Stand?
Stand?
Da hatte ich noch keine Gelegenheit. Wir haben da, soweit ich weiß, keinen Stand.
Okay.
Aber hundertprozentig sicher bin ich mir das noch nicht.
Guckt mal nach,
Wir
gucken
noch mal nach, ja. Und ansonsten verfolge ich tatsächlich viel GameStar, weil ihr sehr aktuell seid, um mich auf dem Laufenden zu halten, was man dieses Jahr ja nicht vor Ort erleben kann.
Diese Teufelskerle von GameStar sind mir nicht bekannt, aber finde ich gut. Vielen Dank, Dennis, dass du dabei warst, dass es geklappt hat.
Ja, vielen, vielen Dank.
Dankeschön.
Und wir gehen ganz kurz in die Werbung.
Schlag den Star ist endlich wieder zurück und ihr werdet es nicht wiedererkennen. Das Spiel wurde auf ein komplett neues Grafikgerüst gestellt und ist nun schöner und realistischer denn je. In 20 neuen und herausfordernden Games treten die Spieler gegen deren Freunde oder die KI an und müssen beweisen, wie viel Wissen und Fingerspitzengefühl in ihnen steckt. Sie müssen sich in Deutschland auskennen, rechnen und für das Spiel Zeitzonen dazu imstande sein, dies zu kombinieren. Zusätzlich erwarten sie unter anderem Karaton, Ball, Cornhole und viele andere herausfordernde Spiele. Schlag den Star, das zweite Spiel.
Mit Games kannst du in eine Welt voller Abenteuer eintauchen. Aber jedes Abenteuer birgt auch Gefahr. Du klickst auf einen Phishing-Link in einem Gaming-Forum und dir wird dein Passwort geklaut. Du lädst dir das falsche Programm runter und plötzlich ist Malware auf deinen Geräten. Du verlierst ein Multiplayer-Match wegen einer Botnet-Attacke. Oder du benutzt NordVPN und schützt deinen Traffic mit der modernsten Verschlüsselung. Spiel nicht mit deiner Sicherheit. Bleib auf der sicheren Seite.
Dieses Jahr zum Weihnachtsgeschäft ist es endlich soweit. Und zwar kommen die neuen Next-Gen-Konsolen endlich raus und wir dürfen sie endlich in der Hand halten.
Oder man hat halt so ein Glück wie der Kollege Sebastian Osowski. Der konnte nämlich die neue Xbox Series X jetzt schon in Händen halten. Zusammen mit Maxi von Microsoft zeigt er euch jetzt gleich zum einen, wie groß die Konsole im Vergleich zu den bereits verfügbaren anderen Konsolen ist und was die so für Anschlüsse hat.
Das Studio ist abgeriegelt. Ich habe eine Fußfessel unterm Tisch dran gelegt gekriegt, damit ich jetzt nicht direkt wegrenne mit einer ganz besonderen Sache, die Maxi Gräf mitgebracht hat, die im Studio ist. Ich würde gerne sagen, du bist der Grund, warum ich nicht das Studio verlassen darf, aber die Konsole ist es, die du mitgebracht hast.
Ja, tatsächlich. Sie ist zum ersten Mal so physisch, können wir sie zeigen und mitnehmen. Und dann sind wir natürlich gleich zu euch gekommen, damit wir sie zeigen.
Das ist natürlich fantastisch. Das ist jetzt ein Prototyp. Ja. Wir können sie also nicht anschalten. Würde ich natürlich gerne tun. Aber wir können über alles sprechen, was man, sage ich mal, so anfassen kann, zumindest von außen. Natürlich. Und ich würde sagen, wir legen auch direkt los. Ja. Was ja ganz oft auffällt, ist, viele Leute sagen, die ist ja so riesengroß. Was man hier jetzt sieht, ist sie eigentlich nicht. Gerade so im Vergleich mit den anderen Konsolen, wir haben da nachher noch so ein bisschen was vorbereitet. Die Konsole ist jetzt 30 x 15 x 15 groß. Sprich, man kann sie eigentlich ganz gut neben den Fernseher stellen.
Ja, oder hinlegen, also je nachdem, wie es dir gefällt.
Die hat auch 4 Noppeln, ich sage immer Noppen an der Seite dran, die man ja dafür dann auch benutzt. Also sie ist darauf ausgelegt.
Genau, wichtig ist halt, dass man die Löcher durch die Lüftung halt nicht komplett verdeckt. Also ich glaube, so auf den Kopf stellen würde ich sie jetzt nicht, aber hinstellen und vertikal, sodass die Lüfter nach oben, der Fan Freilauf hat.
Dann lass uns doch mal an das gute Stück rangehen, weil eine Sache, man kann natürlich über die Performance reden, das ist alles Theorie und das klingt alles schön, aber lass uns die Konsole doch mal ein bisschen anpacken und gerade schauen, was wir hier für Anschlüsse haben, weil das ist ja für viele dann doch entscheidend. Gerade können sie ihre externen Festplatten anschließen. Haben wir hier genug Steckplätze für SSDs und generell für externe Festplatten? Wo kommt das HDMI-Kabel rein? Wird es eine Brick geben und so weiter und so weiter. Und da haben wir das gute Stück jetzt hier stehen und ich würde sagen, du erklärst uns einfach mal, welche Anschlüsse wir wo sehen.
Genau, wir haben also USB haben wir einmal vorne und zwei hinten. Es gibt einen HDMI-Eingang. Das Netzteil ist auch wieder innen verbaut. Das heißt, du kannst halt praktisch das Netzteil auch von der Xbox One X dort anschließen, dieses typische.
Also keine Brick. Ja, das ist ja tatsächlich eine Geschichte, wo viele sich ja auch sehr gefreut haben, dass es bei der Series X dann wirklich auch keine Brick mehr gab, obwohl sie ja dann tatsächlich noch leistungsfähiger war als alles vorher. Dann würde ich sagen, kommen wir jetzt mal zu dem einen Punkt. Zum Glück haben wir hier so einen riesengroßen Tisch, weil viele ja immer meinen, ja, die ist so riesengroß und ich würde das gerne mal ins Verhältnis setzen.
Gerne.
Und wir haben da was vorbereitet und ich würde sagen, wir packen erstmal den kleinsten Vergleich aus. Okay. Und das ist für viele ja die gute Nintendo Switch. Ihr seht sie hier, der Klassiker. Und wir stellen sie jetzt einfach mal kommentarlos daneben. Ich glaube, ja, jeder weiß, die ist natürlich die kleinste. Ja. Packt aber auch im direkten Vergleich natürlich den geringsten Wumms. Dann wird es natürlich interessant mit der aktuellen, ach Gott, da haben wir gleich das richtige Gewicht, mit der aktuellen Xbox One X. Und wenn man sie so hinstellt, sieht man das schon so ein bisschen. Das ist nämlich der interessante Faktor. In den meisten Vergleichen sieht man sie ja immer so. Und da ist sie natürlich super dünn im Vergleich zur Series X. Aber wie so immer ist die Perspektive letztendlich der Clou dabei. Also ich finde, bei 30:15:15 verliert die neue Konsole nicht wirklich.
Ja, vor allem, das ist ja eine komplett neue, wie du ja auch schon vorhin gesagt hattest, Architektur. Und jetzt hatten wir vorhin über die Systeme geredet, aber auch gerade die Kühlung ist halt einfach, also es kann alles noch so schön sein, wenn die Kühlung nicht stimmt, dann stirbt dir das halt weg. Ja, dann es muss kontinuierlich.
Gab's ja schon mal das Problem.
Gab's schon mal. Ja, man lernt ohne Witz, man lernt ja daraus. Und du wirst halt gerade bei dieser Architektur, das Motherboard ist gesplittet, das ist wie so ein Sandwich auf so einem Kühlkörper liegt das drauf. Oben ist halt wie gesagt dieser Fan, dieser Ventilator, der von unten die Luft ranzieht. Und dementsprechend gibt es noch so einen Vapor Chamber innerhalb der Konsole, der da direkt parallel andockt und einfach die Luft wirklich parallel in jede Ritze durchlaufen lässt, kontinuierlich. Und dementsprechend sieht sie auch so aus, wie sie aussieht.
Aber wenn du von, ich sag jetzt mal, Ventilator sprichst, dann kommt mir immer gleich eins in den Sinn, und das ist tatsächlich, sage ich mal, die Lautstärke auch einer anderen Konsole, die wir jetzt auch einfach mal so daneben stellen, und dann wird es hier auch langsam voll, weil sie natürlich alle breit sind. Die PS4 Pro glänzt ja nicht unbedingt mit ihrer Lautstärke. Wie ist das jetzt bei der Series X?
Ich habe noch nie sie leider live gehört und gesehen, deswegen will ich gar nichts versprechen, weil man muss einfach, man muss ehrlich sein. Ja, ne? Ich werde jetzt nicht hier sitzen und lügen und sagen, die ist super leise. Ich kenne die Specs und die Architektur und das klingt sehr vielversprechend. Am Ende des Tages muss das aber getestet werden, und das werdet ihr sicherlich auch, wenn sie auf den Markt kommt. Sie muss mal länger laufen, damit wir alle wissen, die Produktion hat so funktioniert, wie sie funktionieren sollte. Es ist einfach so. Ja? Davor was zu versprechen, wäre einfach falsch.
Das ist ein gutes Schlusswort, Maxi. Und ich würde sagen, du passt jetzt hier mal auf die ganzen anderen Konsolen auf.
Nimm alles mit.
Ich kümmere mich jetzt hier um die Series X noch ein bisschen genauer. Und das war's schon mit dem Roundup zur Xbox Series X mit Maxi Gref. Vielen Dank, dass du da warst.
Danke,
hat mich sehr gefreut, und ich bin mega gespannt, was da die nächsten Wochen noch auf uns zukommt. Ich vermute fast, dass ich ein verfrühtes Geburtstagsgeschenk im November kriege, wenn es um das Release-Datum geht. Möchtest du dazu noch was sagen, vielleicht?
Ja, es gibt halt 3 Optionen. Ne?
Ja.
Entweder zum Geburtstag, vorm Geburtstag, nach dem Geburtstag.
Tja, das ist, glaube ich, auch die einzige Antwort, die ich heute kriege. Entsprechend vielen Dank, dass du da warst. Zurück zu euch.
Sag mal, Michi, mir fehlt ja unglaublich dieses Messefeeling dieses Jahr. Wie ist denn das bei dir? Hast du auch so Entzugsentscheidungen vom Messebummel?
So diese Messehallenatmosphäre, ja, das ist schon alles irgendwie cool. Ich finde es hier eigentlich auch gerade ganz bequem. Also so die Rennerei fehlt mir jetzt nicht so wirklich.
Ist entspannter.
Ja, insgesamt. Aber was, wenn ich dir jetzt sage, dass wir beides haben können? Also die Chilligkeit der Couch und den Messebummel. Denn ich habe mit der Valentina von der Indie Arena Booth mal gesprochen. Es gibt dieses Jahr nämlich tatsächlich eine virtuelle Messe in Form der Indie Arena Booth online. Wie das funktioniert und wie ihr das jetzt sofort ausprobieren könnt, das zeigen wir euch jetzt im Beitrag.
Spieletrailer online gucken, das geht. Entwicklern in Livestreams Frage stellen, das geht auch. Aber über eine Messe laufen, wenn es eigentlich gar keine Messe gibt, das geht irgendwie auch. Wie das funktionieren kann, das bespreche ich jetzt mit Valentina von der Indie Arena Booth Online. So heißt sie dieses Jahr. Was das ist, das finden wir jetzt raus. Grüß dich, Valentina.
Grüß dich, Michael.
Was habe ich denn jetzt mit dieser Anmoderation angedeutet? Also was ist denn die Indie Arena Booth Online? Wie funktioniert das dieses Jahr?
Genau, also die Indie Arena Booth, die kennt man ja sicherlich, wenn man schon mal auf der GamesCom war. Wir sind der größte Gemeinschaftsstand für unabhängige Spieleentwickler und Spieleentwicklerinnen der Welt. Und das haben wir in diesem Jahr nachgebaut, und zwar online. Und das kann man sich folgendermaßen vorstellen. Also auf der Indie Arena Booth geht es ja immer viel auch um die Atmosphäre und darum, dass man die Entwickler und Entwicklerinnen treffen kann und so weiter. Und das haben wir gedacht, können wir nicht auf so einer Website irgendwie darstellen, sondern in einem Online-Spiel, durch das man durchlaufen kann. Und dazu haben wir innerhalb von 3 Monaten, muss man dazu sagen, wie wahnsinnige Menschen ein Spiel entwickelt. Und nicht nur ein Spiel, sondern auch einen Editor. Also wir haben quasi einen so Lego, Minecraft, Sims-mäßigen Editor entwickelt und den an alle unsere 185 Teams verschifft. Denen gesagt, hey, baut euch mal eine Booth. Und dann haben die das gemacht.
Krass. Okay, das heißt, es ist jetzt in einem Browser, es ist ein Spiel, die Leute können da hingehen und können dann da an die Stände. Was kann man denn dann an so einem Stand zum Beispiel machen?
Ja, du kannst mit anderen Besucherinnen und Besuchern chatten, du kannst aber auch mit Entwicklern und Entwicklerinnen chatten, du kannst dir Trailer angucken und du kannst, also die Entwickler, die haben dann auch so ein Event-Schedule angegeben. Da machen die alle auch ganz viel so Live-Content. Die haben dann ihr Twitch verlinkt und machen AMAs oder verlinken auf ihre Discords und sagen, hey, wir haben jetzt einen Sprachchat oder so, und du kannst chatten mit denen und mit den Besucherinnen. Und du kannst natürlich auch Spiele spielen. Das geht nicht direkt im Browser. Dafür musst du auf Steam oder auf GOG, das sind unsere Partner. Und parallel dazu gibt es nämlich ein großes Sale-Event, ähnlich wie das Steam Summer Sale Festival. Steam Summer Festival, so. Und genau, dann bekommt man entweder Demos oder auch Spiele-Discounts und dasselbe auch bei GOG.
Cool. Du hast jetzt eben schon gesagt, dass ihr diesen Editor an eure Partner rausgeschickt habt. Wie frei sind denn die Entwickler da, ihren Stand zu gestalten? Also sehen die Stände denn alle gleich aus oder können die sich da total austoben? Wie sieht das aus?
Ja, das ist wirklich krass geworden. Also wir haben ein super gutes Grafikerteam gehabt. Also die machen auch immer unsere Illustrationen für die Indie Arena Booth und die haben vorher ganz viele Assets gemacht, aus denen die Entwickler sich alles aussuchen können. Und dann haben sie, nachdem unser Line-Up stand, nochmal geguckt, okay, was gibt es für Gemeinsamkeiten, was fehlt. Und so haben die dann insgesamt einen Baukasten aus 1200 Assets erstellt, die man alle individuell einfärben kann. Und deswegen sehen alle Booths, also ich habe sie schon gesehen und das ist wirklich richtig krass, was die da zum Teil gebaut haben. Das ist wahnsinnig cool so.
Das klingt alles sehr, sehr cool. Wenn die Leute jetzt Bock haben, sich das anzuschauen, wo gehen sie dann am besten hin?
Die gehen auf online.indiearenabooth.com und dann kann man sich da anmelden.
Vielen Dank, Valentina, und danke zurück ins Studio.
Sag mal, Michi.
Ja.
Du hast doch auch einen eigenen NPC, oder? Auf der Indie Arena Booth?
Sag mal, Lara, du hast doch auch einen eigenen Stand auf der Indie Arena Booth.
Das stimmt. Apropos Stand, wie stehst du denn so zu E-Sports?
Ich finde das ganz interessant, aber ich habe da nicht so großartig viel Ahnung. Hast du denn mehr Ahnung von E-Sports?
Auch weniger.
Der Vorteil ist, wir haben jemanden, der sich mit dieser ganzen Geschichte auskennt, nämlich die liebe Kollegin Melek Balgün alias Melli. Die kennt sich mega gut mit E-Sport aus.
Ja, sie hat uns nämlich alle Neuheiten der ESL One Cologne für uns zusammengefasst.
Hey Leute, ich bin's, eure Melli und willkommen zum E-Sports-Update der GamesCom Daily Show. Seit fast 2 Wochen gibt es eigentlich im E-Sports-Kosmos nur noch ein Thema und das ist die ESL One Cologne. Auch wenn in diesem Jahr die Cathedral of Counter-Strike, also die Lanxess Arena in Köln, bedingt durch die Pandemie leider nicht das Reiseziel von fast über 15.000 Fans aus aller Welt sein wird, wird das Turnier online ausgetragen. Um einen fairen Vergleich zu gewährleisten, wurde das Teilnehmerfeld in 4 Regionen aufgeteilt. Also wird es zur 7. Ausgabe der ESL One Cologne gleich 4 Sieger geben, die sich den Löwenanteil des Preisgelds von 500.000 US-Dollar teilen werden. Die Regionen Europa, Nordamerika, Asien und Ozeanien haben sich seit dem 18.08. in den erbitterten Kampf um die Trophäen und natürlich wichtige Circuit Points der Pro Tour gestürzt. Lasst uns doch gemeinsam mal auf die vergangenen Spieltage blicken. In Ozeanien und Asien tummeln sich tatsächlich die wenigsten Teilnehmer und dort beginnen wir einfach mal. In Ozeanien sind wir auf dem Stand, dass Renegades gegen Order im Upper Bracket Finale stand. Die erste Map des Best of 3 konnte zwar ausgespielt werden, jedoch musste das Match nach einem Stromausfall, der mehrere Spieler betraf, verschoben werden. Heute früh um 5:30 Uhr wurde das Spiel nachgeholt und dort konnten sich Renegades mit einem Sieg auf Dust 2 den Einzug ins Grand Final sichern. Da hat sich das frühe Aufstehen für Coach Missa doch gelohnt. In der Region Asia ging es auch heiß her. Nachdem Tyloo und VC Gaming ihre Herausforderer Beyond Esports und Invictus Gaming bezwingen konnten, trafen die beiden international erfahrenen Teams im Upper Bracket Finale aufeinander. In einem sehr knappen Best of 3 mit einer Overtime präsentierten sich beide Teams sehr stark. Schlussendlich musste sich VC dann doch gegen Tyloo auf Mirage geschlagen geben, womit nun Tyloo im Grand Final auf seine Kontrahenten wartet. Wir werden sehen, ob es VC vielleicht über den Umweg ins Lower Bracket doch noch ins Grand Final schafft. In Nordamerika schien alles soweit nach Plan zu laufen. In Group B konnte sich EG und Liquid wie zu erwarten durchsetzen. Aber wenn wir auf Group A schauen, sehen wir Chaos Esports Club an erster Stelle und damit hat nun wirklich niemand gerechnet. Chaos hat nicht nur Furia bezwungen, die diese Gruppe an 2. Stelle beendet haben, sondern auch 100 Thieves. Am gestrigen Tag sollte eigentlich schon das Halbfinale zwischen Chaos und Team Liquid stattfinden. Jedoch hat sich der Chaos Esports Club dazu entschlossen, das Match nicht auszuspielen, sondern zu verschieben. So ziehen sie mit vielen traditionellen Sportteams gleich, die diesen Weg wählen, um auf die Missstände in den USA aufmerksam zu machen. Das Halbfinale soll in den nächsten Tagen ausgespielt werden. Nun ist es an der Zeit, auf die Gruppe zu schauen, die uns sicherlich am brennendsten interessiert. Mit 16 Teilnehmern ist sie die größte Region und somit gespickt mit vielen hungrigen und talentierten Spielern. Unsere beiden Home-Turf-Teams, Big und Sprout, befanden sich in Gruppe A und somit trafen sie auch direkt im ersten Spiel aufeinander. Sprout schaffte das, was sich viele Fans erhofft, aber ehrlicherweise nicht erwartet haben. Ein Team, welches sich durch den Sieg in der ESL-Meisterschaft das Ticket für die ESL One 2020 lösen konnte, kegelt die Weltranglisten 1 mit einem sauberen 2-0 von ihrem Thron. Nachdem Big sich gegen ein unglaublich stark aufspielendes NIP geschlagen geben musste, war der Traum um ein neues Sommermärchen wie im Jahre 2018 abermals verpufft. Sprout konnte das Momentum nutzen und sich mit einer wirklich außerordentlich starken Leistung auf Nuke gegen OG durchsetzen. Somit haben sich die Spieler um Team-Captain Speedy nach nur 2 Matches die Teilnahme an den Viertelfinals sichern können. Wer ebenfalls direkt in die Viertelfinalspiele durchfahren konnte, war Complexity Gaming. Ein Complexity Gaming mit ihrer treibenden Kraft in Form von Blame F, welches Simple und seine Jungs von Natus Vincera einfach mal komplett zerschossen haben. Allgemein schien es nicht Navis Turnier gewesen zu sein, denn auch im Lower Bracket mussten sie sich gegen ein Ninjas in Pyjamas geschlagen geben. Blicken wir nun auf die Quarterfinals, sehen wir, dass die Reise von Sprout auch leider genau dort endete. Sprout musste sich gegen ein solide auftretendes Vitality geschlagen geben, was wunderschön zeigt, dass die Teams, die über das Lower Bracket im Turnier bleiben, wahrlich nicht zu unterschätzen sind. Zu diesem Umweg wurde Vitality vom neuen 7-Mann-Roster von Astralis genötigt. Ein Astralis, welches sich auch ohne Team-Captain Glaive und Clutch-Minister Zipex im aktiven Roster stark in diesem Turnier präsentiert und direkt an oberster Stelle der Gruppe B die Gruppenphase beenden konnte. Ein weiteres Team in Gruppe B, welches wahrlich nicht zu unterschätzen ist Heroic. Die jungen, hungrigen Dänen, die vom international erfahrenen Coach Hunden angeleitet werden, zeigen sich in diesem Turnier von ihrer besten Seite. Hunden, der auch 2017 bis 2018 in Deutschland unter dem Banner von Alternate Attacks gespielt hat, schickte mit seinen Jungs Complexity Gaming mit einem deutlichen 2-0 nach Hause. Auf Complexity Gaming trafen sie nach einem Umweg durch das Lower Bracket Finale nach einem Loss gegen FaZe Clan. FaZe selbst musste sich in der zweiten Runde des Lower Brackets mit 2-0 gegen Vitality geschlagen geben, womit dann auch der Traum der Playoffs geplatzt ist. Viele interessante Spiele warten noch auf uns und ich nehme es euch nicht übel, wenn ihr wahrscheinlich auf eurem Second Stream genau diese gerade verfolgt. Ihr Lieben, das war's von unserem eSports Update heute. Wir sehen uns morgen wieder. Eure Melli.
Summoner's War. Shoryuken!
Once again, this great country is threatened.
Once again, an enemy is at the gates.
And once again, we must be resolute. We must be ready. Ready to build war machines.
That no enemy can equal. Ready to make the ground quake.
And retreat. Their only option.
Ready to overcome their barriers.
And level their defenses.
Ready to crush their armies.
March into their cities.
And deliver this conflict home to them.
Yes, we must be ready.
Ready to fight.
To die.
To win. For this will be the war.
To end
all wars.
Might as well give up now. Think you got a chance, but I don't see how. Got a real tight grip when I hold that crown. Everybody wanna be like us, we don't stop, cause the talk just ain't enough, huh? Came here ready to fight on this night, you better just run for your life.
Sag mal, Michi, was machst du da eigentlich die ganze Zeit?
Es hat hoffentlich niemand gemerkt, dass ich mit meinen Püppchen spiele. Doom spielen natürlich. Was denn sonst? Ich meine, ich habe doch keine Alternative. Es dauert ja noch ewig, bis es Nachschub für Doom gibt.
Ja, aber es gibt Nachschub.
Ja,
und
stimmt.
was im ersten großen DLC steckt, das haben uns die Entwickler von id Software gezeigt. Und es ist ja sogar dein Beitrag.
Ach, stimmt. Wie Doom von mir.
Wir sind nun schon lange Verbündete. Ich wusste, wer du bist, als du unsere Welt betreten hast.
The Ancient Gods wird unser Rückkehr der Jedi-Ritter, sagt Chefentwickler Hugo Martin von id Software über die große DLC-Erweiterung zu Doom Eternal. Die hat id Software im Rahmen der Opening Night Live vorgestellt und ich habe dazu mit ihm und Executive Producer Marty Stratton sprechen können. Dieses Jedi-Ritter-Zitat zeigt schon, wie wichtig die DLC-Story für den Doom-Kosmos ist, denn Hugo Martin nach bildet die Handlung von Ancient Gods Teil 1 und Teil 2 zusammen den fulminanten Abschluss der Story-Trilogie, die mit Doom 2016 losgegangen ist. Viele Details wollten mir die Entwickler dazu noch nicht verraten, Spieler dürfen sich aber auf ein Wiedersehen mit vielen bekannten Charakteren freuen, die den Slayer auf direkten Konfrontationskurs mit dem absoluten Oberschurken schicken. Denn, und so viel Teaser sei erlaubt, ganz am Ende in Part 2 stellt sich der Doomslayer dem mysteriösen Dark Lord, dem Herrscher der Hölle, von dem die Spieler bisher nur mal die Stimme gehört haben. Mit Doom Eternal hatte id Software das Konzept von Doom 2016 nochmal ordentlich aufgebohrt und wagt deshalb in Sachen Skills und Waffenarsenal mit The Ancient Gods keine Experimente. Zwar startet man bereits mit einem voll ausgerüsteten Slayer in den DLC, es wird aber keine neuen Waffen oder Fähigkeiten geben, da diese den Entwicklern nach bereits zu fein aufeinander abgestimmt sind, um jetzt durch neue Elemente die Balance ins Wanken zu bringen. Hugo Martin hat aber auch dafür einen schönen Vergleich. Der Doomslayer ist der Rennwagen und an dem ändern wir nichts, wir schicken ihn aber auf abgefahrene neue Rennstrecken. Denn in Sachen Level- und Szenariovielfalt soll The Ancient Gods nochmal eine Schippe drauflegen. Neben der Story-Kampagne will id Software aber auch die anderen Modi in Doom Eternal weiter unterstützen. So soll es auch in Zukunft neue Master-Levels geben, als nächstes etwa eine besonders harte Variante des Super Gore Nest Levels. Außerdem will das Team den Mehrspieler-Part Battle Mode komplett umkrempeln. So werkelt man bei id Software gerade an einem general überholten Modus mit verbessertem Matchmaking, einem neuen spielbaren Dämonen und neuen Maps, der so umfangreich ausgebaut wird, dass man intern den Arbeitstitel Battle Mode 2.0 verwendet. Bisher ist aber noch nicht geklärt, wann der erscheinen soll. id arbeitet hier aber eng mit der Community zusammen. Ähnlich läuft es auch beim geplanten offiziellen Raytracing-Update für die PC-Version von Doom Eternal. Auch an der arbeitet das Team, hat mit dem Umzug ins Homeoffice und der Arbeit am DLC aber einen Haufen anderer Aufgaben vor sich. Mehr dazu will id Software aber bald ankündigen. Zu guter Letzt habe ich dann noch die Frage stellen können, die mich um den Schlaf gebracht hat. Werden wir im DLC endlich den gigantischen Mech in der Fortress of Doom einsetzen dürfen? Hugo Martin zerstört da leider meine Träume. Nicht im DLC, aber vielleicht mal in einem zukünftigen Spiel. Trotzdem freue ich mich schon jetzt riesig auf mehr Doom-Nachschub, wenn The Ancient God am 20. Oktober erscheint. Ich freue mich riesig auf mehr Nachschub zu Doom Eternal. Jetzt freue ich mich erstmal auf unseren nächsten Gast. Ein Tausendsasser, Autor, Regisseur, Musiker. Mein Gott, ich könnte den ganzen Tag hier noch den lieben Tommy Krabweis vorstellen. Ich freue mich jetzt, dass er uns zugeschaltet ist. Das GamesCom Daily Show Studio ruft das Cosplay Village Studio. Tommy, kannst du uns hören?
Ja, hallo, 1, 2, 3, ich kann euch hören.
Sehr gut. Wie geht's dir?
Hallo.
Hallo. Den Umständen entsprechend sehr, sehr gut. Das ist ja immer die Frage. Beantwortet man es wie ein Deutscher, dann sagt man die Wahrheit, oder beantwortet man es wie ein Amerikaner und sagt, nee, super, it's running great. We have a few challenges.
Oh Gott.
Nee, alles gut. Alles gut. Es läuft.
Du bist dieses Jahr für das Cosplay Village zuständig, warst in den letzten Jahren da natürlich auch schon immer der Mastermind. Vielleicht für alle, die noch nie was vom Cosplay Village gehört haben, weil sie unter einem Stein ohne Cosplay gelebt haben. Was ist denn das Cosplay Village zumindest in den letzten Jahren so gewesen, dass man sich so eine Vorstellung machen kann?
Das Cosplay Village war und ist im Geiste in diesem Jahr eine komplette halbe Halle, egal, eine komplette halbe Halle voll mit Cosplay. Da waren Fotostationen aufgebaut, wo man sich halt vor anderen Dingen fotografieren konnte als vor einer Messebetonwand. Wir hatten eine große Bühne in der Mitte, wo wir diverse Dinge getrieben haben. Und ansonsten ist es eine Anlaufstelle für Cosplayer und für Leute, die sich für Cosplay interessieren. Wir waren das meist fotografierteste Ding in den letzten 3 Jahren. Also bei uns tummeln sich eigentlich auch immer die meisten Teams und so weiter und so fort, was ganz cool ist. Und ja, du kannst dir dein Cosplay reparieren lassen, du kannst einfach irgendwo sitzen und was essen. Und du kannst feststellen, dass es immer voller und voller wird und irgendwann kannst du nicht mehr umfallen.
Es ist ja nun dieses Jahr digital.
Yeah.
Wie ist es für dich einfach jetzt im Vergleich zu den Jahren davor und was können die Zuschauer erwarten?
Also es ist sehr bizarr. Das habe ich jetzt auch schon bei meinen anderen diversen Twitch-Abenteuern mitgekriegt, da ich auch viel Live-Musik mache und eigentlich an Lacher gewöhnt bin. Diese Reaktion, dass du halt wirklich erstmal in den Chat gucken musst und dann steht da klapp, klapp, klapp und du weißt, es ist okay oder hahaha, das ist sehr bizarr, wenn du gerade einen Song aufgehört hast und du hast halt so dieses Gefühl, okay! Ja, und es ist aber mehr so eine Art so, okay!
Oh, ja.
Und das ist wirklich gewöhnungsbedürftig. Das werden wir jetzt auch feststellen. Wir haben quasi versucht, digital bei uns in der Bumfilm, in unserem kleinen Studio, eine Art Cosplay-Stage nachzubauen, auch mit Liveband und mit Moderationen, mit Talks und mit Gästen und so weiter. Und versuchen jetzt, so gut es irgendwie geht, quasi das Programm, was wir normalerweise auf der Bühne machen würden, irgendwie virtuell herzustellen. Und ich glaube, wir sind wechselseitig erfolgreich damit.
Jetzt war in den vergangenen Jahren auf der Gamescom ja immer auch der Cosplay-Contest eine große Nummer. Wie sieht es denn da dieses Jahr aus? Klappt das auch irgendwie digital?
Das klappt auch digital und zwar wunderbar. Das machen die Kollegen von Hydroforge. Die habe ich, das darf ich einfach jetzt mal sagen, damals an diesen Posten hinempfohlen und die machen das so gut, dass ich mich um nichts mehr kümmern muss, außer dass ich am Schluss mich freue, dass es funktioniert hat und wir uns gegenseitig bedanken und uns toll finden. So mag ich das. Also ich habe da gar keine Verantwortlichkeiten oder irgendwas mehr. Ich kann nur einfach da so gucken und ab und zu sagen, ach, das ist ja schön, dass das so funktioniert seit 3 Jahren. So mag ich das. Gut, ich kriege auch nichts dafür. Vielleicht sollte ich da mal. Ja, also es läuft auf jeden Fall. Das läuft super und ich glaube sogar, dass das auf eine Art, wie soll ich sagen, ein bisschen einfacher ist es nicht, aber es ist natürlich, wenn du nicht auch noch diese monströse Live-Show da drumherum hast, ist die Koordination ein Stück weit weniger stressig. Es kommen dann andere Sachen dazu, wie die ganze Technik und funktioniert das denn? Kannst du mich hören? Hallo, hallo, Test, Test, Test. Und die Jury zusammenzuholen, alles über Videokonferenz, das sind dann neue Herausforderungen. Aber dieses monströse Ding einer Live-Show, das merken wir jetzt hier auch, das nimmt schon ein bisschen den Druck raus.
Aber es läuft, das ist, glaube ich, ein hervorragendes Schlusswort. Mehr will ich jetzt gar nicht nachbohren. Das heißt, alle Cosplay-Interessierten, schaut unbedingt mal bei der Cosplay Village vorbei. Und wir haben aber, glaube ich, auch noch einen Tipp für alle, die jetzt mehr drüber lernen wollen.
Ja, wir bleiben.
Danke, Tommy, übrigens.
Oh, danke, ja,
danke,
vielen Dank.
Sehr gerne.
Wir bleiben nämlich beim Thema Cosplay und zeigen euch jetzt einen Beitrag mit einem Tutorial von Benny alias Darth Bronca, der euch zeigt, wie man Geralts Bart selber macht.
Hallihallo Leute, mein Name ist Benny, auch bekannt unter dem Namen Darth Bronca. Ich bin Cosplayer seit 2017 und zu meinen bekanntesten Cosplays gehört Geralt von Riva. Wenn du als Geralt auf einer Convention unterwegs bist, werden dir immer wieder zwei Fragen gestellt. Erstens, wie schminkst du die Narben? Und zweitens, wie bekommst du den Bart so weiß? Und wie man den Bart so weiß bekommt, zeige ich euch jetzt. Um den Bart bzw. die Haare zu färben, gibt es verschiedene Möglichkeiten. Da gibt es zum Beispiel diese Color Haarsprays. Die sind vor allen Dingen auch im Karneval sehr beliebt. Die decken allerdings nur mäßig und vor allen Dingen kann man damit kaum sauber arbeiten. Besonders wenn es um den Bart geht, gibt das eine Riesensauerei. Meiner Meinung nach eher nicht zu empfehlen. Dann gibt es natürlich die Profi-Variante, das Ganze mit Airbrush zu machen. Damit kann man sehr gute Ergebnisse erzielen. Eine vernünftige Airbrush-Pistole ist allerdings auch nicht gerade günstig und man braucht einiges an Übung, bis man das Ganze sauber bei sich selbst hinbekommt. Eine tolle Möglichkeit, wie man sich den Bart bzw. die Haare für ein Cosplay färben kann, ist die Verwendung von Nassschminke, gibt es von verschiedenen Anbietern, in Verbindung mit einer ganz einfachen herkömmlichen Zahnbürste. Man braucht also keine speziellen Pinsel oder Bürsten oder Kämme. Das funktioniert ganz wunderbar mit einer Zahnbürste. Ich habe damit schon sehr oft meinen Bart gefärbt, ob schwarz für John Marston, ob weiß für Geralt und habe auch vor kurzem noch meine Haare grün gefärbt für ein Joker-Cosplay. Da habe ich verschiedene Grüntöne verwendet. Das funktioniert auf jeden Fall wunderbar, ist kostengünstig und auch für Anfänger absolut geeignet. Ich habe nun schon von Natur aus einen sehr grauen Bart, meine Seiten sind komplett weiß. Da brauche ich also nicht mehr allzu viel zu färben. Es funktioniert aber genauso gut bei jemandem, der jetzt dunkleren Bart hat, dunklere Haare hat. Eventuell müsste man noch ein bisschen grundieren mit einem Gelbton. Das sieht dann auch ein bisschen natürlicher aus. Ich brauche das jetzt nicht. Und um den Unterschied zu zeigen, jetzt zu meinem grauen Bart, zu dem komplett weißen Bart, habe ich jetzt auch einen komplett weißen Farbton gewählt. Man kann natürlich auch noch schauen, dass man da eher in die Richtung Eierschalenweiß geht. Was es da alles für Abstufungen gibt, kommt auch ein bisschen drauf an, was für eine Wig man dann trägt bei seinem Geralt-Cosplay. Umso heller die ist, umso heller sollte dann auch der Bart sein. So, wie funktioniert das Ganze nun? Man macht die Zahnbürste richtig schön nass, geht dann damit in die Nassschminke rein, bis man so eine richtig schöne Schlotze hat, hier so eine schöne Konsistenz. Und dann trägt man das Ganze auf den Bart auf. Wichtig ist hierbei nur, dass man das Ganze vorsichtig macht, erfordert ein bisschen Übung, denn man sollte sich nicht auf die Haut malen, das sieht man hinterher. Ja, und wenn man das dann mit dem Finger wieder so wegmacht, wenn man sich auf die Haut gemalt hat, dann verwischt man das Ganze so auf der Haut, das sieht man meist auch. Also wenn man sich auf die Haut malt, sollte man sofort mit dem Finger drüber gehen, das sofort wegmachen. Wenn das erst angetrocknet ist, wird es schwierig. So, wie man sieht, bekommt man mit relativ geringem Aufwand ein sehr sauberes Ergebnis hin. Je nachdem, wie hell man das möchte, kann man natürlich auch das Ganze mehrmals auftragen. Man kann verschiedene Weißtöne benutzen, je nachdem wie die Wig aussieht. Da muss man ein bisschen rumprobieren. Aber ich denke, die Grundlagen sollten angekommen sein. Ich bedanke mich auf jeden Fall fürs Zuschauen. Ich bedanke mich bei euch. Ciao, haut rein.
I've been to the south, been to the north, east and the west, the middle of course. I guess I've been lucky to some degree, for someone who ate all the fruit from the tree. I'll be okay in the sweet by and by.
Summoner's War. Shoryuken!
Hey everyone. Many of us know the situation. You're playing an awesome game, but you've done nearly everything, and the game is running out of content, so you might be losing the motivation to play it. If you know the situation, then we have a solution for you. This is Agentronic. With our app, we create a place full of challenges. All your games on all your platforms in one app. With us, you will have everything in one place. Every game has its own statistics site in a clear design with all the stats you need. Cool functions like timeline diagrams, or the possibility to compare your stats with your friends. Join local or global competitions against other players with just one click and win cool prizes. And yes, there are real-time rank lists for every single competition. Everything in Agentronic is free to use. Just play and challenge yourself. Welcome to Agentronic.
Leon, ich weiß, dass das alles echt blöd gelaufen ist, aber vielleicht ist es das Beste, wenn wir uns erstmal nicht mehr sehen. Lass uns einfach erstmal klarkommen.
Leon, es tut mir leid. Echt.
Eigentlich will ich ja hier echt nicht rumschnüffeln. Aber vielleicht hat Leon irgendwo Spuren hinterlassen. Leon war ganz schön ätzend die letzten Tage. Er war wohl ganz schön verletzt. Die Sache mit Elias hat Leon echt zu schaffen gemacht. Aber deswegen haut er doch nicht gleich ab.
Da sind wir wieder mit Schule. Lara, wie warst du denn in der Schule?
eigentlich ganz gut, aber ich war oft sehr gelangweilt.
Genau wie bei mir, nur ich war auch nicht besonders gut. Aber worum es jetzt gehen soll, ist Schule, wie sie Spaß machen kann, denn wie man Schule mit Videospielen fusionieren kann. Das nennt sich Gamification im Unterricht, beziehungsweise das ganze Ding heißt Classcraft. Was das ist, wie es funktioniert, habe ich mit Daniel Jurgeleit besprochen. Der ist Teil des GamesCom-Kongressprogramms und das schauen wir uns jetzt mal an.
Das Thema, über das wir jetzt sprechen, davon habe ich als Schüler immer geträumt, nämlich Computerspiele als Unterricht. Damals war das nicht möglich, inzwischen ist das aber Realität. Ich spreche jetzt nämlich mit meinem Gast Daniel Jurgeleit über das Thema Classcraft bzw. Gamification im Unterricht. Daniel ist Lehrer für Englisch, Informatik und Deutsch und macht das schon seit 2013, diese Gamification im Unterricht. Grüß dich, Daniel.
Hi, grüß euch. Grüß dich. Servus.
Jetzt ist die Frage natürlich, jeder Schüler, der gerade zuguckt, denkt sich, Computerspiele als Unterricht, was ist das und wo muss ich unterschreiben? Also was bedeutet denn überhaupt dieses Gamification im Unterricht erstmal?
Okay, Gamification bedeutet erst einmal, dass du halt Mechanismen, die du aus Rollenspielen oder auch Computerspielen kennst, dass du die halt eben in den Unterricht mit reinnimmst und dadurch dann halt den Unterricht sozusagen halt eben aufpeppst und dann halt zu einem Spiel machst, grundlegend. Und ich mache das Ganze halt eben über ein Fantasy-Rollenspiel namens Classcraft.
Und wie muss ich mir das vorstellen? Also haben dann alle irgendwie Bildschirme im Klassenzimmer? Machst du das klassisch auf Papier und teilst dann so Charakterbögen aus? Wie funktioniert das?
Also die Schüler, die werden ganz am Anfang des Schuljahres eingeteilt in Magier, Krieger und Heiler. Die haben halt einen kleinen Skill-Tree mit Fähigkeiten, die sie dann halt eben erlernen und steigern können. Und wir machen das tatsächlich so, dass wir das über einen Beamer ganz am Anfang des Unterrichts eröffnen, das Spiel, und dann kann jeder Schüler erst einmal schauen, wie viele Erfahrungspunkte hat er, wie geht es seinen Teamkameraden, wie fit sind die, wie viele Magiepunkte haben sie halt eben noch, damit sie Fähigkeiten einsetzen können. Und nachdem wir uns das dann halt über den Beamer angesehen haben, dann fängt eigentlich dann der Unterricht an. Und der Unterricht läuft eigentlich schon so weiter, wie ihr selber das aus der Schule auch kennt. Aber du hast halt beispielsweise als Schüler Fähigkeiten, mit denen du, wenn du dich beispielsweise mit 3 anderen Kriegern zusammenschließt, dann kannst du halt einmal den Vokabeltest verschieben um eine Woche. Ja, also das heißt, du hast halt so Fähigkeiten, cool. Ja, mit denen du dann halt eben tatsächlich auf den Unterrichtsablauf irgendwie einwirken kannst. Ja, oder du kannst dich als Magier beispielsweise auch 3 Minuten aus dem Raum einfach teleportieren, oder du kannst, das war jetzt halt vor Corona, du kannst halt mit irgendeinem Mitspieler den Platz halt einfach tauschen für den Rest der Stunde, ja. Und also das, was man halt früher an der Schule halt immer so im Unterricht so ein bisschen versaut hatte, ja, Hausaufgaben vergessen, Schulsachen vergessen, Quatschen im Unterricht, da kriegst du jetzt halt bei mir keine Strafe, wie du es halt sonst so kennst, sondern du kriegst halt Schadenspunkte. Und diese Schadenspunkte kann jetzt halt beispielsweise ein Krieger für seine Klassenkameraden einstecken. Und weil die Krieger halt fett gerüstet sind, bekommt halt ein Krieger nicht den vollen Schaden, sondern erstmal nur 80%, und das kann er dann halt weiter senken. Ja, dann nur noch 70% und nur 60% und so weiter und so fort. Und für alles, was du halt im Unterricht machst, was du halt früher so gemacht hast, ja, Mitarbeit, Hausaufgaben, Klassenarbeiten, dafür alles bekommst du halt eben Erfahrungspunkte und auch Goldstücke halt eben gut geschrieben. Und so funktioniert es eigentlich im Prinzip.
Das heißt aber, die Schüler arbeiten dann ja schon irgendwie im Team in einer gewissen Weise, aber sie leveln natürlich auch ihren eigenen Charakter. Wie ist das, also wie kommt das bei den Schülern an? Gibt es da noch welche, die da quasi gar nicht mitziehen und es den anderen dann irgendwie versauen?
Nee, gar nicht. Also ich habe es bisher eigentlich genau das Gegenteil erlebt. Ich habe halt Schüler, die halt sonst irgendwie schwierig für die Schule zu begeistern waren, die haben mich positiv überrascht. Die wollten halt mitspielen, und natürlich gibt es bei Classcraft dann auch so Teamaspekte, dass du halt beispielsweise sagst, hey, wenn ihr es echt schafft, dass alle die Hausaufgaben haben, dann bekommt ihr halt schon mal Bonuspunkte, ja, 100 Stück. Da gab es dann halt wirklich Fälle, dass halt manche Schüler gesagt haben, oh, wir haben aber den und den einen im Team, ob das wohl gut geht, ob wir da die extra Punkte kriegen. Die hatten dann tatsächlich ihr Zeug dabei. Also wir alle waren erstmal so ein bisschen, ja, also angenehm überrascht natürlich. Also das gibt's schon, ja. Häufiger als jetzt das Gegenteil, als dass jemand sagt, nee, interessiert mich gar nicht, oder ja, also ganz selten eigentlich, ja.
Wenn ich jemals die Zeitmaschine erfinden sollte, dann würde ich dich mitnehmen, um meinem Schul-Ich das quasi nahe zu bringen, weil dann wäre meine Schullaufbahn, glaube ich, anders gelaufen.
Ja, okay. Ja.
Das war jetzt nur mal ein kleiner Vorgeschmack, weil es gibt ja von dir dazu noch einen großen Talk, wo du dieses Thema ausführlich besprichst beim GamesCom-Kongress. Kannst du mal kurz für alle erklären, die diesen Begriff das erste Mal hören, was der GamesCom-Kongress eigentlich ist?
Das ist dann der Teil auf der Gamescom, der dann eher so so im Hintergrund läuft, da kommen dann verschiedene Sprecher oder Speaker, die dann etwas präsentieren, also so wie ich jetzt beispielsweise auch. Die kommen aus verschiedenen Branchen, kann also einmal tatsächlich Politik sein oder Lehre, so wie ich, oder aus der Gaming-Branche, und die präsentieren dann halt einen bestimmten Aspekt über Spiele. Irgendwas, was halt mit Spielen eben zu tun hat. Das ist vielleicht manchmal ein bisschen trocken, aber ja, ich hoffe mal, dass mein Talk da jetzt nicht ganz so super langweilig ist. Und der hat doch ein bisschen was mit Gaming zu tun, ja.
Also ich finde das super interessant. Die Sache ist, ihr könnt, also dieses Jahr ist es ja auch digital, das heißt, man kann sich diese Talks dann auch von zu Hause aus angucken, muss also nicht mal aufstehen, sondern kann sich all das anschauen. Daniel, das war super interessant. Wenn ihr jetzt noch mehr erfahren wollt, dann schaut gerne Daniels Talk beim Gamescom-Kongress. Zurück ins Studio.
Kaffee ist das, was ich brauche, um einen Messetag zu überstehen. Den ersten Tag der Messe verbringe ich meistens damit, rauszufinden, wo es den besten gibt. Und dann wandere ich da jeden Tag wieder hin.
Klimaanlage und die Gamescom, das kann eine coole Sache sein, das kann aber auch ein bisschen gefährlich werden. Cool natürlich, wenn man aus der sengenden Hitze in die etwas runtergekühlten Hallen reinkommt. Gefährlich, wenn man Redakteur auf der Messe in einem, sagen wir mal, gläsernen Redaktionsraum sitzt und dummerweise direkt unter der Klimaanlage und damit den ganzen Tag im kalten Zug. Das ist uns durchaus mal passiert und da konnte man dann zusehen, wie die Redakteure trotz der Hitze draußen drin immer mehr anfingen zu hüsteln und der ein oder andere die Messe dann nur noch aus dem Hotelbett erleben konnte.
Kater, ja, nicht die Katze, sondern auch tatsächlich wirklich Anstrengung, Kopfschmerzen und am nächsten Morgen feststellen, ja, das eine Kölsch oder die letzten 10 waren vielleicht zu viel. Es gibt eine ganz merkwürdige Vermischung von Business und ich sage jetzt mal After-Business-Zusammenkünften, die immer damit enden, egal wie viele Jahre man schon dabei ist, dass man am nächsten Tag Kopfschmerzen hat. Und das ist für mich der berühmte Gamescom-Kater.
Kurz ausruhen. Kurz ausruhen ist auf der Gamescom ganz, ganz wichtig. Profis haben natürlich immer ihren eigenen Klappstuhl dabei. Wer noch nicht ganz so erfahren ist, dem kann ich empfehlen, sich irgendwo einen Sitzsack zu besorgen und mal abzuschalten. Oder zum Beispiel in sowas zu gehen wie der Retro Arena, wo man immer mal wieder einen leeren Platz findet und vielleicht den einen oder anderen Klassiker für sich zum ersten Mal oder neu entdeckt auf einem Spielgerät, das man vielleicht noch nie im Leben gesehen hat. Ich kann mich da jedenfalls an einen sehr, sehr schönen Sonntagnachmittag mit Panzer Dragoon Orta auf der allerersten Xbox erinnern.
Das waren sie, die Begriffe des Gamescom ABCs zum Buchstaben K. Kapiert?
Oh Gott. Cringe mit K.
Egal, es wurden auf dieser Gamescom ein Haufen Spiele angekündigt, so viele, dass wir sie euch jetzt direkt ohne Pause zeigen.
Neue Trailer zu unter anderem Unknown 9 Awakening, so rum. Und Sam und Max, die zeigen wir euch jetzt.
All right, close your eyes. I want you to think of a flower. Look at its contours, its curves. Now I want you to imagine it changing, moving backward, returning to its bud. Think of that bud, unopened. Look at it as a whole, then silently repeat these phrases. May you be free from suffering. May you be free from fear. May you know peace and joy.
Waiting for a rescue.
it. Finally. After all these years of hardship. After everything they told me. I will show them that even I can be the best player.
Blood Bowl!
Mein Highlight bisher war ja tatsächlich Unknown 9 Awakening und ich bin super gespannt, was man da noch zeigen wird. Hoffentlich schon ganz bald mehr.
Ja, das war eine schöne Gamescom-Überraschung. Ich hatte es nicht auf dem Zettel.
Ja.
Und das sind doch immer die besten Überraschungen. Jetzt kommen wir aber zu was, wo ich auf jeden Fall weiß, was als nächstes kommt. Wir schauen uns nämlich jetzt eine Vorschau auf Age of Empires 3 in der Definitive Edition an. Das hat mein GameStar-Kollege Maurice Weber angeschaut.
Auf die Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition war ich von allen dreien am gespanntesten. Vor allem, weil ich mir einfach nicht vorstellen konnte, dass Microsoft diesen Teil genauso aufwendig aufmöbeln würde wie die ersten beiden. Denn Age of Empires 3 ist einerseits das unbeliebteste Age, andererseits schien mir eine komplette Grafikerneuerung hier den meisten Aufwand zu machen. Das war ja schließlich schon ein modernes 3D-Spiel, das damals verdammt gut aussah. Aber siehe da, jetzt haben wir die ersten Bewegtbilder und auch hier wurde tatsächlich jedes einzelne Grafikelement neu gebaut. Bislang haben wir nur um die 5 Minuten Spielszenen, aber einen direkten Vergleich können wir trotzdem schon mal ziehen. Gehen wir mal zurück zum Original und schauen uns die erste Kampagnenmission an. Diese Szene, wo wir aus der Festung stürmen und uns mit Janitscharen prügeln, sehen wir nämlich auch in den ersten Videos zur Definitive Edition. Und da sieht sie so aus. Es fallen sofort die deutlich detaillierteren Bodentexturen auf, aber das ist nicht alles. Die Entwickler haben auch an der Lichtstimmung gearbeitet. Das Spiel soll immer noch farbenfroh und einladend wirken, ist jetzt aber deutlich weniger überbelichtet und kommt realistischer rüber. Aus der Nahansicht fallen außerdem die polygonreicheren Modelle auf. Die sieht man auch an anderer Stelle, zum Beispiel haben Kanonen jetzt tatsächlich runde Räder, statt wie leicht eckige. Und sie richten noch mehr Zerstörung an. Die Entwickler haben nämlich auch die Physik verbessert und können Gebäude und Schiffe jetzt in mehr Einzelteile sprengen. Und das alles gibt's nun auch in 4K, wahlweise sogar über 2 4K-Bildschirme gestreckt. Interessanterweise erzählten uns die Entwickler übrigens, dass ein 3D-Spiel trotzdem einfacher zu remastern ist als die alten 2D-Teile. Denn dafür mussten sie auch alle Einheiten in 3D entwerfen und dann ihre Animationen einzeln abfotografieren, um daraus 2D-Sprites zu bauen. Hier können sie einfach direkt die 3D-Teile nutzen. Die wichtigsten spielmechanischen Neuerungen sind wohl die 2 frischen Völker. Die Inka bauen gern imposante Städte und sollen damit Spieler ansprechen, denen dieses klassische Age-Element im schnelleren und aggressiveren Age 3 zu kurz kam. Die Schweden dagegen schöpfen mehr die Besonderheiten von Teil 3 aus und spielen mit zahlreichen Söldnern und Schießpulvereinheiten besonders aggressiv. Sie richten sich an Veteranen von Teil 3, die genau dessen Eigenheiten besonders zu schätzen wissen. Bei den bisherigen Fraktionen haben die Entwickler vor allem an den Indianern geschraubt. Die wollen sie historisch akkurater darstellen. Weil die Ureinwohner in Wirklichkeit nie Gold abgebaut oder überhaupt Metall verarbeitet haben, nutzen sie jetzt für ihre Wirtschaft stattdessen eine Fellhandelmechanik. Die soll allerdings ähnlich funktionieren und damit nicht das Balancing durcheinander bringen. Außerdem haben die Macher alle Dialoge der Indianer-Kampagnen aus dem War Chiefs Add-on neu geschrieben und aufgenommen. Sie sollen authentischer wirken und weniger auf Stereotypen setzen. Dafür hat Microsoft einen indigenen Autor engagiert. Das Gameplay der Mission bleibt jedoch bestehen, nur die Story soll historisch akkurater sein. Das gleiche Ziel verfolgen auch die neuen historischen Schlachten. Die kommen als frischer Spielmodus hinzu und sollen echte historische Begebenheiten abbilden, nachdem die Kampagnen von Age 3 ja mehr auf ausgedachte Geschichten setzten als bei den Vorgängern. Außerdem kehren die Kunst des Krieges Herausforderungen zurück. Wie schon in der Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition sollen sie uns beibringen, wie man das Spiel tatsächlich im Multiplayer spielt. Das war schon bei Teil 2 eine der besten und cleversten Neuerungen und ich freue mich sehr, dass sie auch bei Age 3 Einzug hält. Hier ist sie sogar noch notwendiger, weil damit bislang noch weniger Spieler im Team vertraut sind. Um den Einstieg weiter zu erleichtern, schrauben die Entwickler auch am Bedienkomfort, zum Beispiel beim Interface. Das nimmt jetzt weniger Platz ein und orientiert sich von der Ausrichtung her stärker an den anderen Serienteilen mit den Ressourcen oben links. Obendrein könnt ihr für mehr Übersicht nun etwas weiter rauszoomen. Auch hilfreich für Neueinsteiger, die Heimatstadt, die uns im Spielverlauf Unterstützung aus ihrem Kartendeck schickt, müssen wir jetzt nicht mehr für jedes Volk einzeln aufleveln. Stattdessen stehen alle Karten von Anfang an zur Verfügung. Was eine gewisse Fortschrittsmotivation rausnimmt, aber vor allem den Multiplayer deutlich fairer macht. Unterm Strich also ein positiver Schritt in meinen Augen. Zuletzt hat sich auch noch unter der Haube einiges getan, etwa bei der KI. Die fußte laut Entwickler Bert Bigmann zwar schon im Original auf einem überraschend guten Grundgerüst, aber machte daraus nicht immer das Beste.
But then we discovered, like, wow, the previous AI basically ignored half of the content in the game. Like, the AI would just not train half of the units available. And we're like, wow, that's just crazy. Now they do. Now they look at everything that's in the game. They can build everything. They're much smarter at picking those things.
Jetzt soll sie deutlich stärker spielen, aber, wie Beckmann betont, sogar mit weniger Cheats. Alles in allem steckt also wieder einiges drin in dieser Definitive Edition. Kaum einen Spielbereich lassen die Entwickler unangetastet. Man kann trotzdem kritisieren, dass die Definitive Edition von Age of Empires 2 noch mehr bot. Da gab es etwa auch noch neue Kampagnen und mehr zusätzliche Völker. Trotzdem scheint auch diese Definitive Edition keineswegs auf Sparflamme zu entstehen, wie ich es befürchtet habe. Ob sie aber auch so großartig wird wie die des zweiten Teils, das erfahren wir schon am 15. Oktober. Dann soll die Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition nämlich bereits erscheinen.
Das war gerade ein kleiner Ausblick auf Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition vom lieben Kollegen Maurice aus München. Das ist ein gutes Stichwort, denn in München entsteht ja jeden Tag das GamesCom Studio und das gibt es auch morgen wieder mit jeder Menge toller Spielinhalte. Was es da alles gibt, das erzählt uns jetzt mein lieber Kollege Fritz aus München. Grüß dich, Fritz. Was gibt's bei euch morgen?
Hallo Michi, ja, es gibt so viel, dass ich mir einen schlauen Zettel machen musste, um mir das alles zu merken. Wir haben unter anderem im Programm Destiny 2, wir haben das neue Leisure Suit Larry dabei, wir haben neues Gameplay aus Everspace 2, wir haben von den Riftbreaker-Entwicklern neues exklusives Material bekommen, was es nur bei uns zu sehen geben wird. Wir haben dabei Outriders, der neue Shooter von den Bulletstorm-Machern, wir haben The Cycle dabei, Dark Pictures, also Little Hope, der nächste Teil, wir haben Port Royal 4 dabei, Borderlands 3, den letzten DLC, Minecraft Dungeons, dessen Zukunft. Wir haben ein Special zu kommenden Horrorspielen. Wir haben mehrere Publisher-Zusammenfassungen, das so ein bisschen so als Ersatz dafür, dass man ja nicht von Stand zu Stand gehen kann. Wir haben natürlich nochmal einen großen Ausblick auf weitere, viele Spiele von der Indie Booth Arena. Und ja, das ist mal nur so ein kleiner Ausblick auf die Titel, die morgen im Programm drin sein werden. Es werden sogar noch ein paar Überraschungen dazu kommen, weil wir aktuell immer noch am Programm tweaken und versuchen, noch mehr reinzukriegen.
Auf jeden Fall sehr interessant. Vielen, vielen Dank an Fritz nach München.
Schaut also morgen unbedingt von 13 bis 19 Uhr beim Gamescom Studio vorbei und dann erwarte ich euch pünktlichst morgen hier wieder um 21 Uhr zur Daily Show.
Wir haben morgen nämlich in der Sendung unter anderem Gotham Knights, Star Wars Squadrons und barrierefreies Gaming. Und damit verabschieden wir uns langsam hier aus dem Studio. Wir hoffen, es hat euch gefallen und sehen uns hoffentlich morgen wieder.
Bis dahin, weiterspielen.
Oh, trust me.
That works too. That's actually,
you know what I mean? Like that's a guy who is of now, not of another time. He's of now. He's a modern man.
Yeah. I think it's going to resonate with the youths of gaming.
Did I pronounce that? Is it Zelday?
Yeah, Zelday and then
Zeldor.
Yeah.
Zendaya.
Yeah,
Zendaya. That's a misprint. That's my bad. I love her music, by the way.
He dresses. This is how kids today dress now. I don't have TikTok, but this is what they do. Tunics are in. They're very.
Is that a TikTok?
That is, yeah.
That's a TikTok.
Yes, that is what one looks like.
Now, this next one I see is, I mean, kind of obvious. We're talking about Kirby.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot about Nintendo, so clearly I know Kirby. And this is just kind of like, you look at it and you go, all right, let's do one for the fans. We know exactly what this one's going to sound like. Sorry if I ruffled your feathers, Dr. Diddy. But you turned this dreamland into a nightmare hellscape. It's time someone ended your reign of terror now. Get in my mouth. You know, that's probably when I see that kind of character design, which really the character design is going to be the most informative to the character voice. It always should follow the voice.
I always imagine. I read the Kirby novelizations as a boy, and that really is how I imagined him speaking in my head.
That's what I want to be. I want to be the voice of your childhood, specifically yours, Max.
I've read a lot of Kirby fan erotica, and I think that's perfect right there.
Thank you very much. I wrote that. Thank you.
Check out more at kirbyfanerotica.blogspot.
You're one of the 3 that ordered that. Thank you.
Well, Troy, thank you so much for lending your legendary voice to these voiceless characters. I won't be able to hear several of them, especially Kirby. That was that's deep in my head now. Yeah,
it's this is just the entry course in my class that I'm giving now. It's available on the internet that you can do it. You can be a part of it.
Head on over to the internet to check out Troy's new voice class. You can do it. You can be a part of it. Troy,
you can. That's my slogan. You can do it. You can be a part of it.
Thank you so much, Troy. We'll see you soon.
See you, buds.
in case you missed the reveal yesterday, we're going to take a peek at the new trailer for Bloober Team's cyberpunk horror game, Observer System Redux.
The year is 2084. I am what they fear, a corporate tool of oppression. If you don't remember, that's when they call me to access you. To gather evidence. To dredge up whatever's hiding in the darkest corners of your mind.
Careful what you say. This is a monitored channel.
Adam, you still there? Adam.
Yes. Well, what's left of me? Dad. I really thought I could pull it off, you know? I was so close to making a difference. Setting us all free. And now it's... can't be for nothing. But once in your life, just listen to me. Whatever happens, I need you to remember, you're not in control.
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here.
And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Plex and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode. Welcome back to Gamescom Studio, I guess. And as much as we appreciate you watching the show we've put together, we'd like to remind you that this is just one part of Gamescom 2020, which has been a massive undertaking.
Now you can check out all the streams and videos on Gamescom's official Twitch channel at twitch.tv/Gamescom or on YouTube at MyGamescom.
You can also stay in touch via Twitter and Instagram at Gamescom or by using the hashtag Gamescom2020. And finally on TikTok, be sure to follow Gamescom.global and use the hashtag Heart of Gaming to join the conversation.
And to find everything else in one place, head on over to www.gamescom.global to see all the newest games content and take a look at the full schedule so you don't miss anything. You can also sign up for an account to personalize your Gamescom experience.
Like we said, Gamescom 2020 is a massive undertaking. Now, one of this fall's most anticipated games is technically 2 games, which most of us have already played, sort of. Here's a look at Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, completely rebuilt from the ground up to look as good as we remember it looking decades ago at the tail end of the last century. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2 is just around the corner. I'm super excited for it. Great memories playing both of these games. I'm joined now by game designer Andy Gentile to help me reminisce and get me even more excited. Andy, thank you so much for joining me today.
Yeah, thanks for having me, man. Appreciate it.
So these games were college games for me at the University of Kansas. I worked in campus mail, delivering the mail around campus with my buddy. And when we'd come back from our route, we had a PlayStation set up in the mailroom, and we just played both these games, 1 and 2, nonstop, passing the controller back and forth, trying to achieve every objective on every level. Andy, what was your experience with these games back in the day?
I mean, it sounds a lot like mine. I mean, I grew up like everyone else, just like totally obsessed. I had the Pizza Hut demo, the official PlayStation Magazine demos, and I really just played any extreme sports game I could get my hand on. But the THPS series has been near and dear to me, so I'm really excited to see it make such a huge comeback right now.
So how'd you make your way to the Tony Hawk dev team?
The short version of that story is I played a lot, like a lot back in the day on Tony 1, 2, and 3, and I played 3 online, and I ended up getting to know some of the Neversoft developers, and then they asked me to come test Underground out one summer, and that was it. I became a tester, and then eventually level designer and producer, and yeah, and now here we are.
Well, that's a very cool story. So like as a longtime fan of the series and now someone who's working on the game, is it challenging balancing the experience for newcomers as well as longtime fans who want to chase crazy high scores?
It can be, but I think that's just it, right? The rule of thumb is that easy to learn, hard to master kind of thing. So you want to make sure it's approachable for everyone who's never touched a game before, but you definitely want to pay close attention to those people who are really taking it to the limit and, doing things that you didn't know were possible. So, yeah.
It's been a few years since these games were originally released. New skaters have entered the scene. Are you adding new skaters to the roster?
Yeah, there's quite a bit of skaters this time around. There's a lot of the classic people making their way back, and yeah, there's a few new ones making their way in to the roster this time. Yeah.
So who did you want to make sure you added to the game?
Well, there's people like Letitia Buffani, Leo Baker, Riley Hawks, Shane O'Neill. Shane O'Neill is one of my favorites. I'm really glad to see him in, and there's a few extras. I'm not sure exactly who all I could share at the moment, but I think the full lineup has been revealed. It's hard to keep track, but yeah, it's got a nice lineup this time.
I think that new challenges have been added into the game and integrated, including some skater-specific ones. Can you tell us about any of them?
I'm actually not sure if I can, but I can say there's like the classic goals that you're familiar with are making a comeback, and there's some that are new, and then there's some skater-specific ones that I won't go into too much detail about, but it's going to give players some extra thresholds to try and meet across the game that I'm pretty excited for.
All right. What about secrets? I know we don't want to spoil any fun secrets, but secrets have always been a part of the Tony Hawk series. Are all the original secrets in there? And have you also added new ones for people to find?
There's some original ones. I won't say which, and there's some new ones too that are going to be pretty awesome. I think people will be excited with what we've done.
What about skate tricks? There's also been, it's been many years since these games were released. New tricks have been invented. Have you added new tricks into the game?
There's a few new ones, yeah. There's a lot of classic ones that made their way back. I was really excited to see, classics like kickflip, backflip, and misty flip, Muska nose manual, all that kind of stuff. As far as new tricks, there's a few. Some have gotten a name change over the years, and then there's some special moves, I think, like the double 360 flip and the hospital flip and caster flip, underflip, like all these kind of like little nuances. I'm not sure many people would notice, but for players like me, I'm really excited to see some new variety making its way in.
Now, these original games didn't have online features. Are you adding online features to this bundle?
Yeah, online will be supported, and I'm very excited to play against people.
So, yeah. Can you tell us a little bit more about what the online features are going to be like?
Yeah, so the original modes are making a comeback, so there's definitely Trick Attack, Graffiti, Score Challenge, Combo Challenge, and Free Skate. And there's going to be some playlists being able to play casually and also competitively, which has not been supported in the past. And I'm like really pumped to just get in and hit a go button and just be able to play competitively and see what comes out.
Yeah. I believe Create a Park is supposed to be much more robust this time around. What's been added to the mode, and what are some of the new features?
So Create a Park has gotten extremely overhauled. It's kind of incredible. Like when I first saw the tech that we were working with, I was like, dude, there's no way we're going to be able to do that. And then we did it. So you can like take these like kind of shapes and kind of shape them any way you want with fun boxes, ramps, quarter pipes, half pipes, and you could really raise the elevation and go down and make twists and turns and just get really creative. And it's kind of crazy to see what people have been able to come with so far. I can't wait to see what people do with it. The rail tool's making a return. You can make it curve and angle, and I won't get too far into it, but I'm pumped for it. I think people are going to be really stoked to see what we got.
Do you have? Are you planning to add feature updates post-launch? Could new features be added to the game further down the line?
Could they? Yes. Will they? Maybe.
Stay tuned.
Yeah.
What do you think? Why do you think now is the time to bring these games back? Obviously, there's a whole audience of gamers that enjoyed these games back in the day, but why do you think now is the right time?
I mean, it just feels right. I mean, we've been starved without a new Tony Hawk game for a while now, and I think there's a good crowd of people out there just like you and me who've been playing for forever, and there's new consoles and new PC hardware that could just support this kind of this title. And I think, to me, I think it's long overdue, and I'm just really excited to see it come to fruition and really just have another Tony Hawk game to zone out on and do our thing. And yeah, good.
Out of time here. Before we go, what is like the thing you're most proud of working on with Tony Hawk game?
With this one in particular, I'm just really excited for the bones of it. Really, the snappiness, the feel, being able to do, hidden combos in between manuals, and special tricks fire off appropriately from Wallies, and just the physics and the whole feel of it is really there. And so that alone, within the first couple minutes, you'll just be like, oh yes, this is what we've been waiting for. It's going to be good. And it's got my stamp on it, so I'm really excited for it.
Nice. I'm also really excited to return to Tony Hawk. Andy, thank you so much for joining me today.
Awesome. Thanks for having me, man.
That was Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2 right here on Gamescom Studio, and there's still plenty more to come, like more trailers and the Gamescom Daily Show. So don't go anywhere.
And now to check out some highlights from the very first Fordzilla Cup. This Forza Motorsport 7 tournament has seen over 40 racers from across Europe compete for the grand prize of a contract with Team Fordzilla. With the finals taking place this Sunday, here's a snapshot of the action so far.
We are waiting you to join us this Sunday. In the meantime, you can check out the highlights that we made so far in the Fordzilla Cup.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are racing. It is lap 1, Hockenheim, the Grand Prix, and they are all together at the moment. All right, so it is Gary Mitchell out on front at the moment, and the 18-year-old. Oh, but Gary Mitchell is spun.
Oh, no.
He's coming down the pit straight right now. Where is this going to end up? Where will Romain be? We watch right now. First and second, Romain's coming out of the pits. Yes, Emmanuel has got the lead. He has taken it off Romain. Pretty cool to bring these guys out and showcase the drivers behind them. The concentration, licking their lips. Well, a little bit sideways at the moment there for the current race leader. And they're coming down the back straight. It just goes so quick in the circuit. Oh, look at this. He's going for the draft.
Break.
Oh, he gets him. Is he going to be able to close the door?
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here.
And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Plex and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode. Welcome back to GamesCom Studio Day 2. It's been a jam-packed day so far. We've seen new footage of the upcoming survival horror game, The Medium, and we've heard Troy Baker forever alter the voices of your favorite video game characters. And of course, we've learned new details about hot new upcoming games like Scarlet Nexus, the Age of Empires 3 remake, and tons more. But believe it or not, we are just beginning to scratch the surface of all the incredible video game coverage and reveals we have planned today and for the next few days. Hey, Seth, what's coming up later?
Well, Damon, let's take a look. So up next, we've got a big stack of brand new trailers and then a bunch more gameplay reveals. And later on, and stop me if you might have heard this one before, but the Gamescom Daily Show, which is a funny time variety hour starring Michael Swayman, friends with the goofs and the laughs and the things of that nature.
Well, that sounds just great, Seth. But right now, let's watch some trailers.
alle vari sabotori.
And we're back. Those were trailers for Per Aspera, Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1, Wanhan, A Vengeful Spirit, and Traffic Jams. I'm Damon, that's Akeem and Seth, and this is Gamescom Studio. So what did we think about those trailers? Let's start with Per Aspera. This is a game about terraforming Mars, and I thought this game looked pretty cool. Fun fact, Per Aspera is the back half of the Latin phrase ad astra per aspera, which is Latin for to the stars, through difficulty, and is the state motto of my home state of Kansas.
Huh. Learn something new about you every day, Damon.
Yeah.
Isn't that also a Brad Pitt movie? But that's beside the fact. That's Ad Astra, or however you say it, Aspera. Now, the thing is about this, actually, I love just the fact that you get to you're building a colony on a foreign planet. And also, I did some research on this. I love the fact that you can also, it's a fully voiced campaign, which I feel kind of like adds a little bit more depth to the overall gameplay. But looking at this, I feel like this would be more so of a Seth Macy joint, because I know you like building things.
It is. How did you know? I was going to say, I am so into this game. I want this game now. I really want to play this game. It looks exactly like what I'm into. It's got powerful dad energy.
Wow. Love it.
Yeah.
Okay, then we also saw Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1, which surprised me a little bit. It seems like a very different sort of Sherlock Holmes presentation than we're used to.
Oh, absolutely. And apparently it's an open world detective game, which I've never heard of, or I've never even played a game like that. And it's also introducing something called global investigation gameplay, which kind of sounds like you're going to be doing like some super sleuthing, like I guess across the world to kind of solve a mystery, which is probably one of the more unique aspects of this game.
Investigate impossible crimes. It's impossible.
I mean, every hero has an origin story. This is Sherlock Holmes' origin story.
Yeah, Chapter 1. Are they going to hang this elephant? What is that?
I hope not.
That was frightening.
Yeah.
What we just saw.
I got a skeleton there. Skeletons are spooky.
Extremely.
I don't know. It's
easily.
I'm all about this, though.
Yeah, this is the most handsome Sherlock Holmes we've ever seen.
Yeah.
More handsome than Benedict Cumberbatch?
I think so.
Wow.
I think so. Look at that.
He can't compete with a CGI version of Sherlock Holmes. Heck no.
Okay, and then we saw Wanhan, A Vengeful Spirit, which actually reminds me of an old arcade and Game Boy game called Avenging Spirit. Seth, you know that one?
Oh, I don't know that.
That was a cutesy side-scroller where you are a spirit and can possess different people's bodies and sort of use their abilities. And that kind of seems to be what's happening here. Is that the vibe you got?
Yeah, I got a real like spooky Metal Gear Solid kind of vibe off of this one.
Yes, I'm glad you went there, Seth. That's exactly what came to my mind. Was like, this is like a bit of an over the top view of like, you're sneaking around and like I believe like we're seeing like that's like night vision, right? Is that what we're seeing? It kind of looks like we're seeing night vision.
Spooky vision.
Spooky vision. Okay.
Yeah.
Spirit vision.
That's not what they had in Metal Gear Solid. But I like this though. I'm all for this one.
Yeah, it seems like you're possessing the bodies of your enemies, and then you can kill your friends, presumably, or force them to kill their friends. I guess.
Sure,
that's about it. And finally, we saw a very funny-looking game called Traffic Jams. It's a VR game where you're in a world where there are no traffic lights, and I think you're like a traffic cop or a traffic guard. Is that the idea?
Yeah, essentially, you're trying to man the traffic, but the thing is, not only are you trying to like stop cars from going, you're also like stopping apparently like natural or unnatural disasters like comets, which is I don't know how you can do that as a traffic patrolman, but I mean, hey, if you're interested in doing that, like the thing is, I live in LA, so I miss traffic. So to kind of like
relive those moments and kind of be the person that's like commanding it, I'm all for it.
Yeah, it's definitely a game that will remind you of pre-pandemic times when there was traffic. Right. Seth, do you think Traffic Jams looks like a good time?
Yeah, it looks amazing. I have an Oculus Quest, so I'm going to get this as soon as it comes out. I want to, direct traffic on the streets of Paris with Denis, which is how you say Dennis in French, by the way.
Ooh, wow.
I'm quite cultured, I'll have you know. Yeah, I'm really into this game. It looks hilarious.
I wonder why they chose Paris. Maybe the developers are in Paris. Could be. Anyway, Gamescom is 4 days of content, and on the last day, we're having a great big send-off with the cosplay competition and Gamescom Best of Show Awards. But to decide winners, we need your votes. You can head over to www.gamescom.global and cast a vote for your favorite streamer, Gamescom's Most Wanted, and the Best of Gamescom. And tune in on Sunday, August 30th at 8 p.m. Central European Time or 11 a.m. Pacific to find out the winners during the grand finale of this year's Gamescom, where we give the gamers a stage, cool cosplayers, user-voted awards, esports, and more. Right now, we need to take a short break, but when we return, Tom is taking a look at a quaint indie game set in a world stitched together from various tech tiles. Weaving Tides is coming up next. Stick around. Gamescom 2020 is the heart of gaming, and you can keep to the beat right here on IGN. We've turned the single biggest show in gaming into 5. Gamescom Now is your virtual show floor with up-to-the-second live coverage. Gamescom Daily Show, Gamescom's first ever late-night talk show. Our Gamescom Awesome Indies Show, the freshest deep cuts in indie gaming. And finally, the Gamescom Best of Show, including the Gamescom Award. Gamescom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream Gamescom Now. Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide. The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode. This year, Gamescom is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok. World premieres, exclusive gameplay, cosplay, interviews, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in gaming can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN and Gamescom's TikTok accounts and use the hashtags Heart of Gaming and Gamescom 2020 to get in on the action.
Welcome back to Gamescom Studio. Now, real life is psychologically taxing and horrific enough on its own, so some people might wonder, why the hell would I ever want to play a video game that's even more horrific? Well, to make reality seem more pleasant by comparison, obviously. Anyway, here is the psychological horror in Sound Mound. Check it out, if you dare.
Hi everyone, I'm Ido, game producer at We Create Stuff.
And I'm Yovlando, also known as The Living Tombstone, and I am the lead music producer for the game.
Yeah, so Tombstone and I today we want to give you some insights into the demo of In Sound Mind that just came out, including some new, never-seen-before gameplay footage. Yeah, so In Sound Mind is a first-person psychological horror game. You will travel through these bizarre memories using tapes and an old tape player. And what makes the game really unique is that in every tape that you play, which is every part of the game, it tells a story about a different person, and their character and their struggles completely shape the emphasis of the game mechanic on that part of the game. So for example, the puzzles, the enemies, even the boss fight encounters will focus on their story, on their mechanic. So instead of just repeating on one thing, we completely change things up every few hours into the game and add a new layer.
We just now entered the first tape, which takes place in an abandoned supermarket where you get to encounter Virginia. Your goal is to lure her to 5 different mirrors, while at the same time avoid maintaining eye contact with her as to not provoke her and attack you. The mirror shot you acquire after your first encounter with Virginia is like a melee weapon that also has a secondary option that allows you to look behind you to see things you would otherwise not be able to see without it, such as the ability to see behind walls where Virginia and the 5 mirrors can be located. Our goal with the game has always been about telling complex stories while also making sure that the gameplay elements, such as the visuals, the music, everything, all communicate the same ideas to the player. So for example, the song I made about Virginia, which plays at the end of the tape, features parts from it such as the vocal melody as part of the gameplay. Virginia would hum the tune of the song so as to give the player the indication that she's nearby or at what stage she's in.
Yeah, and one of the things you might have noticed in that is that the gameplay, we have this different take on the horror genre. We were heavily inspired by games like Half-Life, specifically Ravenholm, and the Resident Evil series. We loved Resident Evil 2 and 7 just recently. So we sort of mashed a lot of these together into how we think horror games should be played. So it kind of feels old school in a sense, but still, it brings a lot to the table. And one of the ways you can see that in the game is that we give the player complete control, right? So we love having action sequences and even platforming. And we also have, kind of the more classic sneaking and definitely a lot of puzzle solving, right? So we let players play how they want to play. We don't artificially slow the player down or force their camera, the player camera into one place or another to create a dramatic scene or anything.
Right. Because again, it's always been about making sure that the game feels fun. So for example, you're going to encounter one of the mannequins that you will experience around this level. So usually when you play horror games, you're like, okay, yeah, it's alright, it's this dark place, I'm playing a horror game. But then what we wanted to do is to subvert that a little bit by providing you some light elements that are more fun and humorous. So this is Dave. Hi, Dave. Yeah, he's a friendly guy, gives you a key, and allows you to solve a puzzle by opening the locker with the key he just gave you. And then when you turn around, you see that Dave has changed position, and he's now giving you a nice thumbs up. And you're gonna see it in a second because it's one of my favorite parts. Yeah. So again, we wanted to make a horror game, but it's just because we so much care about making sure that it's a fun game as well. That's why we make sure that it's about letting the player know that we understand with him that this is a video game, and this is about having these really cool moments happen because this is a video game. So for example, we also give you action parts where you can shoot and everything. For every tape in the story, there's a song that in the end that I've written for it. And the song's creation happened alongside development of In Sound Mind, even before there's any gameplay to test, because the songs drive the creation of the dynamic soundtrack, the story, and, like I mentioned, gameplay. It's very different from how I would go about on my YouTube channel, where it came to writing songs about video games, where this time I get to actually write the songs and make the soundtrack for a game from scratch, and it being also my first time doing so, which I'm super grateful for. And for We Create Stuff to give me the opportunity to collaborate this deeply is like it's an honor, honestly.
Yeah, and we love making this game with you. So we've just entered the new part of the game. This is the second tape. This is from Alan's tape. It will bring you to this completely new area, and the emphasis here is light versus shade, right? So you'll use your flashlights, flare guns, and other light sources. All of these kind of come together and affect the puzzles, and also boss fight encounters. In this case, the shade.
Yes, the shade lurks around in the ground and swallows anything that in its path. So the player has to get to a higher ground and avoid being encountered by him. But the shade can still get to you if you stand too long on things that can be swallowed by him, so you have to quickly find other things to platform on in order to survive. And you'll be using also the new light mechanics in this tape to protect yourself from the shade. Like, for example, here with the generator.
Yeah, using a light source. Yeah, so this is it for this video. Thank you so much for watching. We have so much more stuff we want to show, so much more stuff in store. But for now, you can get a taste of the game if you go to Steam and look up In Sound Mind and try out the demo. And yeah, until next time.
Well, that was In Sound Mind, another very spooky game here on Gamescom Studio. But don't worry, our next game isn't spooky at all, unless you're scared of yarn, which nobody is.
This time on Check Out This Game, we've got an exclusive look at Weaving Tides. It's a gorgeous looking game where you ride on the back of a magic carpet dragon as you solve puzzles, wrap up enemies, and explore its textile world. Here's some exclusive new gameplay from Weaving Tides. Like what you see? You can watch the extended version of this gameplay at IGN.com or YouTube.com/IGN, or visit the game's interactive digital booth by visiting indiearenabooth.de. Also be sure to tune into Gamescom Awesome Indies Saturday, August 29th at 10 a.m. Pacific for more exclusive gameplay, trailers, and reveals of exciting upcoming indie games.
That was Tom Marks checking out Weaving Tides, a whole world made of fabric and yarn and string and stuff. Does that sound nice and cozy to you, or like a waking nightmare?
Oh, to me that sounds lovely. I mean, unless we're talking like a real rough burlap sack or one of those impossibly itchy sweaters, in which case that would be my personal hell. But I gotta know, what's your favorite fabric?
Well, either a nice terry cloth, as you can clearly see, like a bathrobe right out of the dryer, or the very fabric of space and time. Anyway, speaking of space and time, it's time to check out Space Base Startopia. Marty, let's go.
Dear meat sacks, aliens, and androids, I proudly present to you Space-Based Startopia. It will be breathtaking.
You're breathtaking!
Hi, welcome to this short overview of Space-Based Startopia. Space-Based Startopia is a space station management simulation game where you, as the commander of the station, are tasked with taking care of your visitors' needs, improving and expanding your station, and gaining access to more rooms. This is the subdeck, one of the 3 decks of each station. New visitors will arrive periodically at the port. In the subdeck, you can take care of their most basic needs: food, drink, sleep, and hygiene. The second deck is the fun deck. This is the entertainment area of Startopia and where you will earn the most energy. The rooms on this deck are all rather big and flashy and attract their customers. For example, we have the discotheque where visitors can dance, or the loot box lottery where aliens can gamble and maybe they can win a cool hat, such as this straw hat over here. Or if they're more of the relaxed kind, they can go to the cat cafe, enjoy a nice hot coffee, and relax with the cats. The third and final deck of Space-Based Startopia is the bio deck. This is where your visitors will go if they're tired of all the technology surrounding them and want to relax a little bit. Up here, you can terraform the deck freely to your liking. Each biome represents the homeworld of one of the different species that can visit your station, and each alien that wants to go to the bio deck will look for this biome in order to fulfill their need for nature, so you'll have to make sure to offer a variety of different biomes. Over the course of the game, you can develop your station with the tech tree. Unlocking new options allows you to build more rooms and will also attract new customers to your station. For example, unlocking the black hole drop will allow you to attract thrill-seeker visitors to your station. You can also further develop your rooms by using the research lab. This will allow you to constantly improve the technology of certain rooms. For example, by improving the recycler, you can gain more energy from recycling trash. Space-Based Startopia also offers you the option of combat. In the security center, drones are automatically produced, which will scan your station for criminals, but can also be used in combat. You can also produce different mechs, which have their own characteristics, and each mech is strong or weak against another kind of enemy. So you need to make sure to balance your army depending on what the enemy force is using. In multiplayer, you can choose to go the combat route, or you can play without combat. We hope you've enjoyed this little overview of our game. We're already available in closed beta if you pre-order the game on Steam. So if you're interested, come check us out. We're always updating the beta with new content and new missions and plan to do so until the final release this fall. See you then!
That was a look at Space-Based Startopia. Coming up in just a bit, we've got a look at Dirt 5, but right now, a short break. Stick around, there's plenty more GamesCom Studio still to come. The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode. Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide. GamesCom 2020 is the heart of gaming, and you can keep to the beat right here on IGN. We've turned the single biggest show in gaming into 5. Gamescom Now is your virtual show floor with up-to-the-second live coverage. Gamescom Daily Show, Gamescom's first ever late-night talk show. Our Gamescom Awesome Indies Show, the freshest deep cuts in indie gaming. And finally, the Gamescom Best of Show, including the Gamescom Award. Gamescom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream Gamescom Now.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
Welcome back to Gamescom Studio. In just a little bit, we've got the Gamescom Daily Show, hosted by my very funny colleague, Michael Swaim, which will have the games, the goofs, and the guests, all sorts of fun. But right now, it's time to get messy and talk dirty. This ain't your mama's dirt. Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. Here comes the dirt. Let's get behind the wheel with Dirt 5. Dirt 5.
From the racing game experts at the Codemasters Cheshire Studio, this is Dirt 5, and this is Playgrounds. Playgrounds is the huge, all-new, community-driven feature for Dirt 5. Design, edit and perfect your very own challenge arenas, before sharing them with the rest of the world and daring everyone to conquer your creations. Search through the global database of Playgrounds and load any challenge to take part in, setting your score against the rest of the globe. As you can see in our new Playgrounds trailer, the options and variety at your disposal when creating Playgrounds is incredible. From kickers and jumps to drift gates, donut objects to rings of fire and huge loops, the possibilities are endless. Conjure up your dream arena, set the ultimate challenge for fellow players, or constantly find brand new racing experiences. It's all possible in Playgrounds. After choosing between the Arizona Desert or South Africa's Cape Town Stadium for your location, it's time to build your playground. The easy to pick up yet in-depth tools are paired with a massive selection of items and object categories, so you can easily place, move, delete or duplicate objects as you build your playground. You'll be able to choose between 3 different game modes to link with your playground design. Firstly, create incredible high-speed runs, insanely difficult routes or any time trial based event in between with Gate Crasher. Meanwhile, Smash Attack challenges players to find and collect objects hidden around the arena, hitting a target score in the shortest possible time, all while avoiding penalty objects at all costs. Finally, for the first time ever, design your very own Gymkhana arena for players to throw down in. Place spots for drifting, jumps, donuts, and more for racers to accumulate points on for style, speed, and flow in this time-based event. Once you've chosen your events and are happy with your design, the Publish menu will ensure your playground is ready to go. After choosing a vehicle for your arena and making sure the required objects have been added, you'll be asked to validate the arena by completing it yourself. Multiple playgrounds can be designed and saved, so mix things up and let your creativity run wild. Share your designs by uploading them to our playground database, with the option to add tags to make them easier to search for. You can upload loads of playgrounds to our database, so try different approaches and see what the community are enjoying the most. So that's how you create and upload playgrounds, but how do you search for them? The Discover option in Playgrounds is your gateway to the most unique, varied, player-driven off-road racing experience around. Use Discover's search tools and categories to find the exact playground you're looking for, browse through the most popular arenas, or see which playgrounds the Dirt 5 team have recommended you check out in our curated lists. Pin arenas to your own personal shortlist so your favourite playgrounds are always easy to find. Every playground you race on includes a global leaderboard where your score or fastest time will be ranked against the rest of the world. After your run, you can immediately retry the event, check out similar recommended playgrounds, or head back to the Discover area. Create, share, discover. That's what Playgrounds is built around. Now it's time for you to do the building. Playgrounds joins an already stacked list of features and experiences in Dirt 5, including over 70 racing routes across 10 epic locations, 4-player split screen, action-packed multiplayer fun, a livery editor, photo mode, and a story-driven career starring Troy Baker and Nolan North. Join an energized world of extreme racing and be part of a vibe that delivers big on epic action, pure expression, and unbridled style. Dirt 5 launches on October 16th for PC, Xbox One, and PS4, followed later this year by Xbox Series X and PlayStation 5. All players on current-gen consoles receive a free upgrade to the next-gen optimized version of Dirt 5, which includes a 120 FPS option on both platforms.
Oh, good heavens! Did you see all of that dirt and those cars? I love it! That was Dirt 5. Up next, Kiwi is a cooperative puzzle game about a pair of adorable kiwi birds working at a small post office. How do those little birds get in there? Who let them in? Let's find out.
Hi, we're Stone Wheat & Sons, and we're making Kiwi. My name is Joel. I'm an artist and animator.
I'm Grant, and I'm a technical artist.
And I'm Ben. I'm a software engineer.
Kiwi is a cooperative game about two kiwi birds named Jeff and Deborah who work at the post office. Because the workstations at the post office are designed for much bigger hands, Jeff and Deborah need to work together to get the job done and keep the mail flowing.
You are new hires, and you're learning the ropes.
Kiwi is set in the rugged territory of Bungalow Basin,
which is home to animals from around the world, many of whom use the post office. Each level takes place in one of the rooms of the telepost and centers around a different postal task.
So you might be sending telegrams by typing on a giant keyboard with your butts, or sorting incoming mail, or packaging shipping crates.
Your job is to work together to get all of the messages sent before your shift ends.
So every level in Kiwi is presented as a daily postal shift. So as you progress through the game, you also progress through the calendar and the changing of the seasons.
You'll return to each of the telepost rooms throughout the game, and that room will always be different than the last time you worked it.
Every day will be a twist on the mechanics you learned before, so as you go through the game, you won't really see the same thing twice. Like we said, Bungalow Basin is a rugged place.
And in the tradition of stalwart postal workers throughout history, Jeff and Deborah are going to have to deal with inclement weather in the form of sandstorms, monsoons, blizzards, but they'll also have to contend with carnivorous plants, unpredictable postal contraptions, paranormal activity.
Not to mention wrangling a very cranky team of cassowaries.
All in a day's work at the telepost. As time passes and Jeff and Deborah are entrusted with more responsibility, their postal duties will become more complex.
Which means players will want to continue communicating and collaborating to stay on top of things.
Another very important part of the telepost is the wardrobe.
We're stocking the telepost wardrobe with customization items.
We want players to be able to have a blast customizing their Kiwi with headgear, backpacks, different plumage skins and patterns. We're even working on different hairstyles or feather styles to let you customize your Kiwi's fluff.
You'll be able to play locally or online.
And it also has a single player mode where you can control both Jeff and Deborah.
We want Kiwi to be an experience that is warm and lighthearted and also chaotic, that you can play with a friend or on your own.
Kiwi is delivering on PC in 2021.
Thanks for watching.
That was Kiwi, a game about endangered flightless birds sorting the mail and who knows Maybe that'll be what happens to the U.S. Postal Service. Kakeem, what's up next?
Well, it pains me to say this because I do love chatting with you, Damon, and sometimes Seth. Not really. But I'm just kidding. But we need to take a short break. But when we get back, we'll be checking out Gatewalkers, and still to come, we'll be taking a look at what Humble has planned for 2021. Gamescom Studio will be right back.
Gamescom 2020 is the heart of gaming, and you can keep to the beat right here on IGN. We've turned the single biggest show in gaming into 5. Gamescom Now is your virtual show floor with up-to-the-second live coverage. Gamescom Daily Show, Gamescom's first ever late-night talk show. Our Gamescom Awesome Indie Show, the freshest deep cuts in indie gaming. And finally, the Gamescom Best of Show, including the Gamescom Award. Gamescom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream Gamescom Now. Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide. The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode. This year, Gamescom is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok. World premieres, exclusive gameplay, cosplay, interviews, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in gaming can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN and Gamescom's TikTok accounts and use the hashtags Heart of Gaming and Gamescom 2020 to get in on the action.
Four whole days of content. If you want even more or to take a look at the full schedule, hop on over to www.gamescom.global. You can even sign up for an account on there and create your own personalized Gamescom experience. And now,
Hey, you there, rookie. Have you passed your Guild Academy test? Doesn't matter. This will be your trial. You must help our brothers and sisters behind the gate. They asked for support. Apparently, something big is going on there. We have prepared some basic weapons for you. They are in your storage chest on the left.
Hello! On behalf of a Square Softworks studio, I wish to present to you Gatewalkers. The Gatewalkers is a unique mixture of cooperative action RPG and survival games. The first core feature of the game is truly skill-based combat. In Gatewalkers, players need to aim with each spell in order to hit the enemy. The enemies also need to aim, so it's possible to dodge most skills casted in the game. You can play Gatewalkers solo or with up to 4 players. When playing with others, players can execute powerful combos by mixing their spells with spells casted by other party members. During your adventures in the Gatewalkers, you'll visit different worlds with various survival hazards. 1. In the ice world, you're fighting with penetrating cold by eating fatty food, wearing warm clothes, or warming yourself near the fire. 2. In a toxic world, on the other hand, you need to survive in a toxic atmosphere by crafting the gas mask and adding some kind of filters to it to breathe there. Now let's talk about the replayability of the game. Even if you're visiting the same type of world multiple times during the gameplay, you won't get bored because we're procedurally generating the map in the runtime. So, each time you're entering the world, you're exploring the different map and are facing different creatures that are a subset of all available creatures in the world. In Gatewalkers, we're introducing a unique progression system that has no restrictions. We use the approach called "you are what you wear," so spells are bound into the items that you use. In order to progress your character, you have to craft better gear. There are no levels and no experience points. The character progression starts with unlocking the appropriate recipe for the item you wish to craft. Then you visit different worlds in order to gather the appropriate resources or loot resources from different creatures and bosses. Afterwards, you craft an item and are able to use it. Additionally, there are no restrictions to gear that you can use together, nor predefined classes, so you can mix any type of weapon with any armor, etc. As a result, you can define your role in the group just by changing your equipment. Now let's talk about the workflow of the game. 1. The first thing you do is locate the world you wish to visit. For example, the forest world, the ice world, etc. You can choose different worlds for different reasons, such as you'd like to finish the quest, gather resources for a new sword, or you wish to defeat a powerful boss. 2. Once you know where you'd like to go, you get a sneak peek of what to expect in the world, like weather conditions or environmental hazards. This allows you to plan what to take with you in your backpack to make survival easier. 3. Next, you enter the world and explore it. Go on quests and/or objectives, loot creatures, and search for secret chests with loot. When you're done with the world, you can go back to the hub. 4. In the hub, you're progressing the storyline and are able to craft new items and progress your character. We hope that you enjoyed this short walkthrough video of Gatewalkers. If you like it, please add it to your Steam wishlist. Also, be aware that you can play Gatewalkers Alpha, so you're welcome to try it.
Don't be afraid of the portals. Become the Gatewalker.
That was Gatewalkers. Remember, after we wrap up here, the GamesCom Daily Show takes over. It's a late-night show experience from gamers for gamers, hosted by known gamer and notorious funny person, Michael Swain. He'll be playing some games, chatting with guests, and more. That is coming up at 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern, and 11 p.m. Central European Time, with another episode, same time tomorrow. But right now, an update from indie publisher Humble Games. And full disclosure, IGN and Humble are owned by the same parent company, Ziff Davis, but both companies operate independently, and no special consideration is given to Humble promotions or coverage. So, with that legal mumbo-jumbo out of the way, here are some games Humble is putting out next year. That was a look at some of the indie games Humble Games is helping publish next year. This is GamesCom Studio, and it's still only day 2 of 4 whole big days. Up next, Tom Marks is checking out The Wild at Heart. Let's take a look.
Are you missing Pikmin as much as I am? This next game could help scratch that itch. The Wild at Heart is a 2D adventure with an awesome art style that gives you a mob of adorable spritelings to command. Here's some exclusive new gameplay. Like what you see? You can watch the extended version of this gameplay at IGN.com or YouTube.com/IGN. And be sure to tune into Gamescom Awesome Indies Saturday, August 29th at 10 a.m. Pacific for more exclusive gameplay, trailers, and reveals of exciting upcoming indie games.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our GamesCom 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest around these new consoles. From frame rate, service rules, jargon, next-gen speed on leading up to the next gen of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode. Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide. GamesCom 2020 is the heart of gaming, and you can keep to the beat right here on IGN. We've turned the single biggest show in gaming into 5. Gamescom Now is your virtual show floor with up-to-the-second live coverage. Gamescom Daily Show, Gamescom's first ever late-night talk show. Our Gamescom Awesome Indie Show, the freshest deep cuts in indie gaming. And finally, the Gamescom Best of Show, including the Gamescom Award. Gamescom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream Gamescom Now.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
This Project Wingman, Midnight Fight.
Wow. Well, that was... Well, we saw a lot today, Seth.
Oh, yes. Right now, or at least when I'm finished saying the sentence, we've got a block of new trailers, which are going to start rolling right about now. 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 Now.
They're in my sights. What's going on? Someone's on me. Destroy me. Evade! Full throttle! A large group of enemy fighter formations has been spotted in the area. Eliminate all enemy squadrons and restore air superiority. About time. Engaging. I expected better from the welcoming party. Monarch Fox 1. Target down. Watch him fly. Ground unit destroyed. Oh shit! Keep him guessing. Pop your flares, Monarch. Monarch, move your ass.
University of Upper Amazonia in Cameroon asks for
The
protection.
explosion was thankfully not in working hours, but banking network resources may have been damaged. The INLA have already claimed responsibility.
Geolocation at an abandoned train station causing a wormhole. Public
Used as a trading site for conflict or blood diamonds, according to Interpol specialists. They believe that some diamonds previously responsible for the Golden Shower dossier has been named. In
Our way of life will always prevail.
That was Project Wingman, Midnight Fight Express, and Floor 13 Deep State here on Gamescom Studio. And here is an up-close look at Proteus.
What you just saw was a glimpse into Proteus, a retro FPS with an emphasis on visceral combat, map design, and built-in community tools for hours and hours of play. My name is Jason Mojica. I'm one of the lead developers of Proteus. I'm going to briefly walk you through our game and show off what we've been working on for the last 2 years. In my past life, I was a map designer on a few AAA titles you may have heard of, and so of course, robust map design became an essential pillar of Proteus. One of our primary design philosophies for Proteus was to take what we loved about shooters from the 90s and early 2000s and tastefully update them with modern design techniques. That philosophy directly relates to our map design, where we encourage players to explore and destroy at a rapid pace through intuitive level flow. We want players to play our levels multiple times and find new secrets, try higher difficulties, or climb the leaderboards. Beyond our own handcrafted campaign map, we want Proteus to become a sandbox for the community to play in. We've allowed for a ton of visual elements to be completely customizable to fit the hardware and era of your favorite shooter. This includes various HUD tweaks, monitor effects, and the ability to change the game from sprite renders to full 3D. But our crown jewel of custom content is our own built-in level editor and map browser. We've created an incredibly powerful editor built right into Proteus, so passionate players can create the map of their bloody retro shooter dreams. While it may look advanced, we've simplified the map editor so anyone can dive in and start feeling like a pro. We've also included a ton of pre-made assets straight from our own campaign to help players quickly build exceptional looking levels. The map editor will see a lot of attention throughout development, and we've already been blown away by what our community has crafted so far. But what's a great map editor without a place to share your creations? One of our killer features in Proteus is our own in-game community map browser. Players can browse, play, and rate community maps. And gone are the days of your hard drive filling up with tons of custom levels. Our map file sizes are micro, so they load almost instantly directly from our server. That's it for now. If you're interested in getting your hands on Proteus very soon, you can sign up for our closed beta directly on our Steam page. We're also happy to announce that Proteus will be releasing into early access on November 10th this year. Follow us on Twitter at Proteus Game, or join our Discord channel to get ready with the rest of our community to paint the walls red with Space Zombie blood this November 10th.
That was Proteus here on Gamescom Studio, and as much as it saddens me, today's Gamescom Studio is coming to an end. But first, before we switch over to the Gamescom Daily Show, Seth, Akeem, let's discuss our favorite moments from Gamescom Day 2. Akeem, what stuck out to you?
Well, I gotta say, Damon, right off the bat, I was smitten with Anno Mutatium. Hopefully I'm saying it correctly.
Mutationum,
Mutatium. Well, as hard as I'll get it right by the time I get my hands on this game. Now, just looking at it, the visual style is just so compelling for me. Like you got like a blend of 2D and 3D that kind of like gives off that old school PS1 RPG vibe brought to a cyberpunk world that's for anime fans. It's almost reminiscent to that of the world of Ghost in the Shell. It's an action adventure game that also pulls in some RPG elements. So I guess that means that you'll be able to kind of like interact with other characters you encountered throughout this hustling and bustling futuristic world. And also the devs, I'm really happy about this. The devs, they drew inspiration from Blade Runner. So they obviously did their cyberpunk research, which I'm super duper excited for. You know, we don't have enough, cyberpunk video games out there that kind of draw RPG elements, but it seems like we're really starting to get a lot more of that this day and age, which I'm psyched for.
Yeah, the look of this game is very cool. It seems like it's like a fixed camera view, which gives you sort of the view of while you're moving through the city here is pretty different from most other games that you see. It looks very cool. Mm-hmm. And I was also a little bit confused when we saw this game because there's a whole series of games called Anno already coming from Ubisoft that are like city building games through time. Yeah. So I thought this was going to be like a futuristic sci-fi take on Anno, and then it turned out to be something very different.
Yeah. That's actually the main character's name, apparently. So
got it. Got it. Seth, any personal highlights you'd care to share with the class?
Oh, yes, indeed. I was pretty stoked on WRC 9. I love rally car racing. I wish it were bigger here in the States. It's pretty hard to follow. But yeah, rally car racing is awesome. WRC in Maine stands for Wicked Rad Cars, dude. So no, I love racing games. I love rally car racing in particular. It's like tiny little cars with like 350 horsepower, sequential steering. They're going on mud. They're going through, snow, sideways around corners. They have no idea where they're going. There's a guy, sitting next to them just reading, you've got a bit of a hill ahead. Oh, and then off they go. Yeah, I love these games. It's going to show off the next gen consoles really well too, I have a feeling.
Cool. Forgive me, I'm not familiar with the series. So is this the 9th WRC game?
I mean, I'm sure that is it's maybe one of those where there's the side-scrolling ones and the adventure ones that nobody counts. No, I'm just making that up. Yeah, I believe this is the 9th in the series. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Akeem, do you like racing games?
Not really, unless it involves a pod. So like the only racing game I ever played was like the pod racer games.
This is the same thing.
Star Wars.
It's actually aliens driving those cars, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. If it's actual humans and I'm not really that interested.
Now this is WRC 9. I really liked this game. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Nasser, Son of Man. I got to say, not a great title. However, the game looks very cool. This is just sort of the opening. As the trailer goes on, we'll actually get into some gameplay. It's described as a 2D cover shooter, which 2D shooters are nothing new, but you don't see a lot of 2D cover shooters. And it's sort of got a steampunk vibe. It's an alternate history, late 1800s, and you play as sort of a Mario Man, sort of a gritty reboot on Mario. With some like steampunk powered weaponry and even maybe some sort of like spell casting or something, because you saw a little bit there, a giant fist came out of the sky and punched an enemy into oblivion. So
love Sky Fist.
I know, yeah. This game looks pretty cool. Akeem, what do you think about this one?
I am in love with this. Like the animation is so smooth. Like I don't know. I think I'm just I just love 2D. I just love side scroller games.
Yeah.
Like the one that I mentioned before, Anno Mutation. It kind of like has like both of those elements. This one is fully dedicated to just the 2D side scrolling element, and I love this. This looks amazing.
Seth, is this your jam?
Yeah, I'm completely into this. He's got a chainsaw gun. Come on.
Yeah. Well, of course, there are still 2 more days of Gamescom to look forward to, including the Gamescom Daily Show in just a moment. But before things get silly, a word about a good cause.
Yes, that's right. The Gamescom Forest is this year's sustainability project. Gamescom has partnered with the reforestation experts at Tremor to rebuild a climate-resilient mixed forest of at least 10,000 square meters near the German town of Bayreuth.
Yeah, gamers worldwide can donate to plant more trees at treamer.net/gamescom-forest.html. Let's plant a Gamescom forest together. Trees are great. Who doesn't like trees? Everybody likes trees.
Be sure
I'm
to
looking
join
at
us
one
again.
right now.
Be sure to join us again tomorrow. We're starting off the day with the awesome Indie Showcase. And from there, check out lots more exclusive trailers and gameplay. But right now, it is time for Gamescom Daily Show. That is coming up after a quick break.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here.
And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Plex and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Goodbye, everyone. Damn it, I screwed it up already. I'm garbage, human garbage. Hello, everyone. I'm Michael Swaim, and this is the Gamescom Daily Show, where we do a whole show about Gamescom every single day for 2 days. In today's episode, we'll be digging elbow deep into Surgeon Simulator 2, proving that it takes two to perform Operation Tango, and getting some R&R with a new game called Radical Relocation. We'll also have an esports update on the Gamescom CSGO tournament that I will only dimly understand, and we'll check in with some of Gamescom's top cosplayers, a pursuit I understand so well that it's essentially my career. Plus my big interview with Opening Night Live host Jeff Keighley, who can hopefully explain esports to me. I'm just kidding. It's like electronic sports, right? Like highlight, but everyone's constantly being struck by lightning. That's what I choose to believe. This is Gamescom Daily Show, and let's do the thing.
In 2020, they're gonna vote Just Die Already the worst game of the year in the Reptilian on Earth. Main issues? Sky-high rate of violence, showing of elderly genitals, a literal shitpost of a video game, and making fun of the legendary Hideo Kojima. Can't deny it, it's all true. But everybody still wants to play it. The game's always got something interesting to find somewhere. Almost as many things to pick up and interact with as that CyberGoth 007 game or whatever it's called. Might be wings found behind a vending machine that let you fly. Might be a gun that lets you turn gravity into your... Or a butt wand that turns your friends' faces into butts. But it's there, just around the corner, and it keeps you going. It's a game of dreams. And I'm a big dreamer.
You just saw a brand new trailer for Just Die Already from the makers of Goat Simulator, the simulated goat. Developer Double Moose Games whipped that up for us, and the demo for Just Die Already is available now on Steam through September 2nd at 8 a.m. Pacific. So go play Just Die Already. It won't kill you. I know, like 90% of video games these days are about immortal seniors wreaking citywide havoc as they themselves disintegrate. But this one feels different. Way more promising than Pokemon Old Folks Home. Did you see that one? Talk about a final evolution. It goes Pichu, Pikachu, Raichu, Not So Spry Chew, and of course, R.I.P. Chew. But I'm not here to talk about aging pocket monsters. Oh, I am? I am not prepared for that. Well, I guess I have nothing else to say about them other than the slogan, gotta catch them all, because they're wildly disoriented and some of them are wandering into the street. No, what I think I'm here to do is talk about, play, and share some of the standout games of GamesCom 2020. Plus, I'll get to sit down with developers to learn more about their creations. Of course, for a pure hit of concentrated gaming news, you can't do much better than that opening night live show last night, huh? Huh? Off-screen band leader we can't afford who would have made this more natural? Yeah, right on, man. And our band, of course, are all playing their individual instruments alone at their respective homes for safety reasons, so use your imagination. But back to opening night live, where our guest today, Jeff Keighley, took the stage and ran us all through some of the freshest and most epic announcements from the biggest developers around. That's right. I'm your host, and this is my show I host, and our guest is another host, okay? We're going to create a field of hosting feedback between us so powerful, Chris Hardwick will just be magnetically launched into the studio from wherever he currently is. So look forward to / prepare for that. One big O&L announcement was that Doom Eternal is getting a DLC, The Ancient Gods Part 1. Of course, by definition, that means Doom Eternal was limited in scope and not eternal. Now, I'm sick of this rash of false advertising and titles. Final Fantasy should have only had one installment, Mega Man should be a grown-ass man, and Animal Crossing should be about making hideous mutant abominations by slamming a squirrel into a squid. Also, why do they call it The Sims when it's become more real to me than anything in my so-called life? Actually, that last one might be a personal problem. At any rate, the Doom Eternal DLC will no doubt promise more challenging rhythmic gunplay in the bowels of hell. Fun fact, our modern vision of hell as a pit full of burning damned souls and demons lumbering around dates all the way back to Dante's Inferno, an epic poem from the 14th century. Inferno was released after the poems Paradiso and Purgatorio, so in a sense it was a DLC to begin with. The author, Dante Alighieri, hoped to invite the reader to contemplate the nature of the divine, the difference between right and wrong, and the integrity of the human spirit. Anyway, in Doom Eternal, you get to saw a bunch of demons up with a chainsaw. It's pretty sick. Another announcement that made waves was a first look at a new Dragon Age game from BioWare. People love to get lost in BioWare's massive worlds, get to know each Dragon Age game's diverse cast of well-drawn characters, and see which ones they're allowed to bone. Admit it! It's a huge part of the game. And who can blame us? You know, Dragon Age posits a world in which an immortal forest sorceress shapeshifter will totally hook up with you if you talk to her 35 times and give her some jewelry. No deciding whether the kids will be raised feral or human style. No arguing over whether it's technically bestiality every single time you do it. Just conversing enough for one long email chain and bingo bango. True love acquired. If only were it so simple. In real life, I would definitely not call the people I know a diverse cast of well-drawn characters. And only like one of them lets me hook it up. And I had to learn all about her for years and do a bunch of stuff with her. It's crazy. Although one of the things we did together was play through Dragon Age Origins, so now I think I'm technically in a love triangle with Ogren the alcoholic dwarf. He'll win. I fear him. We also saw Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, who continue to impress by leveraging the PS5's solid-state hard drives to seamlessly switch between one environment and a completely different one on the fly with no load screens. But really, is it that big of a deal? I used to do that all the time. It's called drinking to the point of blackout and coming to in a supermarket in Dayton, Ohio. Equally thrilling, but I don't recommend it. It's tough on the old solid-state drive. Ratchet, of course, is a giant-headed Lombax with a tiny lower back and a whole robot in a backpack that he rarely takes off. So let's enjoy him now before his spine telescopes and he's That's always fun. Earlier today, we saw Transient, a Lovecraftian horror adventure about transcending your physical form by hanging out with a bunch of real uggos. Then there's The Medium, the next-gen horror game from the makers of Observer that looks highly reminiscent of the works of Zdzisław Beksiński, a man whose name I love to pronounce and probably can't. That said, I scared off many a babysitter by breaking out my book of Beksiński prints, so if this game is even half as gross as those, I'm already wetting myself. I mean, I already was. It's one of the benefits of the desk, but more so. Mainly because I'm worried Scorn is going to come over with its Geiger-esque sexual bent and make everything weird. You know how it is. You're hanging out in a perfectly good membranous horror tunnel. Everything's great. Then Geiger swoops in and turns all the wall sconces into dongs. Or Lovecraft pops in to say something racist. I swear, it's like these horror artists famous for their twisted inner visions also had bad personalities or something. Go figure. Another reveal from GamesCom Studio today I'm very excited about is Overloop. Now that's a game where you create infinite clones of yourself and lead them repeatedly into death in order to solve puzzles. Whenever I used to play Lemmings, the lack of clones was my one complaint. Why are these all different Lemmings? Why are they not me? I'm the one who deserves to die 1,000 times, me! Of course, I was a very depressed child. If you're having a better childhood than mine, you might be more interested in Drake Hollow from Molasses Flood, the makers of The Flame in the Flood. Great game. That one's still set in a grim, blighted world full of feral beasts, but at least the premise is you team up with your friends to protect cute little vegetable creatures and build their town for them. Whenever I try to do that at the community garden, someone hassles me, so this sounds great. It's kind of like Pikmin meets Animal Crossing meets that shrieking monster from under the bed in Pan's Labyrinth. That's the guy. You know what else I love? Games where the title is a sound. There's a new sword fighting game called Shing. We saw Hack earlier. Hack! And why isn't there an archery game called Thunk? Or a racing game called Skr? Oh God, no! Anyway, Hack is an upcoming 2D Metroidvania set in a grim, apocalyptic, blighted future. Sensing a theme here. It's almost like artists are having a trouble imagining a hopeful future. Is that funny? Is there a joke in there? Maybe this line of thinking was a mistake. We also got another look at Little Nightmares 2, a game apparently designed by feeding the poems I wrote in 10th grade when my girlfriend dumped me into a big computer. Hey, let's hear one now. Faded burlap. Ruler, slapping hands. I held yours and knew freedom. But you were hooded yellow, kissing Brad at prom. No more, local co-op. My heart is a broken music box that hates you, Brenda. Shout out to Brenda. And that was a poem called Broken Music Box. And you know what? I better wrap this up because for some reason my heart hurts. Ugh. Anyway, Little Nightmares 2 looks fun. There's jumping. Oh, and last but not least, Beast, my producer, is telling me that back on opening night live, there was some stuff about Star Wars Squadrons, Destiny 2, and Call of Duty. All promising indie titles, and we wish them all the luck in the world. I'm just kidding. We'll cover all the biggest and best that ONL had to offer a little later in the show when we sit down with Jeff Keighley for our big interview. Jeff Keighley, huh? Good get for our first show, right? Yeah! All right, well, you heard the lady. The band is playing me off, one assumes, and we've got a lot more show to come. Plenty of games to discuss, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So remember our motto, GamesCom Daily Show. We only have 2 episodes, so we didn't know we needed a motto. Apologies, we'll circle back on this before showtime. Not sure that's going to stick. Ford has been working closely with racing game fans all around the world to design a brand new car called the Team Fordzilla P1 that will be used in yet-to-be-announced games in 2021. On top of that, they recently revealed they'll be producing the car as a full-scale prototype, too. The Team Fordzilla P1 was unveiled in opening night live on Thursday, but in case you missed it, here's a quick peek at what it looks like.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode. Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Surgery. Everyone loves it. Getting it, doing it, botching it hilariously on TikTok. It's all the Zoomers are talking about, as is my cursory understanding from a political cartoon I skimmed. And now, thanks to developer Bossa Studios, you too can know the thrill of sawing into a human ribcage, but for good. Now, a fully fleshed out sequel to their original Operation Sim is ready to roll out, like a patient on a gurney being turfed from the happiness ward to the joy wing. We already got a sneak peek at the game a little earlier, but I was lucky enough to actually try my hand at Surgeon Simulator 2 with a slight twist. So let's head over to the Let's Play area to check it out. Morphine drips and laughing gas optional, but recommended. People always find me funnier when they're drugged up. I don't know why. Let's check out a segment I call It's in the Flame! Hey everyone, and welcome back to our fabulous Let's Play area. You know, as an actor/host, I often don't know what to do with my hands. So I thought it would be a good time to dive into Surgeon Simulator 2, a game literally all about controlling these things, learning what to do with your paws. And to help me do that is one of the developers of the title, Mark Pick. Welcome, Mark. Thank you so much for being here.
Hello. How's it going? All right?
It's going great. It's up and down, but I'm happy to be here with you. I'm excited to dive into Surgeon Simulator 2. First questions first. Is that a BAFTA behind you?
That is BAFTA. Yeah, I mean, good few years ago now. But yeah, got to get the gold out for IGN GamesCom, man.
Wow. Impressive. Well, BAFTA award winner Mark Pick, or at least someone who stole someone's BAFTA, here to play Surgeon Simulator 2 with me. Actually, you'll just be talking me through it. I should mention, my producer Nick is endowed with the ability to flash frame my footage over to actual heart surgery footage. Okay, so with that caveat, let's get into the game. All right, Mark, so I already played a little bit of the tutorial. I'm at the point where I've reached the mission terminal in the Surgeon Simulator complex, and I'm gonna go ahead and play the first mission. While I do that, I gotta ask you, first and foremost, something that immediately jumped out at me. Why, what is the story reason behind the singed clothes? And there's some kind of nefarious undercurrent going on with Bossa Labs, it feels like. What's up with that? What can you tell us about the little sinister hints, the decaying nature of things?
I mean, the boring answer is you're gonna have to play the story mode and find out. So, one of the big things we wanted to do in this game, which is kind of similar to the first, is there's a lot of lore under the surface. Obviously, it's a silly physics game at its heart, right? But as you play through the story mode, which is written by Rihanna Pratchett from Tomb Raider fame, she came in and helped us craft this incredible narrative. You're going to learn who is Bob, why is Bob in this position, why the hell are you getting trained how to use surgery tools in this, bizarre environment. There's a lot of cool secrets and mysteries and stuff to uncover as you play through the entire story mode.
Exactly. That's one of the things you immediately notice is how much hidden stuff there is, and that it's not just like, do this surgery, now do this surgery. You're really navigating a story. Oh, here we go. Got to crouch down for her. Yeah, because I think the people want to see some surgery, so you're going to assist me a little bit. So what were some of the big differences or learnings between Surgeon Simulator 1? I'm sorry. I have suddenly been shown actual heart surgery footage. I was taken aback for a second. Moving on. Thank you, Nick. Thanks for that. They were just cracking the rib cage. You know what? It made me anxious to get to it. I want to crack a rib cage.
The big change from the original is you're now moving around on 2 feet, which is a massive change from the first game where you were basically with one hand, moving kind of on this diorama scale on top of Bob's chest cavity. So with that, we had this big medical facility, as I mentioned earlier, with kind of lots of story, lots of things to explore. But possibly the biggest thing, which we're actually not seeing today in this demo, but you can play that now on the Epic Store if you want to call with some friends, is you can play in full co-op multiplayer. So 4 of you at one time can play through the whole story mode together. So if you can imagine, there'd be 3 other surgeons running around here, doing surgery, dropping things, getting syringes, limbs flying everywhere. It does get pretty chaotic. Tell you what, why don't you, let's look at this door in front of you. You see you've got like this red button, okay? So if you want to walk up to that and see what's happening for. So
looks like we need another key card.
Another ID card, but then over here, it looks like we need a heart to get in there. Try that stool, yeah, that looks like a crack a rib or two.
There we go, there we go.
There you go, give it a good whack.
Bob, we hurt so that we can heal. Oh no, I'm getting him right in the face.
Maybe try something else. Maybe that's too soft actually.
Try
I tell you what, what will work is the gas canister.
There we go. There we go.
There we go. That's working, yeah. Now, one of the big things is if you just go in and rip out a lung without using any tools, then there's going to be a lot of blood loss, right? So you're going to want to have to find some, if there's any tools around, like anything you could stab it with, maybe. Or you could just do that, if that works. Yes. So we've got 2 syringes, we've got red ones, and we've got yellow ones. I think a yellow one would be a good place to start. So yellow stops blood flow.
And red is like a top-up, a plasma top-up? Yeah.
Exactly. Why don't we have a look at you see that green thing that's like sending signals? You might want to look at that and see how his blood levels are doing. You know what? He's doing good. You're doing all right. So he's lost a little bit, no blood loss.
Oh God, Nick! Oh no! This is the worst bit I've ever devised. Here we go. Here we go. Careful. Careful. There we are.
Right, quickly.
Not that one. That's for the key card. Here we go. Now I've noticed I don't wear a mask or wash my hands as this doctor.
This is a pre-pandemic world, I think. It's all pretty safe in here.
Oh, that's right. Before the pandemic, doctors didn't have to wash their hands during surgery. I remember that. Oh! Oh! That reminds me, Nick, when is lunch?
Why don't you give it like a big slam dunk?
You asked for it.
There
Wow!
You go.
Can't believe it worked.
Easy. He's happy. There we go.
There I am. Okay, this is my favorite aspect of the whole game, is the end scene where you can still mess with the hand. I gotta be honest. All right, here's our diagnostic scanner. What's his problem? What's wrong with you this time, Bob?
2 gummy arms, I think.
2 bad arms, okay. All right, where's the saw? Help me out.
All right, so you're gonna have to get in that room now. You can see there's a big red button. So you might want to drop something through there.
Oh, smart.
Through the hatch.
You're exposing my stupidity left and right. I love it.
Let's see me play. Oh boy.
There we go. There we go. Like so much heart, we shall slam dunk this ball. There we go.
Nudge.
There we go. Yeah. There's the saw. Hooray. This has a relatively high number of puzzles, more than I bet a real surgeon faces in their day-to-day life.
I mean, I hope so. I hope this isn't the average surgical experience, really.
There we go. That ain't bad. See, Bob, you're in good hand. Oh, to inspire me, there's some real heart surgery footage. Great. Made me confuse control and shift. That's how disturbing it was. Hey, I like how Bob's arms naturally return to the perfect cutting position. He's very, very helpful.
You're doing a good job there. That's a very good angle.
That ain't bad. That ain't bad.
That's great.
There we go.
All right, quickly.
We heal. This is how we heal. There we go. Oh no! Oh no! I wasn't tracking his blood levels carefully enough. 800. He's not bleeding.
That's where we went wrong. So let's give him a few red ones to get his levels looking good. There you go, right in the neck.
My question is, why did they prep this guy for arm surgery by cutting the front of his torso open? Extend. There you go. Tip you through. Yep. When you start, the hand is almost impossible to control, it feels like. And then you slowly pick it up.
Yeah, you need to get a little bit closer
to the actual line. There we go.
That's good. I like that.
Oh no! Saw him through his head. It kind of hooks in once you get it. There we go. There we go.
Clean. Very clean.
There we go. Do I need to deposit this?
Yes, you need to deposit that, yes. If you want to drop it in, whichever is that right.
It was his right arm, I believe.
Right arm, yeah.
Question is, where are these fresh arms coming from? That raises a whole host of existential problems.
All will be revealed.
There we go. That's the way arms bend. You're great. You're good. All right, he's still bleeding, but we are about out of time. I'm going to count that as a win.
Give his head a little tug.
Oh yeah, this I haven't done yet. Bob, we hardly knew ye. There we go. That's a fail.
That is a fail and a half.
Well, a rocky start to my career as a surgeon, but an incredible game and a blast of an experience. Thank you, Mark, so much for joining me for that, for helping me a little bit when I needed help. Where can folks find the game and play the game themselves?
Cool. So the game is out now on the Epic Games Store. You can go and buy that today.
Thanks again to Mark. And that is all the time we have for this Let's Play. Back to you in the studio, my evil twin. That's right, plot twist.
Guten Tag and willkommen zurück zu Conversational German for Gamers. I am Leonie Wessler, your instructor, and today's word is Woken Neglect Genug. It is the guilt felt when doing chores in Animal Crossing that you should have been doing in real life. I will use it in a sentence. Raymond's front yard is now clear of debris, yet I am filled with tremendous Woken Neglect Genug because my own children are filthy. Woken Neglect Genug. I am Leonie Wessler. This has been Conversational German for Gamers. Auf Wiedersehen.
A very special crossover event is coming to Summoner's War Sky Arena. Let's check out the teaser trailer to find out more.
Summoner's War.
GamesCom 2020 is the heart of gaming, and you can keep to the beat right here on IGN. We've turned the single biggest show in gaming into 5. GamesCom Now is your virtual show floor with up to the second live coverage. GamesCom Daily Show, Gamescom's first ever late night talk show. Our Gamescom Awesome Indies Show, the freshest deep cuts in indie gaming. And finally, the Gamescom Best of Show, including the Gamescom Award. GamesCom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream Gamescom Now. Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide. The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode. This year, Gamescom is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok. World premieres, exclusive gameplay, cosplay, interviews, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in gaming can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN and Gamescom's TikTok accounts and use the hashtags Heart of Gaming and Gamescom 2020 to get in on the action.
Welcome back to the Gamescom Daily Show. No relation. It's time for some quick housekeeping, but on the bright side, that's a metaphor, so nothing will actually get clean. In fact, in some sense, your brain will get dirtier with filthy, filthy information. Let's dive in. You'll definitely want to catch our Awesome Indies Showcase, hosted by myself and IGN's resident indie expert, Tom Marks. It's packed with trailers, gameplay, and reveals on all the hottest new indie titles, and it all goes down right here Saturday the 29th at 7 p.m. Central European Time, 10 a.m. Pacific. I think that's today, but I can't be fully sure because I'm a 35-year-old who can't do time zone math. Make sure you also check out Gamescom Now at gamescom.global or gamescom.de for our German friends. That's a hub where you can keep up with all the latest Gamescom 2020 content and even design your own personalized schedule so you don't miss what matters most. Speaking of what matters most, Gamescom is also doing their part to reverse the deforestation of the globe with Gamescom Forest, a project aimed at reforesting 25,000 square meters of land, which is just so many square feet, you guys, and at least some number of furlongs. You can learn more about the program and give to the project by following the Gamescom Forest link in the video description. And you can check out all the official Gamescom streams and videos on Twitch and YouTube, and reach out through any of Gamescom's social media platforms, including twitch.tv/Gamescom, YouTube at MyGamesCom, Twitter at Gamescom, TikTok at Gamescom.global, and on Instagram at Gamescom. All festival long, we'll be using the hashtags Gamescom 2020 and Heart of Gaming. So toss the tag on some posts and let's have a conversation. Okay, that's it. House kept. I was explicitly told not to add too many jokes to that segment, so to make up for it, here's a gif of some goats falling over. Right? It feels better, right? Okay, let's move on. Next up, we're exploring the inherently hilarious world of competitive gaming. From pro gamers laser-focused on their monitors for hours on end with nothing but grim determination in their eyes, to the politicization of tournaments and long-running arguments about obscure technical details. It's just funny. All right, I might be overselling the comedy of it all, but it's definitely exciting. And esports have become a bigger part of the Gamescom experience than ever lately. So because I can't not make jokes, my therapist says I have a bottomless pit of need inside that fuels me. What was I talking about? Oh, right, the segment. This is Today in Esports. Today in the world of esports, everyone's talking about Fordzilla. No, not Forrest Gump riding a Godzilla, although something equally awesome. During opening night live, Ford revealed a new prototype car, the Team Fordzilla P1, to be used in unannounced games for 2021. Now we know they're also actually building the Fordzilla P1 as a working prototype, which means someone could theoretically wreck the Fordzilla P1 because they were distracted while driving, because they were playing a racing game driving the Fordzilla P1. Nice. Ford is also running the Fordzilla Cup, the first ever tournament from Team Fordzilla, and a chance for the winner to earn a professional esports contract with Ford. It took the form of a Forza Motorsport 7 tournament that was open to all gamers aged 16 and up, with the competition streaming on TeamFordzilla.com and Twitch. Over the weekend, they held heats to determine the semifinalists who are playing right now to compete for the Ford sponsorship, which will be finalized this Sunday, August 30th. For more on how things heated up, here's Sara Stefanizzi, aka Kuro Lily.
We are waiting you to join us this Sunday. In the meantime, you can check out the highlights that we made so far in the Fordzilla Cup.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are racing. It is lap 1, Hockenheim, the Grand Prix, and they are all together at the moment. All right, so it is Gary Mitchell out on front at the moment, and the 18-year-old. Oh, but Gary Mitchell is spun.
Oh, no.
He's coming down the pit straight right now. Where is this going to end up? Where will Romain be? We watch right now. First and second, Romain's coming out of the pits. Yes, Emmanuel has got the lead. He has taken it off Romain. Pretty cool to bring these guys out and showcase the drivers behind them. The concentration, licking their lips. Well, a little bit sideways at the moment there for the current race leader. And they're coming down the back straight. It just goes so quick in the circuit. Oh, look at this. He's going for the draft.
Break.
Oh, he gets him. Is he going to be able to close the door? Woo! Thanks, Sarah. Don't forget, if you're more of a clicker than a driver, there's also the ESL1 Cologne 2020 tournament, one of the most prestigious esports events of the year. Over the last 2 weeks, teams like Sprout, OG, Complexity, G2, and more have been waging digital warfare in Counter-Strike Go, all for a chance at the prize pool of more than $325,000. Who will emerge victorious? Find out Sunday, August 30th. Tomorrow, we'll take a look at how the semifinals played out and who will be competing for gold in the finals. Another important note, the first semifinal for North America between Chaos and Team Liquid was canceled yesterday. Both teams decided to make a statement against police brutality and systemic racism in the U.S. Their semifinals match will be rescheduled to later this week. We would not be surprised if more matches are postponed. And we'll have more information on that story as it develops. Every year, thousands of people from around the world refashion themselves as their favorite characters to compete in GamesCom's cosplay competition. And this year is no different. Okay, it's slightly different. The main change being that they're all doing it from the comfort and safety of their own homes, which means stepping up their photo game too. On Sunday, we'll be taking a look at the finalists and announcing winners right here from 11 to 12 Pacific time. And remember, the ultimate winner will be entitled to all of the clothes of their opponents, who will walk the earth in nude shame forevermore. But before that happens, we figured we'd check in with some of our own favorite glow-ups of the year. In the Cosplay Convo Corner is IGN's own Miranda Sanchez, host of the Gamescom cosplay competition. Hello, Miranda.
Hello, Michael. So today I brought with me 3 cosplay competition hopefuls and we will take a look at them. Hopefully they won't end up losing their clothes later. And again, these are just hopefuls, so they may not even make it to our final round.
All right, well, with our fingers crossed and hope in our hearts, let's check out the first cosplayer.
All right, so our first cosplayer is Joanna Kamalaseka of Infiltrator. Joanna is cosplaying as Morrigan, a character introduced in Dragon Age Origins. One of my favorite characters from Dragon Age. She's so stylish.
If I recall, she was a witch of the woods who could turn into animals. Oh, she's got her dog involved? See, this is what I meant about the photo game. I didn't realize cosplay has evolved to a level where, and especially this year, Photoshop is almost like an equally important skill set. This is incredible.
Right. A lot of times when you do cosplay competitions, you don't get this full view of them in the scenery that they're trying to portray. Oftentimes this is something that happens after the fact. Like you go out with the photographer, you go around to these different sets. And I think especially if you're set in Europe, you have a better variety of things to take photos with, especially if you're some sort of fantastical game or movie or whatever it may be. You actually have real life castles you can go visit. And so I think we're going to see some of that in some of our cosplay entrance photos, and it's very exciting.
Awesome. Well, we've seen Morrigan. Who's next? Who's next on the docket?
All right. Our second cosplayer of the day is Nicholas Heen, who's giving us a special post-apocalyptic take on Gornak the Barbarian.
Ooh, Grognak.
It's a very
Yeah, who I believe...
Excuse me.
Well, I remember very well collecting Grognak comics in the Fallout universe, although in Fallout, I think all you got was the loincloth. This guy has taken it up several notches. Like, this is an epic version of Grognak.
Yeah, Nicholas has really given him the scale up as though he was his own adventure in the Fallout universe. Like, if he actually got to come out of the comics for a second and said, well, I guess I got to survive here. Let's get some fashion going. And I really love the detailing here.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I just love the detailing of this costume. Something you're going to hear, I think, a lot from our judges, because we do have some very expert judges here. They'll get into the actual details of how they have fashioned every piece of this cosplay. And that's something I've always been focused in on, too. It's like all the different materials they use. I love that he has a weapon here, actually multiple weapons, for us to take a look at.
Yeah, he's got like a Buster Sword knife, Deathclaw pauldrons. It's amazing. All right, well, there is too much detail. I could spend a lot of time deconstructing this photo, but we've only got time for one more cosplayer. Who is our final cosplay competition hopeful, Miranda?
All right, next up we have Mai K. Huster cosplaying as a concept character from artist Sean, which is very exciting because I think that these cosplay really get creative. Like, obviously, you have all these really eccentric characters and all sorts of video games and all across media. But when you get into just these cosplay characters that feature concept art, you get something really extreme a lot of times, and I think that is definitely the case here.
I really hope they showed up to tour that apartment in that outfit with the laser sword wings. But yeah, you're right. We went from Morrigan, which was a very like faithful representation, to Grognak, who had a little license. Now, this is based on concept art related to a MOBA game, I believe. So it's just great to see how cosplaying has become this amazing pile of creativity, and everyone just sort of makes it their own. And I can't wait to see our hopefuls face off and potentially become one of the 30 finalists. Either way, I'm sure the 30 finalists that we land on will be spectacular. Wow, thank you so much, Miranda. And thanks to our cosplayers for all of the amazing work that they put in. Fun fact, I'm cosplaying as someone who knows how to host a show. It's going fine. If you thirst for even more cosplay to sate your sartorial needs, be sure to tune in for the Gamescom cosplay competition on Sunday. Thousands have entered, but only 30 will be chosen as finalists, so you can expect some impressive costumery. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to work on my Dr. Manhattan cosplay. Nick, the blue paint, chop chop. Don't cut away. Don't put me in silhouette, you cowards! Censorship! And now it's time to check out a trailer for Pathfinder Kingmaker, Definitive Edition.
Peggy 16.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode. Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide. Gamescom 2020 is the heart of gaming, and you can keep to the beat right here on IGN. We've turned the single biggest show in gaming into 5. Gamescom Now is your virtual show floor with up-to-the-second live coverage. Gamescom Daily Show, Gamescom's first ever late-night talk show. Our Gamescom Awesome Indies Show, the freshest deep cuts in indie gaming. And finally, the Gamescom Best of Show, including the Gamescom Award. Gamescom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream Gamescom Now.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
Now it's time. We should cut. Let's cut this. We'll fix it in post. Hey gang, we are back in my fabulous playroom for a very special session because Clever Plays Games has allowed me to get hands-on with their brand new game, Operation Tango, and I'm very excited. I have not dived into this at all. Completely fresh to me. And their slogan is, "It takes two to save the world." This game cannot be played alone, so indeed I have backup. Please welcome Paris Lilly of Gamertag Radio. Hey, Paris.
Hey, thank you for having me. I'm excited to play this game. Hackers, agents, this is right up my alley, so I'm really looking forward to this.
Here we go. Help your partner get to the penthouse and break into the vault.
Okay, I'm supposed to send you to the penthouse and help you open the vault door, but I don't know exactly what to do. I'm clicking around randomly. Things are happening. I hacked something. Hooray! So are you in an elevator?
Yes.
Okay, I can see you. So I've got eyes on. I've hacked the security cameras. Let me go ahead and send you.
Okay.
I'm trying to get you to the penthouse. It says you got 38 seconds.
Yep, I'm listening to electro music in the elevator. I could pick rock, soft, or electro, and now there's a snowman in here.
That's right. I can choose different ARG themes for the elevator for you.
That's pretty cool. This is cool. And it says press E to activate. It's activates.
Now I'm playing a little mini game where I'm a green dot.
Yeah, I just see a green dot, and it was at the bottom. It just moved up to the top.
Why did that work? What does that mean?
Oh, it's me. There you go.
But
I get it. You can go up. I can make it go left and right.
Oh, can you?
That's
okay.
what it is. Yeah. Oh, almost.
There we go.
There we go. Got it.
Whew. I'm sweating, dude.
Enter the vault's network node.
All right, let's see if we can hack into this vault now. Oh, I see you. Are you in the vault already? Nice.
I'm in the vault. There's a barrier here.
Okay. Activate the 2 hidden triggers to deploy the security stations. So there's dots on the floor that I can see that you probably can't.
Right.
Okay, so go behind yourself, so to speak. Yeah. Head in that direction. All the way to, see how it's like a sunken room? All the way to the edge of that first light strip. Now go to your right. Keep going till you're basically in the corner. Now,
right here. There we go. That was 1. You said there were 2.
There were 2, yeah. So now bounce all the way back to the other side of the square. Right? Now walk towards camera a little bit. Nice.
Yep. There we go.
Oh, it lifted you up.
Oh, I was on top of it. Oh!
Oh! No. Lasers got us.
Oh, man.
So manually enter values to disable the 4 security stations.
Oh,
okay. You gotta I think you have, this is on you, my friend. You gotta avoid.
Oh, wow.
So just for your reference, I have a dial that corresponds to each one and values, and there's going to be some correct value that will shut it down.
Right. I just got 50.
50, got it? Shut that one down, cool.
All right, 1,000 blue, 3,700 yellow.
Another one bites the dust.
205 blue, 187 yellow, 199 purple.
Come on, purple. 199. Yeah! All right. Server access now unprotected.
Establishing connection. Okay, so we're in.
I'm jacked into cyberspace. I fell into the digital void. Okay.
All right.
So don't step off this platform is what I'm hearing. We're
And,
back.
oh, I can add a tile and remove a tile. Okay, yeah, yeah, keep going.
I'm standing on the one you added. There
All
we
right,
go.
keep going. Keep going. Oh, then we're going to remove the tile. I see what we're doing. Just keep going down.
All right. Now I got lasers to avoid. Oh, they delete your tiles.
Just
This
making
is
them
the
super
one.
fast.
This is the one. Just go fast.
All right, all right, keep going. Oh,
No!
oh, that was it.
There we go. All right.
So I also have to remove tiles, so that's part of it too. I can
Oh,
remove
that's
tiles.
the delay. Is you have to remove before you can add
yeah.
more. Gotcha.
Yep.
And just go for it. Yep. God! Hold for a minute and 3, 2, 1, go. Yep. Whew, we are through. That was like a social Soulsborne game.
Okay, what is it telling me to do here?
I
Okay,
see
here
a
we go.
bunch of glowing boxes and it says, crack the safe that contains the virus genome. What do you see?
I just see safes. They have two solid lights on all of them, and that's it. Okay, target identified. Press E to crack safe.
Well, what I have is a grid that I can create
All
a
right, so-
pattern
yeah.
on. Do you see a pattern?
Yeah, I see a pattern. Do you see I see B1 where there's a red line in it. Does that help? And then C4 backslash.
Okay.
Top left to bottom right.
Got it. Are you sure this is the correct visual key?
Oh, we're about to
Oh
find out.
boy, I'm gonna try it. Virus genome
Oh,
unlocked, baby.
Did we do it? Oh my god.
I mean, I'm.
Mission
Yeah.
complete. Oh,
I
awesome.
choppered you out, so I think we got it.
Yeah. Hey, that was really cool.
That was
really cool.
Well, that was a blast. I really enjoyed that. There were very tense moments and moments of sheer triumph. Paris, thank you so much for being my partner here.
Yeah, no, thank you. That was a lot of fun.
That is all the time we have. We will be back with another Let's Play for a little game called Radical Relocation. But first, conversational German for gamers.
Guten Tag and willkommen zurück zu Conversational German for Gamers. I'm your instructor Leonie Besler, and today's word is abgelaufene Spielberatung. It is an extremely obvious tip on the loading screen. Like, want to prevent an enemy from fleeing, cripple the legs. A notable abgelaufene Spielberatung. Abgelaufene Spielberatung. I am Leonie Besler, this has been Conversational German for Gamers. Auf Wiedersehen.
Hey gang, and welcome to our fabulous Let's Play room. So let's play some Radical Relocation, a game all about what I like to call car Tetris and essentially moving a bunch of stuff from one point to another. That reminded me of another great game that I played recently, so we decided to give things a little twist. And to help with that, please welcome my pal, your pal, IGN Zone, Brian Altano. Hey Brian.
Hi Swaim, did you just call me to help you move? Because that's like we're friends, but like not like help you move friends. You know what I'm saying?
I thought if you found this fun, I could easily parlay that into an actual move. No?
Do you have a big move coming up that like you're trying to enlist me for? Because like pizza and beer doesn't cut it for me anymore. I'm almost 40. I get tired.
I disassembled this entire set in San Francisco, strapped it to my car, and drove it here. So yes, we're gonna turn this into a bit of a competition. You're gonna play another game famously about moving stuff. You are gonna play Death Stranding, sir. I don't care if you're watching an hour of unskippable cutscenes. It's your job. This is what we're doing. And then you're helping me move. My goal is I'm going to try and finish 10 levels of R&R before you burn the president's corpse. Spoiler alert for the very first mission in Death Stranding, which I believe is burning the president's corpse, right?
If you put it like that, yeah. I mean, yes.
Sounds grim,
Yes.
right? It sounds dark. Okay, so you burn the president's corpse. That's good for you. I'm going to play around in a delightful low-poly world. So, Brian, have you played Radical Relocation? Have you gotten a chance to yet?
No, Michael Swaim, I have not yet, but I'm very excited to because it involves all the fun stuff of moving, but with none of the back pain and the leg cramps.
It's whimsical, it's delightful. I love the soundtrack, I love the look. I've completed a level, by the way. What did we say, 10 levels? Okay, so I've got to get 10 levels in before you burn the president's corpse.
I've actually beaten the first full page paragraph of text on screen at once so far. I've gotten to the developed by Kojima Productions part of the story.
Really? Because I'm deciding at which angle a box should rest on my car, which, by the way, no straps, no bungee cords, nothing. Tell me your worst moving story, buddy. That'll be fun.
When I first came to California like 11 years ago from New Jersey, I basically was like, I'm not going to bring a bunch of stuff with me. So I mailed myself 8 cardboard boxes. And one of the boxes, I literally only put a glass pot of coffee. No, not like with the coffee in it, but the glass pot, you know, that whole thing. And all of my socks. And so I get to California and my boxes start showing up in waves, and eventually I get my first box, and it is just a box of socks full of glass.
As you know, I just started at IGN this year, and I literally moved the day, it was all set up and it just had to happen because I had to be in a new city. And I moved the day that they announced the stay-at-home orders in LA and San Francisco the first time. By the way, 2 levels down, moving on to level 3. You doing good?
I'm looking at a dead bird.
Yeah, that's similar.
Yeah.
Oh, I need where's my new home? Oh, I love the boat. This is like has some Animal Crossing New Horizons vibes to it, where it's fun to just be in the world.
This is... Yeah, okay, I'm actually in the world myself too. It's way less of a nice day than the one you're having in there, though.
So yeah, had to move right during quarantine, ended up leaving about a third of our furniture on the side of the road with a sign that said free. Similar to radical relocation. What do you absolutely need to live? In your case, the answer would have been socks and glass. I've reached a green check mark, and my producer has told me I did not pack all the furniture in the boat and have to return. So I just bought you some time, dude. How are you doing?
I've introduced we've been introduced to Sam. Are you like are you a talking boat, or are you a soul that like can inherit basically any vehicle, or like can you be a truck and
Absolutely.
a boat?
In my headcanon, this game is about a very helpful poltergeist who inhabits vehicles in order to help people move during COVID times. We're almost out of time for this segment, which means I am lowering the bar to 1 more level after this and I win. How does that sound? Does that sound fair to you? How are you doing over in Death Stranding land?
I've seen some there's another disembodied poltergeist is leaving handprints in the sand.
Really?
So
I know exactly where you are. Who's moving a bureau and a bonsai tree in a speedboat, in an unmanned speedboat? James Bond is moving? I don't understand. Hey, so we talked about moving. What about your most radical moment?
I have a good answer to this. I won Double Dare.
You won Double Dare?
So a few years ago at San Diego Comic-Con, they had Mark Summers and a full sort of miniature Double Dare set, and they asked me to be one of the contestants, and we won.
Wow.
So that was pretty 90s.
By the way, while you were talking about whatever, I crushed you. I demolished you. This is over. I'm done.
I've just met Leah Sadu, so that's, we're moving along, man. We're getting there.
That's right. You got partway through the first part of the first chapter of the first segment of Death Stranding, also a good game about moving. But we're talking radical relocation. I want to thank Brian so much for joining me and basically just letting me dunk on him so we could show off this great game.
I love it.
And a last bit of information before we wrap out the segment. Iceberg Games has been kind enough to allow me to tell you that Radical Relocation hits screens August 31st. For our next partner spotlight, we'll be taking a look at the spooky trailer for Dark Complete Edition.
Gamescom 2020 is the heart of gaming, and you can keep to the beat right here on IGN. We've turned the single biggest show in gaming into 5. Gamescom Now is your virtual show floor with up to the second live coverage. Gamescom Daily Show, Gamescom's first ever late night talk show. Our Gamescom Awesome Indies Show, the freshest deep cuts in indie gaming. And finally, the Gamescom Best of Show, including the Gamescom Award. Gamescom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream Gamescom Now. Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide. The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode. This year, Gamescom is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok. World premieres, exclusive gameplay, cosplay, interviews, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in gaming can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN and Gamescom's TikTok accounts and use the hashtags Heart of Gaming and Gamescom 2020 to get in on the action.
And now it is my tremendous pleasure to sit down with veteran host, presenter, journalist, and all-around Canadian, Mr. Jeff Keighley. You know, when it comes to Gamescom, there really isn't a bigger get than Jeff, so we decided to literalize that notion. Here now, in studio, the uncomfortably large head of Jeff Keighley. Hey, Jeff, welcome.
Hey, Michael, good to see you. How's everything?
Great. Thanks for playing along with this terrible bit and positioning yourself just so this all plays. I love it. How are you doing, man? Are you tired? Are you recovering?
Yeah, it was a big day with Opening Night Live. It was a ton of fun to do it. And look, I mean, we joke about the different format of everything this year. It's like we're just trying to find new ways to bring gaming news to folks in a crazy year. But yeah, I'm tired, but really energized. So it's a special year with the new consoles and everything coming out.
Yeah, well, you guys definitely really blew it out. I got to ask just briefly about that stage, because I'm on a sound stage I feel very lucky to be in, but what was with that floor, man? That was incredible.
It's cool.
Yeah, was that monitoring? What was that?
No, it was it was this really high-res LED video surfaces that we used. And yeah, we knew we weren't going to be in Cologne for Gamescom this year, so we started thinking, you know, what's the right way to produce something in a studio this year in a COVID-friendly way. And I've been working with, talking to the IGN folks a lot about this, because it's really challenging this year to make anything live, and most of the big events this summer have been pre-taped. And I really wanted to do a live show and have a bit of spectacle to it, because, most of the summer I've been here at home broadcasting. So we found a really great studio in Los Angeles that is kind of fully COVID compliant. It's the same place that Katy Perry used for the American Idol finale. She did this really cool kind of augmented reality performance, and it's a facility that's been set up here in LA. So we worked with them very early on, put it together. We used some cool augmented reality stuff that was all actually powered by Unreal Engine, and the game companies worked with us to kind of create all these environments. So yeah, we wanted to innovate and try a new way of producing things, and for my team, we really wanted to get this done with a little bit of scale to it, because we're starting to work now on the Game Awards for December, and we're trying to figure out how to do these things. So yeah, we were really, really happy with how it looked. The the audience, the numbers were fantastic. We're going to share more on Monday about that, but it was significantly up from last year. So yeah, overall, we're really happy with it.
Nice. Well, congratulations. You definitely killed it. Speaking of spectacle, how'd you end up landing Christopher Lloyd, Doc Brown, to introduce Surgeon Simulator 2? And what was it like to perform live with Doc Brown? My God.
Yeah, that was a really insane thing. So I love Back to the Future. I've always wanted to do something with Back to the Future. About 10 years ago on the Spike Video Game Awards, we tried to do something with Chris Lloyd as Doc Brown, and it wouldn't work out. And actually, the last trip I took this year, back in February, I was in Europe for a couple of weeks, and I saw the Back to the Future musical on stage in Manchester, England, where they had just launched it in previews. It was like right after Valentine's Day this year. I was over in Europe for about a month and saw that. So Back to the Future was on my mind. And then the Surgeon Simulator guys called me up a few weeks ago and said, hey, we want to do something fun at Gamescom. And we were wondering, could we maybe get Doc Brown to do something? I think they were kind of inspired by the stuff we had done with the Muppets and the Untitled Goose Game last year at Game Awards.
Sure.
So I said, hey, let me call up Chris Lloyd, see if he'd be interested. And he's normally, it's really hard to get him to do
That's what I've
Doc
heard.
Brown.
Yeah.
He hasn't done it since, I think, Jimmy Kimmel Live, him and Michael J. Fox did a thing like 5 years ago. So I thought it was kind of an unlikely possibility. But I talked to him about it, and he was kind of open to it, which was interesting. And then, you know, there are a lot of hoops. Yeah, I had to talk to Bob Gale, sort of the co-creator of Back to the Future, make sure he was cool with it. Him and I worked a bit on the script and what it could be. Then we had to have Universal Pictures and Amblin Entertainment say it was okay to do Doc Brown, the character, as part of this. Then we had to talk to the Doc Brown makeup team doing it. His wife filmed it for him at home. So there was a lot that went into, you know, something that simple. But I love the idea of Doc Brown coming back, such a classic character. We need to kind of have some smiles on our faces in 2020. And it was, I mean, super random and wacky. But yeah, I never thought I'd be performing alongside Doc Brown, writing a bit with Chris Lloyd and Bob Gale as part of it. And he couldn't have been nicer about it.
Who added the Rick and Morty dig? Was that you?
That was, you know, it was funny. It was,
that was a good joke.
Me, yes. It was me, and then Bob Gale was cool with it. And I texted Justin Roiland, and I was like, hey, something fun is coming, which is insane. So yeah, he couldn't believe that this was happening. So yeah, it was a really kind of wacky, insane kind of, you know, crossover that you would never expect. And yeah, Chris was an awesome sport about it, which was great. So yeah, it was something completely unexpected that you wouldn't see at Gamescom.
Absolutely.
But we wanted to do something fun this year.
Yeah. Well, you already kind of touched on, certainly COVID is a big reason it's different this year, but you also touched on we're on the cusp of the next console generation. And as someone who's been involved in Gamescom repeatedly, I just wanted to ask, this is my first year on this beat. How is it different when we're on the cusp of a console generation? How does that make Gamescom? Does it amp everything up? Just what's that like?
Yeah, look, it's such a weird year because we're on the verge of a new console generation. Normally, a Gamescom in a new year, this would be when hundreds of thousands of people are getting to play PS5 or the new Xbox for the first time, and you know, none of that's happening, right? I got to play with PS5, I don't know, it was probably a month and a half ago. But you know, yeah, no, I'm very lucky, and they took it away very quickly. But yeah, it's like it's been, you know, not many people have gone hands-on with PS5. I don't think anyone has really gone hands-on with the new Xbox yet, and they're coming out this year. So yeah, a very different year, a challenging year, I think, for game developers and for fans. Look, everyone keeps saying it's like things are so spread out this summer. You know, it's like no one really knows what the launch lineup is. We don't know the date or the price for either system, which is like really late. I mean, we're moving into September now, and we don't know that. So yeah, it's an odd year, but it's exciting. We only get one of these years every 6 or 7 years. So yeah, I love Gamescom as an event, but look, we all knew that 300,000 people getting together in Germany was certainly not happening this year. So I like that Gamescom has pivoted the plan. Opening Night Live did extraordinarily well, you know, significantly up by orders of magnitude from last year. So there's still interest in all the content, but it has to be presented differently.
Yeah. All right, well, before I run out of time, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask. You are a host, you are a journalist, but you're also one of us. You're a gamer above all else. And you do get special access and get to play some of these things a little bit before the rest of us. So just as a convention goer, what have been the biggest highlights of the convention so far for you? What are you personally amped about? What games are you looking forward to the most?
Yeah, great question. You know, Ratchet and Clank looked amazing yesterday. I was really happy to show that off from Insomniac. It's just there's so much going on the screen. Like it really does feel next gen to me, which is exciting, and that's what everyone wants, is that sort of feeling of how games are going to take a leap forward. I was really excited to show more of 12 Minutes and the amazing cast they have for that game with Willem Dafoe and James McAvoy and Daisy Ridley. So that was a cool announcement and an awesome indie game as well.
Yeah. All right, well, my producer's peeping up in my ear and saying that I have to ask, you got some hands-on time with the PS5. Are you willing to say anything about that? Thoughts, positive, negative, vibes?
No, I was,
a sound you want to make?
I was super lucky to, yeah, I got to play it and they took it away very quickly. But no, the thing that I said in my video and I'll say again is like the adaptive triggers are really unique and different. And on opening night live, Mike from Insomniac talked a bit about that and how in Ratchet and Clank, you know, there's certain guns where if you pull down the adaptive trigger, you can kind of feel tension points. They're going to affect, you know, whether it's a single shot or a double shot. And I think back to, you know, games that have active reload, right? Like even back in the day, like Gears of War, there was an active reload point. You always were looking on the screen, right, to see sort of, you know, when you'd be in the zone for the bar. And now you'll feel it, right? And like those kind of things, I think are really going to affect gameplay. So that was the thing that stood out to me the most, was the adaptive triggers on the controller and how every game will implement them in different ways, which I think is really unique and different. So that was the thing that I felt is going to have the biggest impact on how we play games. And I only got to play Astrobot, was the only title that I've played with it. So I can't wait to check out, you know, more games as part of it. I wanted, and Ratchet and Clank, I'm sure, is going to play incredible with it as well. So that was the thing that I stood out to me the most about the sort of overall PS5 experience.
Gotcha. All right, well, we're almost out of time, but I wanted to at least throw one gotcha question at you. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
But Turnabout is fair play, and I love the little interstitials in O&L where you ask people what about this time has made them, what has it made them appreciate about gaming? Something they may have had reawakened or taken for granted, but this time's really brought to the fore. So what you playing in quarantine, and how has quarantine made you appreciate gaming more?
Yeah, good questions. The game I've been playing recently is Fall Guys, which is just like, you know, we had a season 2 reveal on the show, and it's, yeah, it's just fun, right? And I love that it's just a simple pick up and play game. And yeah, that's what we needed this summer, right? Was something that was bright and uplifting. And I played Last of Us 2 all the way through, and you know, it was a phenomenal game, but just, you know, dark, right, and violent. And I love that Fall Guys is just something bright and hopeful, which was really, really good. And so that's probably been the thing that's kind of been a revelation this summer to me, and as you said, to all of us. And then, you know, I think quarantine has made me appreciate the power of this medium to bring everyone together and keep us connected around this. I think, if anything, 2020 has shown the importance of games just to culture in general. Look, I mean, there are no movies coming out. I mean, they're just starting to come out now. There's no live music, but games. I think there's a little bit more respect for the importance games play in the entertainment landscape, and that's something I've been really passionate about my whole life and career. So that's something that I'm glad that there's been this sort of greater appreciation of this medium and what it means to the world, which, you know, obviously is at a passion point for me, and one of the reasons I do the Game Awards every year. So yeah. I think that general sort of appreciation and respect for gaming is something really nice to finally see in 2020. And I hope that this is, you know, a lot of people said, like, once quarantine is over and once we're in 2021, I think there's going to be this tide change, hopefully, where people do truly respect games as the most important form of entertainment, which all of us, you know, anyone watching this show, you know, likely already agrees with that fact, but I think there's now a broader appreciation of the gaming medium and what it means to people. So that's really personally gratifying for me.
Absolutely. And well said. That is all the time we have, but thank you so much for taking some time to chat with me, Jeff. It means a lot.
Thanks, man. Good luck on the rest of the daily shows. Who's the next big interview?
Next up, we've got Luigi Antonio, director of 12 Minutes, which you shouted out. I cannot wait for that game. That looks really phenomenal.
Yeah,
like
I mean,
that's a game you got to respect.
Concept. Yeah, amazing cast. So awesome. Well, good luck with that, and thanks for having me on.
Enjoy the rest of the convention.
Thanks, man.
Well, that's one big interview down. Only one to go before I get to smash up the video wall with a sledgehammer. First thing in my contract. In this Gamescom Partner Spotlight, we're going to take a look at the new trailer for cyberpunk horror game Observer System Redux.
The year is 2084. I am what they fear, a corporate tool of oppression. If you don't remember, that's when they call me to access you. To gather evidence. To dredge up whatever's hiding in the darkest corners of your mind.
Careful what you say. This is a monitor channel.
Adam, you still there? Adam.
Yes. Well, what's left of me? Dad. I really thought I could pull it off, you know? I was so close to making a difference. Setting us all free. And now it can't be for nothing. For once in your life, just listen to me. Whatever happens, I need you to remember, you're not in control.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode. Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide. Gamescom 2020 is the heart of gaming, and you can keep to the beat right here on IGN. We've turned the single biggest show in gaming into 5. Gamescom Now is your virtual show floor with up-to-the-second live coverage. Gamescom Daily Show, Gamescom's first ever late-night talk show. Our Gamescom Awesome Indies Show, the freshest deep cuts in indie gaming. And finally, the Gamescom Best of Show, including the Gamescom Award. Gamescom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream Gamescom Now.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
Welcome back, Swaimstronauts. This is the Gamescom Daily Show, no relation, and I'm your guide to all things Gamescom 2020. But you know, even guides sometimes lose their way, and even Sherpas need Sherpas, which is why for my next bit, I'm going to call in a guide of my own. And that's because we're about to experience the Indie Arena booth online. Indie Arena is one of the biggest and most beloved fixtures at Gamescom, so they knew that they had to show up in a big way despite quarantine. They've created a full-on interactive experience this year that's really something special, and we're going to check it out. You guessed it, right now. Well, I am, and you're going to watch me, and then later you do it yourself. That's the process. Joining me now to take me through the Indie Arena booth, please welcome Valentina Burka. How are you doing, Valentina?
I'm fine. And you?
I'm doing great. I'm doing much better now that we've got all the ins and outs worked out. We're ready to dive in. Thank you so much for taking the time and for doing this today. So yeah, let's get right in here. You guys made me a custom avatar that looks pretty much like me. This is me in the red. I do have a trapezoid body, although it's upside.
Yeah, I'm this little tentacle with a crown, not the space galaxy. And right now we're in the landing zone of Indie Arena booth. Like you already said, it's an online multiplayer game, and yeah, the history of Indie Arena booth is basically we're a home for independent developers since 2013. We have a shared developer booth and give people the chance, like indie developers, to showcase their games on big conventions like Gamescom. And due to COVID, yeah, it wasn't possible, and so we thought, like, yeah, what are we doing now? And then we came up in a game jam with the idea to develop an online multiplayer booth where people can showcase. Oh, and I saw you already discovered the chat function. Like, yeah.
I love it. It's really a full-on game. You've got a party. You can assemble parties of your friends. It's really like being there and wandering around the booth. It's great.
Yeah, and I want to show you like the different kinds of booths we have now. Like we have 185 games. It's a curated lineup.
Wow.
People could yeah, submit their games, and then an international jury chose the best ones. And I have to say, like, they pretty much trusted us because we're doing this for such a long time. And the first time it was like, yeah, we're doing something online, but we don't know yet, but just sign up. And we got a lot of submissions, and now I'm glad that we have this.
Now, let me ask, did you assemble the booths for the developers or provide tools for them to sort of design it in their own style?
Yeah, that's exactly what we did. Like we created an editor with 1,200 assets, and like each developer could make their own booth. And let's go to the first one. Let's go to Coffee Talk, click on the escalator, and then you see where are you going?
Heading down to Coffee Talk.
Yeah, and this is what Indie Arena booth basically is about. Like always at the physical Gamescom, we are a wonderful, colorful place. Everybody brings their own decorations, and now we're doing it like online. And you see Indie Arena booth, it's Coffee Talk. It's basically a talking simulator, I'd say. I don't know if you know this game. It's from an Indonesian developer. And it's basically you're a barista and can talk to people. And I see, yeah, you already click the NPC and can have like a little dialogue with the person. And each NPC has like different dialogues set up.
Yeah.
But you can also play the game, not directly in the browser, but go here to the little arcade machine where I'm standing, and then left click on it. Then you see like a little teaser video, and underneath you see where you can play the demo. You can we partnered up with Steam and GOG, and doing sale event on both sites, and set up demos there. And so if you click it, you will be redirected to Steam, and some people even made discounts, so you can also discover that.
Yeah, and everything's very interlinked. People are able to make their own NPCs, as you mentioned, and some of them that I interacted with sort of talk you through the game or introduce you to the devs. It's really cool, and every booth seems to have a bulletin board where you can find the schedule for all the events related to that dev team. Cool. All right, well, we only have so much time, so let's head to the next booth, if we may. Wow.
So, yeah, but now you see the cycle. They actually, Jager is one of the biggest German indie developers, and so they made some special custom assets for this game. And if you zoom out, I'm not sure if you can with the
There we
Mac,
go.
but,
Yeah, this one's
you
massive.
can. So you see the
Can't
full
get it to
booth,
stick,
and
but
it's
we got a
really
glimpse.
nice, right? And they made their space station. They actually have in-game, and oh yeah, you already discovered the free shirt thingy. If you click on the avatar, I mean, physical conventions always about swag, and so they made up like physical, digital swag for digital people, and you get a free shirt on Epic Store with a code, just like at GamesCom.
There you go. I got a legit code. Hey, no one who watches this, swipe my code. I'm ordering this shirt. That's awesome. You even found a way. Oh, my producer swiped it. I'm hearing in my ear the shirt is gone. It'll look better on him. But yeah, this is incredible. It's really amazing the creative ways that you've replicated just the real experience of being at the booth. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a press demo, and normally the devs are also in the game, and you can see them, and you can talk to them and ask them about their games. You can discover the multiple interactables, like we have some, they set up events like for, hey, I make it AMA, or I'm doing a Twitch stream, or join my Discord, and so on. Like, it's all about the interaction with each other.
That's really cool. All right, let's hit up our final booth.
Yeah, I'm searching it at the moment. I think it's here. We're going to visit Trifox. Yeah, here. This one.
Trifox. There we go.
Yes.
I'm not familiar with this game. I'm going to guess it's about 3 foxes glued together.
Yes. No, it's a twin stick shooter. And yeah, look at this booth. Here you can see like how much love devs really put into that booth. Almost everything is interactable. Like, even you see the little Indie Arena booth guys here. You can click on each or click on the barrels and so on. And that is just so playful and so nice what they did there. It's amazing.
Wow, this is like almost a graphical text adventure game in and of itself, or a point and click.
Yeah, and I was so overwhelmed when I saw, I mean, the devs, they submitted the booths 2 weeks prior to the event, and then we checked them out and we're like, oh my god, give a creative tool to creative people, and it's mind-blowing. Like, everybody put so much heart in it, and it's really, really amazing what they did.
Very inspirational to see everyone coming together and just making the event the best it can be.
Yeah, it's amazing. And I think for a consumer, you can, like, if you click on the top right, you see a little map icon.
Oh, okay. There we are. Yes, we should tell people, you can get lost in the Indie Arena booth, but there is a map. Yeah.
There's a map. You can filter. You can say like, oh, I want to see like games from more Brazilian devs, also on, or like from country, from platform, from genre, and then or just visit a random booth. So I think that's the most fun thing to do, like just randomly explore everything.
So this game already has a better fast travel system than Red Dead Redemption 2. That's my hot take.
Yes.
Yeah. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that you don't have to look like me or a tentacle monster. There's also this fabulous character creator with just a ton of options. I think I'm going to be generically happy.
You will be, and you can collect, like, this is the press demo, so you have all the hats inside, but you see like the Trifox booth, the NPCs there, you can buy them, no, not buy, you can get them at their merch table, and then, yeah, customize your avatar. So you have to visit all of our 185 booths to get all of the hats, or you have a press demo, and then you can just hit randomize and play around with whatever the devs did.
Valentina, thank you so much for that personalized tour of the Indie Arena booth online. You can cruise the booth yourself over at indiearenabooth.com. Well, we're just about out of time, Crystals, here on Gamescom Daily Show, but we do have time for one more segment. A segment of such raw potency, it would take but a fortnight for its legend to reach its apex. Here comes a little something I call Gamescom Royale! Data points assemble! Bring your polls to me! Gamescom Royale is all about data, polls, stats, and numbers. For example, did you know that over the last 3 years, Gamescom has averaged more than 300,000 attendees, featured more than 1,000 developers, and expanded to over 200,000 square meters? For some context, if you filled that many square meters with water and forced 300,000 people inside, you'd be wanted for very serious crimes. Wow, the more you know. Well, we've been running our own poll to find out what the IGN audience thought was the biggest reveal or announcement of Opening Night Live. And it's time to see the results. Remember, you can find all of our Gamescom polls and content by hitting up IGN on Twitter and join the conversation by tweeting with the hashtag Gamescom2020. And now, your most exciting Opening Night Live announcement, the video game news that you'd elbow crawl over a mountain of rubble and broken glass just to catch one more glimpse of, which frankly is a little intense. You all need to calm down. After more than 15,000 votes, our winner is Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart with 34% of the vote. Also not a surprise to see Fall Guys Season 2's Medieval update as a close second. Of course, Gamescom Royale would hardly be Royale with only one measly poll. So we're doing two. That's right. Two mighty polls, stalwart columns supporting a mansion of information. Well, actually, I guess if you only have two columns, it's more of a lean-to of information. So do your part for the info tent. Follow IGN on Twitter and vote in our next poll, favorite Gamescom reveal, all inclusive. That means not just from Opening Night Live, but the whole dang convention up to this point. And if you don't like the options we picked, feel free to yell at us with that hashtag Gamescom2020. In any case, you'll definitely want to catch our awesome Indies Showcase hosted by myself and IGN's resident indie expert, Tom Marks. It's packed with trailers, gameplay, and reveals on all the hottest new indie titles, and it all goes down right here tomorrow, Saturday, the 29th at 7 p.m. Central European Time, 10 a.m. Pacific. Make sure you also check out Gamescom Now at gamescom.global or gamescom.de for our German friends. Speaking of which, Gamescom is also doing their part to reverse the deforestation of the globe with Gamescom Forest, a project aimed at reforesting 25,000 square meters of land. You can learn more about the program and give to the project by following the Gamescom Forest link in the video description. And you can find all the official Gamescom streams and videos on Twitch and YouTube, or reach out through any of Gamescom's social media platforms, including twitch.tv/Gamescom, YouTube at MyGamescom, Twitter at MyGamescom, TikTok at Gamescom.global, and on Instagram at Gamescom. All festival long, we will be using the hashtags Gamescom2020 and Heart of Gaming. So toss a tag on some posts and let's have a conversation. IGN's Gamescom 2020 coverage continues tomorrow with more exclusive trailers and gameplay reveals, deep dives and commentary, and of course, the awesome Indies Showcase. There will also be a second episode of this show because it took them a little while to realize what a mistake they made and shut us down. So, join us tomorrow for the triumphant finale of the Gamescom Daily Show. A blimp full of Diet Coke about to crash into a Mentos factory. I've been your improbable host, Michael Swaim, but frankly, you've got more important things to remember. For example, our final partner spotlight. For anyone that missed it the first time around, we're going to take another quick look at the teaser for a special crossover in Summoner's War Sky Arena.
Summoner's War.
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here.
And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Flex and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.